Hi, welcome to my channel. The full version of the audiobook is available on my Patreon. You can quickly find it through the link in my profile description. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 1. Hey. Teacher. Stop calling me. I'm going to play in the World Cup. What? Your daughter wants my autograph. Is your daughter pretty? Looks like you. Beep, beep, beep. Let's go back to July 2017, 7. Summer warm-up game. Real Madrid vs Chelsea. It was clearly just a warm-up match, but the atmosphere was surprisingly strange. Both sides fought fiercely. Isn't this a warm-up match? Why do I feel like I'm watching the Champions League final? Coach James's sharp voice penetrated into the ears of every fan. Hazard dribbles the ball. Break through the wing. Ramos made a flying tackle and the two of them collided violently. The referee called a foul and Ramos got a yellow card. The latter is still chattering, and a conflict breaks out between the two sides. What the hell happened? At this point, the game had been going on for 15 minutes. From the moment both sides entered the field, the atmosphere was tense. It was clearly just a friendly match, but both sides sent out half of their main lineups. The fight was even more intense. At this time, a handsome young man sitting on the bench muttered in his heart. This is a life-threatening situation. It's just a friendly match, why are you playing with your life? Lin Chen, the Premier League youth training is released. His father, Lin DePeo, is a famous Chinese football player. However, after retiring, he resolutely took his son to a foreign country to participate in youth training. He first joined Everton and trained for 2.5 years. At the age of 16, he was spotted by Real Madrid and moved to Castilla. He has some talent to a certain extent, but the reason why he was able to join Castilla so smoothly is also due to the Chinese market. Lin DePeo has been asked more than once why he didn't let his children return to China to play football. Having been stuck in the quagmire back then, he knows full well what the current situation of Chinese football is like. No, 2 days ago. The person in charge of Huaxia came to Europe specially to invite his son to join the U16 team. Only 80. I guarantee that Lin Chen will have a chance to play. The man blew his bangs in front of him as he spoke. Although there was a strong wind, the bangs did not move at all. Don't keep your eyes on Europe. What happened to the domestic coaches? Our domestic coaches can also lead a good team. How could Lin DePeo not know what kind of person this boastful guy in front of him was? 80 is just the beginning. Once it goes back, it will be a bottomless pit. No need. My son will make a name for himself in Europe. After being rejected, Tai Luhai tore off the mask. His face suddenly became ferocious. If you don't enter now, do you think you can enter without spending money in the future? I tell you, even if Lin Chen can stay in Europe, he has to come back when I tell him to. Just like you were back then. These words deeply hurt Lin DePeo's heart and brought back memories. He started out in the English Championship, was promoted to Derby County's first team, and quickly became a regular starter. There is even news that many Premier League teams are interested in him. However, it was at this critical period that news was received from the head of the Football Association. The other side asked him to return home to play a friendly match. Mandatory, otherwise he will not be given the opportunity to play in the Intercontinental Cup. The name is beautiful, to cultivate tacit understanding. Later, Lin DePeo paid 100 million to get the chance to start in the Intercontinental Cup. 2 friendly matches in a week made him miss Derby County's promotion battle. In the end, Derby County regretfully continued to fight in the championship. The Premier League teams that were originally interested in him also withdrew their olive branches. Who would like to see their main player choose to return home to play a friendly match when the team needs him most? Derby County was dissatisfied with him and was unwilling to give him any starting opportunities in the new season. Lin DePeo finally had no choice but to return to China and play out the rest of his career. It was his own personal experience that told him that Lin Chen must not stay in the country to play football. Seeing that the other party's leader had torn his face, Lin DePeo fortunately no longer concealed it. Lin Chen will not follow my old path again. He will go to Spain to play in the top world competition. Tai Luhai smiled. laughing very wildly. Ha 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 ha. Spain. Do you think he can join the Spanish national team just because he has a Spanish mother? Wake up, your son is a waste. When Lin DePayo heard this, he became even more furious and pointed at Tai Liuhai's nose and cursed. The beautiful quintessence of Chinese culture. The two broke up. Lin Chen also completely lost the opportunity to return to China to play football. When things turned out like this, Lin DePayo actually breathed a sigh of relief. How do you know it may not be a blessing? After Tai Liuhai left, Lin DePayo put away the badge on his chest. Top-notch hidden camera. With evidence in hand, Lin DePayo waited. His career, which was once submerged in darkness, as well as Lin Chen's old and new accounts, will be settled at the most appropriate time. Wildfire, in spring. If you report it now, it will only be a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. The only thing we can do is wait for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow and wipe them out completely. Let's go back to the present, the warm-up match on July 7th. Lin DePayo in the stands looked at Lin Chen who was sitting on the bench. Since it is a friendly match before the start of the new season, many young players were placed on the bench and perhaps they could get playing time. Lin Chen was paying attention to the game situation on the field. As an all-around midfielder, I will get a chance to play unless Isco is injured. Just thinking about it, suddenly. Ouch! Foul! Isco was brought down. It looks painful. The team doctor is on the field, can he still hold on? Lin Chen appeared calm on the surface, but the little devil in his heart had already been roaring. Isco, don't insist. The intensity is so great that you can't control it. Let me. Zidane was chewing gum when the team doctor came to report. There's no need to take risks. Chelsea played too aggressively, there was no need to fight them. Zidane nodded and glanced back at the bench. If you want to avoid the main players getting injured in a friendly match, young players from youth training are the best choice. The eyes looking around finally met with a beam of hungry desire. Forest. Wear shin guards. Zidane hugged Lin Chen and spoke earnestly. You must remember this. The only thing you have to do when you go out there is pass the ball and stop it. The best thing is to be able to perform stably. Understand? Lin Chen nodded frantically. Don't worry, boss. I will handle it. At this time, the commentator also saw Lin Chen coming on the field. Lin Chen is going to play. His father is Lin DePayo, a very famous player in China. I played for Derby County in the English Championship, but for some reason I lost my starting position and returned to China. Lin Chen is on the field, probably with a tactical mission. Knew it. Long shot. Unfortunately, the power was too great and it didn't pose a threat. It's a good try. Zidane hadn't even sat down yet and had just raised his head. Lin Chen in front of him took a long shot. And this was even his first time touching the ball. After the long shot, Lin Chen shook his head. I just activated it, so I'm not very proficient yet. That's right. 1 minute ago, I just stepped onto the field. The system prompt sounds. Congratulations to the host for completing the system activation mission, first team appearances from the top 5 European leagues. Activation reward, Heavy Artillery All-Round Midfield Growth Module. Chapter 2. Studio. This young man is not afraid of the stage. He immediately tried a long shot. Needless to say, this must be the tactic Zidane arranged for him. Look at Zidane on the sidelines, he is dancing with joy. Fortunately, this was a friendly match. If he was playing against Chelsea's midfield in a formal match, Real Madrid would have been blown up long ago. The fans were talking about Lin Chen who came on as a substitute. Lin Chen took the opportunity to open the system interface. The system already existed when I signed with Castilla a year ago. The Green Giant system grows with you. Activate the mission, log into the first team match. Although it is just a friendly match, it is also a first team match. After Lin Chen came on the scene, he finally successfully activated the green field system and obtained the activation reward, a Heavy Artillery All-Around Midfield Module. In my mind, the Heavy Artillery All-Round Midfield Module is shining. Heavy Artillery All-Round Midfield Growth Module. The host can choose one of the 5 attributes supported by the growth module, and increase the attribute by an additional 20 points. Note that this effect is only available in the growth module. At the same time, the host's long-range shooting, offensive position, burst, strength, and defensive position attributes will have an additional 20% increase in experience points gained from training and competitions. When Lin Chen saw this, he realized that his attribute panel had appeared. When he came on the court and saw that the name of the activated module was Heavy Gunner, Lin Chen subconsciously thought that he had the ability to score a goal with long shots, so he tried it directly. Ideals are beautiful, and reality is very skinny. Before seeing the detailed introduction interface of the module, Lin Chen thought that the system had just been activated and he was not very familiar with it. I didn't expect the module to be a growth-enhancing type, not a skill. However, this additional offensive position is just Muller's. Always in the right position to score a goal. And this defensive position. Always appear in the most correct defensive position. This module, once it grows into a complete form. Who else is his opponent in the midfield? At this point, the goalkeeper has already kicked the ball out and the game continues. Lin Chen had no choice but to join the competition. Sudden. Casemiro flew up and headed the ball, trying to compete for the goal kick kicked by the goalkeeper, but he collided heavily with Hazard. The collision was very fierce and Casemiro looked extremely painful. At this time, another fan rushed into the field and went straight to Modric, asking for his autograph. A friendly match turned into chaos and the game came to a standstill. The teammates took this opportunity to replenish their water, and Lin Chen also had plenty of time to continue watching. The main way to improve attributes is to gain experience points through training and competition. Rare hidden special tasks that may grant additional free attribute points. It is possible that free attribute points will be drawn from the grand prize pool that will be opened later. Hosts compete in the league. Each win earns 10 points, a draw earns 3 points, and a loss earns no points. The same goes for the Champions League and Cup competitions. Points can be used to extract modules and skills. Only after you have accumulated 3 skills can you continue to extract the next growth module. 1 skill can be drawn for every 300 points. After every 3 skills you can draw the next module for free. League and Champions League debuts will each be awarded 150 points. Extra points will be awarded after a single match for outstanding performance. After opening the second module, a richer pool of points prizes will be opened, including free attribute allocation points, muscle endurance enhancers, etc. In addition to the growth module providing attribute points, training and competition can also accumulate experience points for attributes, thereby helping to improve attributes. Good luck to the host. Lin Chen understood after seeing this. In the glittering skill pool, the names of various legends kept appearing. Platini, Cruyff, Batistuta, Maradona, Bailey, Zidane, Kaká. Lin Chen stared at the skill pool that was glittering with golden light. I want it so much. However, I don't have any points yet. All we can do is wait until the league debut and try to accumulate points. Isn't there an option to watch the video to increase the prize draw? I can also stick with a 2-minute video. Can I wait until my league debut? With Real Madrid's lineup, it is difficult to give themselves opportunities, especially in the midfield. Now that I have obtained the all-round heavy artillery growth module, my future growth direction will definitely be an all-round midfielder. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. This is a rare thing in the midfield role of modern football. Casemiro was still being treated by the team doctor on the field. The fans who rushed into the field nimbly dodged the pursuit of the security guards and were lucky enough to get a photo with Modric. At this moment Lin Chen suddenly remembered. System, where is my novice gift pack? The system is silent. The activation reward has been distributed to the host, the heavy artillery all-around midfield module. Lin Chen smiled. Did you hear that? You yourself said that it was an activation reward, not a novice gift pack. Lin Chen started to act like a rogue. Just reach out and take it. Just insist. I don't ask for a very good novice gift package, just give me a chance to draw skills for free. There will be free gifts for the opening of a new mall. You need to let me see if this stuff is good or not first. The system is silent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to extract skills. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Start extracting. Golden light flashes. Countless legendary names tumble in the pool. Finally, the golden light gradually disappeared. Then, my mind fell into darkness. A calm sea surface appeared, and a piece of glittering golden skill gradually floated up from the bottomless sea. There are a few big words on it. Gerald's heavy artillery. Gerald. Lin Chen had a very deep impression of Gerard. A long shot shocked the Premier League. The range is extremely long, the power is enormous, and the angle is tricky. The opponent didn't even dare to give Gerard any space for long shots. Even so, Gerard still scored many goals in the Premier League with his long-range shooting ability. Since the skill is Gerard's heavy artillery, Lin Chen changed his mind. The 20 points given by the growth module will be added to strength. Only with strength can you make a long shot that shakes the world. While complementing each other, you will also not be afraid of any confrontation. Imagine a Hulk who can run around and shoot from long range appears in the midfield. Who else can stop me? At this time, the game just resumed. Zidane stood on the sidelines and shouted at Lin Chen. I'll remind you again. Your job is to catch and pass the ball, and fight for the ball desperately. Just provide help to your teammates. Understand? Zidane regards Lin Chen as an engineering midfielder. Act as a supporting role to highlight the beauty of teammates. Lin Chen gave Zidane a thumbs up. Let me be a supporting role. Hey. Just wait and see. The game continues. Chelsea's midfield is luxurious. Fabregas and Kanté are both good interceptors and creative players. Chelsea was holding back their energy, as if they were playing the friendly match as if it were the Champions League final, just to prove that they were no weaker than Real Madrid. Especially the midfield, they run fast and cooperate well. Multiple small-scale cooperation broke through Real Madrid's defense. Chelsea once controlled the ball. If they keep playing like this, it's only a matter of time before Real Madrid concedes a goal. The commentator is very confident. Fabregas could have broken the deadlock with a long shot. At this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Fabregas was dribbling forward. Pass Marcelo and break through along the wing. Ramos flying tackle. Accurate interception. Long pass to the right, looking for Di Maria. The long pass has a little more power. Di Maria had trouble stopping the ball and could only head it back. Head the ball back to the top of the penalty area. There's a long shot opportunity. Follow. Lin Chen. The commentator was stunned. The person who appeared at the top of the penalty area was actually Lin Chen. Facing Di Maria's pass, Lin Chen drew his bow and sword. The body is spread out like an eagle. Only momentarily. The world is quiet. The only thing Lin Chen could see was the ball flying towards him. All the fans looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar long-range shot, as if they were back to the glorious days of Liverpool. The miraculous comeback after falling behind by 3 goals in the final. A regrettable slip in the battle that will decide the fate of the Premier League. The king who shattered darkness with his long-range shot. That sacred light that represents the top level of England's midfield. Boom. Stamford Bridge Stadium. A blast that shot straight into the sky. Wake up tens of thousands of fans who are immersed in it. Fuck me. Fuck you. Amazing long shot. Lin Chen. Super long world wave. Chapter 3. Lin Chen actually scored a goal, and it was a world-class goal, the commentator shouted. Can you believe it? Not just commentary. All the fans at the scene held their heads in their hands, and Zidane on the sidelines was touching his bald head and shaking it wildly. Super long shot, world wave. Lin Chen helped Real Madrid take a 1-goal lead in this friendly match. Studio. WTF. Who is this young man? This long shot reminds me of Gerard, who has already left Liverpool. When did this young man acquire such ability? He has no moral integrity. Almost everyone couldn't believe what they had just seen. Lin DePeo was even more shocked. He knew best what kind of abilities his son had. When will the long shot come? Even he, the father, doesn't know. Could it be that this kid has been practicing hard in secret? Or is it just a blind guess? Real Madrid teammates rushed towards Lin Chen and celebrated wildly. Although it was just a friendly match, Chelsea showed great competitiveness after the opening, which made the Real Madrid players unhappy. Scoring a goal is the best response to Chelsea. Ramos hugged Lin Chen and spoke excitedly. Awesome! This is the first time I see you score a goal from long range, and it's so beautiful. Lin Chen felt the energy in his body, a feeling he had never experienced before. The first half of the game continued and Chelsea continued to play aggressively. But Real Madrid defended very well in the backcourt. With the experienced Ramos and Marcelo's frequent attacks from the wing, Chelsea's hazard was restricted. Soon, the situation turned in Real Madrid's favor. The 39th minute of the game. Real Madrid's attack, Marcelo dribbles the ball down the wing. High speed. Lin Chen takes over, 2 passes and 1 goal. Pretty. Snapped. Snapped. The 2 crisp sounds of the ball hitting the ball were the quick 2-pass combination between Lin Chen and Marcelo. The sword-wielding guard Marcelo goes down to the sideline. Then a reverse triangle pass to the middle. Here's a chance. Hit the door. The defender cleared the ball in time and almost resulted in a goal. Real Madrid's cooperation is very beautiful. Finally, the first half of the game ended. Players from both sides returned to the locker room. Lin Chen walked alone in the back, and the dog beside him seemed to want to communicate with him. He followed closely behind him. Lin Chen had just arrived at the entrance to the player tunnel. Before he entered the tunnel, fans from the left front stand suddenly started singing to him. Lin Chen felt something was wrong when he heard it, but the dog behind him suddenly came forward and hugged Lin Chen, wanting to ask him to dance to the song. After listening carefully again, Lin Chen finally understood what it meant. This is a racist song. Ergo also tried to liven up the atmosphere. The fan who was singing immediately raised his middle finger. There is no doubt that he is well aware that this is a discriminatory song. Anger instantly rose from my lower abdomen. The Real Madrid extreme fans standing in the front row were still singing. Looks arrogant. As if to say, come on. Fuck me. How could Lin Chen not satisfy such a request? First go around the guardrail. Then the dancing body waved in the air, drawing a beautiful arc. Use all your strength. With anger and faith. He flew up with both legs and kicked the extreme fan steadily. Don't forget, Lin Chen just added 20 points of strength to his body. The sudden growth has already been uncomfortable, but now I can finally release it. Boom. Extreme fans even flew into the crowd of fans at the back. The live camera just happened to be focused on the sidelines at this time. The dog behind him hadn't reacted yet and just stood there in a daze. Lin Chen stood up immediately and waved his hand casually, but then he slapped him hard in the face with his backhand. Snapped. Lin Chen twisted his palms. After adding 20 points of strength, the slap was indeed very loud. Ergu was confused. Why are you hitting me? I just stood back and watched the show. I didn't do anything. Lin Chen smiled. It's easy. After all Chinese fans know what kind of behavior Ergu had in the past. The Real Madrid extreme fan who was kicked was obviously targeting him. Blatant racial discrimination. Lin Chen always adheres to a philosophy of life. All those who discriminate against race should be punished accordingly. The fan who was kicked stood there in a daze, not even realizing what was happening. Of course he knew what he was singing, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to do this to him. The reason why he dared to sing such a song to Lin Chen was because he had a special identity, the grandson of the former president of Real Madrid. With such status in the Bernabeu, who dares to touch him? When Ramos saw him, he had to give him a friendly smile. Who is Lin Chen? A youth training kid with no fame and no status. Dare to kick yourself? If the staff hadn't pulled Lin Chen back, he would have been ready to kick him a few more times. I don't care whether you are the chairman's grandson or the chairman's son, I won't tolerate your bad habits. The scene was in chaos. The Real Madrid fans with correct values around him even began to applaud Lin Chen. But there were also some extreme fans who booed wildly and raised their middle fingers at Lin Chen. At this time, Zidane learned the news and hurried back to the stadium, dragging Lin Chen back to the locker room first. The incident happened so suddenly that no one expected it. Lin De Peo, who was mixed in with the fans, took advantage of the fact that the security personnel were not in place and slapped the fan again. Beating and shouting. "You bastard! Don't let me see you on the street. Come to China if you dare, and see if you can return to Europe alive." The broadcast camera replayed the scene at this time, starting from the extreme fans singing to Lin Chen. In the live broadcast room, fans gradually understood what was happening. What era is this? There are still people singing songs like this. That was a great kick. Beat this scum to death. I firmly stand behind Lin Chen on this matter. Great fight. That's how you should deal with him. Returning to the locker room, Zidane was sweating profusely from the urge to relieve himself. Ergo covered his face and howled. "Boss. I didn't do anything, but he came up and slapped me twice. Look, it's still red." Lin Chen stood up and wanted to slap him twice more, but his teammates around him tried to stop him. Ramos hugged Lin Chen. "Do not impulse. I understand you, and I'm definitely on your side. But this matter has nothing to do with him. You have already slapped him twice. Calm down. Please calm down." At this point, Zidane had no choice but to replace Lin Chen. After all, the La Liga officials immediately sent someone to investigate. This is the second time this has happened in football. The second half of the game continued, but no one paid attention to it anymore. Chelsea, who had been fighting hard, also slowed down their pace and their minds were not on the game at all. In the end, Real Madrid won the friendly match 1-0. But no one in the live broadcast room cared at all. The barrage of comments was all about Lin Chen. "Looking at Cantona's kick on a fan, I think the punishment will be severe. If La Liga dares to ban Lin Chen, then he should just stop playing in La Liga and go back to the Premier League. I took a screenshot of that guy's photo. I happen to be traveling the day after tomorrow. He'll be done if he sees me for real." Chapter 4. The speed at which things developed far exceeded Lin Chen's imagination. After the game, we returned to the locker room. I just took a shower and when I came out my cell phone exploded. Lin Chen is still studying his attribute values. While taking a shower, I finally have time to examine my attributes from all aspects. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 17. Length, 18.88. Height, 1.83 meters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Shots inside the box, 65. Long shot, 73. Attacking position, 65. Short pass, 67. Field of view, 70. Headers, 64. Physical fitness, 70. Burst, 71. Speed, 70. Interceptions, 61. Steals, 59. Defensive position, 66. Dribbling, 68. Power, 90. Crosses, 66. Arcs, 64. Long pass, 62. Skill, Gerald Cannon. Lin Chen was studying. No wonder he was able to stay in Everton's youth training and was later spotted by Castilla. To have such attributes at the age of 17, he really has some talent. So my original strength was 70, and after adding 20 points, it became 90. A true monster. No wonder I feel so uncomfortable all over. Especially. At this time, the teammates took a shower and entered the locker room. Seeing Lin Chen muttering to himself. "This is not bad. This is almost right. It's not fast enough. Without frequency, there's no way to conquer." The teammates instantly thought that Lin Chen had arranged some special activities and were preparing to calm themselves down. Ramos walked up to him. Since entering the youth training camp, Lin Chen can sometimes go to the first team to train, and the person who treats him best is Ramos. You muscles. Practicing secretly. Ramos pinched Lin Chen's arm. If the club hadn't officially certified that he was 17 years old, Ramos wouldn't have believed it at all. As the two were chatting, head coach Zidane came to the locker room. Forrest. Follow me. Lin Chen followed closely behind, and Ramos waved goodbye to him. He knew in his heart that La Liga would not let Lin Chen go. As Cantona said, he insulted my family and humiliated my personality. As a man, I will not tolerate it. But the Premier League still banned him league-wide for 8 months. And Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the office. Florentino looked relaxed, and greeted Lin Chen immediately upon seeing him. I am deeply sorry for what happened today. But La Liga has imposed a penalty. They are going to ban you from La Liga for 8 months, just like Cantona did. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Only 8 months. I should have kicked him a few more times. Zidane stood there in a daze. Florentino covered his face and laughed. For your future growth, La Liga is no longer a place for you to play. Wherever you want to go, we will do our best to help you. This is our compensation to you. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Then let's go for the Premier League. I have been in Everton's youth training. As a Premier League youth player, you do not need to apply for a work permit. In addition, the system growth template is an all-around midfielder, and the additional 20 points of strength are very suitable for playing in the Premier League, which encourages confrontation. Real Madrid immediately sent people to make arrangements. The news that Lin Chen was banned from La Liga for 8 months was soon reported by major media. Sky Sports, 8-month ban, maybe this is the Premier League's chance. BBC, England football needs this kid. Bild, did anyone notice Lin Chen's long-range shot in the friendly match? He seems to have grown a lot. Marca, according to reliable sources, several Premier League teams have extended olive branches to Lin. After Real Madrid announced the news, many Premier League teams submitted signing applications. This was originally a youth training contract, and Florentino did not intend to ask for a transfer fee. He said nice things on the surface, but he kicked fans and beat his teammates. In his eyes, Lin Chen was already a hot potato. On July 7, Lin DePayo and Lin Chen were waiting at the Real Madrid headquarters. Real Madrid Vice President Jack brought 2 cups of coffee. Cat poop coffee, try it. Lin DePayo began to drink leisurely. Compared to Lin Chen, he didn't look nervous at all. Finally, the sports director arrived with the documents. Good news. Many Premier League teams have extended invitations to sign him. We have Watford, Norwich, Brighton. The sports director named several teams, all of which were mid to lower level teams or teams struggling in the relegation zone. Lin Chen almost gave up hope. Well, with my current fame, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to imagine that a strong team will extend an olive branch to me. However, after the sports director named several relegation teams like reading out the menu, he immediately snatched Jack's coffee and drank it all. Ha! He let out a long breath and spoke again. At last. He held up a document with a red team logo printed on it. Lin Chen's pupils shrank instantly. Even though the distance was far, even though he could only see the tip of the iceberg, he recognized it immediately. Liverpool. Liverpool. Lin Chen took the document, sure enough. Lin DePayo also stood up in shock, no longer as carefree as before. Liverpool has invited Lin Chen. Lin DePayo checked the file again and again to make sure there were no errors. Are you sure they are inviting Lin Chen? Not Ramos or Marcelo? Jack smiled and said. I'm not surprised. Gerrard retires, neither Lucas nor Emre can take over Gerrard's mantle. They really lack an all-round midfielder. Jack, who still had some doubts, understood clearly after he finished speaking. Liverpool's transfer application is not based on profit considerations at all. They may really regard Lin Chen as a young midfielder with potential to be trained. So, whose invitation do you choose to accept? Just to be sure, Jack asked a question that already had an answer. A few minutes later, Liverpool headquarters. Wells was just about to turn on the movie to enjoy it. Suddenly, a letter arrived in the mailbox. The prompt sound startled him. Damn it, who wants to disturb me at this time? It is good. Okay. Wells looked again to make sure he was seeing it correctly. It is good. Ha ha ha. Get up and rush to Klopp's office. Jurgen Klopp, current manager of Liverpool. He is good at playing super high position pressure, good at on-the-spot siege combined with quick counterattack tactics, and good at long passes to tear up space. He is a true tactical master. There is a better way to manage the locker room. A midfielder was what he had been searching for. As everyone knows, Liverpool's current lineup seems complete, but it is missing a midfielder. Upon learning the news released by Real Madrid, Klopp's new assistant coaching team began research overnight. Assistant video analysis Master Kravitz repeatedly studied Lin Chen's youth training videos at Everton and Real Madrid Castilla, and drew conclusions based on his performance in friendly matches. It's quite talented. The long shot is very beautiful, even looks like Jera. You can try it. Klopp slammed the table. Anyway, we have tried so many midfielders in the past few years. Just try it. Chapter 5. Both parties were willing and in love with each other, so the cooperation was quickly achieved. Lin Chen and Lin DePayo packed their luggage and rushed to Liverpool that night. When we arrived at the club the next day, there was no one else there except the sporting director who was there to greet us. This is understandable. Lin Chen also knows that he is just an unknown person now, and there may still be some fans in China who know him. But in Europe, the only fans who have heard of his name are because of the flying kick incident 2 days ago. Liverpool sent a special car to greet him and take him directly from the airport to Anfield. After arriving at the headquarters, sports director Mike took 2 quick steps and opened the car door. Forrest. Finally we meet. Lin DePayo got off the car next, and the few of them chatted as they walked. Liverpool still offered Lin Chen a youth training contract. After all, he was only 17 years old and had just joined Liverpool's youth training camp. Lin Chen didn't care. He was confident that he could get his first professional contract in his life as soon as possible based on his own strength. With his current attributes, joining Liverpool's youth training camp and playing in the youth training league is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Klopp is desperate to find a young midfielder, especially as Liverpool are mired in an injury crisis. Even sports director Mike couldn't help but remind Lin Chen. There are currently 4 injured players in the first-team midfield, including Lucas in the midfield, and many main players are injured. Do you know what this means? Mike patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Klopp was so worried that he couldn't sleep at night. As long as you can completely impress him in the first youth training league, I guarantee that Klopp will immediately call you into the first team. Even if you can't start right away, it will be good for you to sit on the bench. Lin DePayo arranged Lin Chen's check-in and was about to return to Spain. I wanted to stay a few more days, but Alice called over and over again. Alice, Lin Chen's mother, is a typical Spanish beauty. Lin DePayo spent a lot of effort to get her. It is precisely because of their good genetic foundation that they gave birth to such an iconic handsome guy like Lin Chen. Aiken. Although she is Spanish, Alice has mastered a lot of basic Chinese under Lin DePayo's long-term influence and encouragement. When you're alone over there, you have to take care of yourself. Alice's eyes welled up just by saying these few words. As the lobby manager of a top hem shop in Spain, Alice is very busy at work and has no time to send Lin Chen back to England for youth training. If anyone over there bullies you, listen to your mother and let's go back to Spain. You can even stop playing football. As long as you have mom here, you will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of your life. You can go wherever you want to go, live whatever life you want, and have whatever hobbies you want. It's all up to you. Since childhood, Alice and Lin DePayo have treated Lin Chen in 2 extremes. As a father, Lin DePayo is strict with Lin Chen. Although there are few requirements for his academic performance, there are very high requirements for his character. A phrase that is often said is, "Young people, you must go out and do things far away while you are young, fight for your own success, and work hard on your own." Being able to get out and come back home is the real way to live. Alice, on the other hand, doesn't care at all. Her most common saying is, "Lin DePayo, if you dare to hit my son again, I will whip you to death." Son, leave your dad alone. When it's time to set off fireworks, set off fireworks. When it's time to catch chickens, catch chickens. When it's time to beat dogs, beat dogs. Play whatever you want. It is precisely this kind of educational method of the two that has enabled Lin Chen to develop his current personality, which is both lively and steady, cheerful and decent. Seeing Alice start to cry again, Lin Chen couldn't stand this the most. Mom. My dear mother. Don't worry, no one can bully your son. I promise. Lin Chen patted his chest and raised his head. I will definitely make a name for myself in Liverpool. Alice nodded while crying, and then spoke to Lin DePeo, whose half-head was visible in the video. The voice changed from being gentle just now to being sharp and penetrating. As for you, get back here right now. Don't even think about spending the night in England. Lin DePeo's heart finally died. I wanted to enjoy myself in England. I had enjoyed no less than 10 top-quality essential oil massages when I was in Derby County, but my little trick was instantly seen through by Alice. After bidding farewell to Lin DePeo, Lin Chen returned to the youth training dormitory. Originally, Everton Lin Chen also lived alone, so Lin DePeo was relieved because he knew that his son had strong independent abilities. Quadruple dormitory. The three teammates who shared the room were all black, the standard black and hard type. Liverpool's youth training system is always good at cultivating such players. The three of them looked at Lin Chen as if they were looking at something strange. The black boy in bed number 4 spoke up, with a number 6 jersey hanging next to the bed. It looks like he should be a defensive midfielder. My name is Ocho. Ojo stood up and began to introduce himself. This is Dean, our goalkeeper. Dean nodded to Wee, who smiled back. The last one is Geyer, left back. All three were very friendly. As they chatted, Ojo decided to ask a question that he had been holding back for a long time. How did you have the guts to kick a fan? The other two nodded frequently, all very curious. Also, he actually dared to slap Errol in the face. He is a key figure in Real Madrid. Lin Chen smiled. Why? Because I'm not afraid. For these scums, a flying kick is the least of their worries. Don't let me see them on the street. I'll beat them up every time I see them. The three of them immediately looked at him with admiration. Ojo is 17 years old and the other two are 16 years old. All three are attending the local Liverpool high school, participating in youth training while going to school. I am a senior in Ouchiao High School, my grades are pretty good and I am expected to graduate successfully. It seems that your academic record has been transferred to our school. In your last year of senior high school, you should be in the same class as me. Ocho talked to himself and began to look through books, apparently wanting to familiarize Lin Chen with them in advance. Little did he know that Lin Chen had already pinched his renjong fiercely at this moment. Damn it! I thought I wouldn't have to go to school for my last year if I transferred to England. What a sin! Youth Training Director Randall quickly delivered Lin Chen's high school uniform and books. There was still more than a month before the start of the new semester. Fortunately, Lin Chen has a good foundation in English, thanks to his experience in Everton's youth training. As they chatted, Lin Chen discovered that Ojo also attended Everton Primary School. The two were separated by only a wall. Because of this inexplicable bond, Ojo and Lin Chen became more and more excited and comfortable as they talked, and soon became friends. Ocho also began to introduce the upcoming youth league to Lin Chen. They say you were specifically requested by Klopp. I always felt that you would be promoted to the first team soon. Ojo Meal. But even if you get promoted to the first team you still have to go to school. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart finally died. But after Lin Chen thought about it, he could accept it. If you are promoted to the first team and shine, when you return to school the next day, both the principal and the teacher will welcome you back to the class. Aren't all the beautiful girls in the class taking the initiative to throw themselves into his arms? Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled. Ojo was baffled. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen said nothing, just smiled, and spoke after a moment. By the way, are there any beauties in our class? Ojo nodded. Don't you know? Our class is known as the School Beauties class. 25 students, 19 girls. The top 3 beauties in the school are all from our class. Hearing this, Lin Chen's smile became even more unbridled. This is not a school, this is heaven. Go to school. I want to go to school. Chapter 6. Liverpool's youth training is very well treated. The cafeteria environment is very good. Even if you don't behave well, you can still eat in the cafeteria. Professional physiotherapists develop reasonable diets to ensure the proper growth of young players. After Lin Chen joined the youth training team on July 7, he officially began the devilish training and worked hard to improve his attribute values. The training focuses on burst, speed and long shots. Lin Chen doesn't want to be in a wheelchair after going on stage. As an all-around midfielder, he must have strong explosive advancement capabilities. Help the team switch from defense to offense instantly and seize counterattack opportunities. Lin Chen knew very well that he had to make sufficient progress in his abilities before the start of the new season's youth training league so that he could be promoted to the first team as soon as possible. Since the basic values of each attribute were very low, Lin Chen improved them very quickly during training, especially the 5 attributes blessed by the Heavy Artillery All-Round Growth Module, which improved significantly. It's more like the difference between 140 to 150 and 40 to 50. Obviously the latter is easier, because you can easily break through by guessing 2 more multiple-choice questions correctly. A month later. 8-month 7-day. Randall entered the tactical meeting room with the starting lineup. Tomorrow, the new season of the Youth Training League will start, and Liverpool's first-round opponent is Manchester City. After acquiring Mansour, Manchester City spent a huge amount of money to build a new modern and advanced youth training camp. Since then, the team has introduced a number of extremely talented young players, which once dominated the Youth Training League, and many young players in the team have attracted much attention. At this time, Lin Chen was sitting in the middle of the first row, surrounded by his teammates. In a month, the muscles have obviously grown. A month of hard training has actually sharpened the angles of his face, making the already handsome Lin Chen look even more heroic. We're going to play against Manchester City tomorrow. Do you think we can win? Ocho whispered softly, looking a little nervous. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Lin Chen didn't care. After all, in a month, my attributes have been comprehensively improved. Not to mention Manchester City, no team's youth training camp will pose a threat to him. The brand new attribute panel in my mind is shining, and many attributes have been improved. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 17. Length, 18.89. Height, 1.83. Weight, 76.3 kilograms. Shots inside the box, 70. Long shot, 77. Attacking position, 71. Short pass, 70. Field of view, 72. Headers, 69. Physical fitness, 76. Burst, 75. Speed, 75. Interceptions, 66. Steals, 65. Defensive position, 68. Dribbling, 70. Power, 90. Crosses, 69. Arcs, 69. Long pass, 70. Skill, Gerald Cannon. When the attribute value is below 70, it will be improved very quickly. Lin Chen could see the experience bar moving visibly during almost every training session. After it reached 70, the training speed slowed down. After reaching level 75, the speed is obviously slower, more like a watershed. For example, the strength attribute had reached 90, but after a whole month of hard training, Lin Chen only saw it move forward a small grid symbolically. It seems to be telling myself that my efforts are not in vain. However, based on subsequent research on the system, Lin Chen discovered. You can gain more experience points through competition, especially by performing well in high-level competitions, than through training. Therefore, when I am able to play in the Premier League, as long as my performance gets better, my attributes will improve faster, thus forming a virtuous circle. Randall turned on the projection, which showed Manchester City's important youth players. First up, Phil Foden. Absolute genius. Randall plays his youth training video. He is very good at dribbling the ball and has basically made it into the first team now. There aren't many young people who are valued so highly by Guardiola. In the video, Foden can almost dribble past 3 people with the ball, and he often performs wonderful one-man shows. Lin Chen saw it clearly, and for some reason, Ocho next to him subconsciously shook his legs. "Stop shaking." Lin Chen held Ocho down. "What are you afraid of? He can't get past you." Ojo made an expression that said, "Do you think I believe it?" One-on-one, no one could defend him in the entire youth league last season. Lin Chen smiled and said, "That's because I wasn't there last season." Randall continued his introduction on the stage. The second one is Brahim Diaz. Attacking midfielder, very good running ability. The third one is Palmer. His height affects his ceiling, but he has good ball control and is a key player on the wing. Number 4, Doyle. Central defender, excellent at frontal interception and capable of turning and chasing back. There are 4 players who need to be paid special attention to, demonstrating the strength of Manchester City's youth training. A fierce battle is inevitable. August 8, the first round of the Youth Training League. Manchester City vs Liverpool. There was no locker room, and players from both sides made simple preparations on the sidelines. Hundreds of fans gathered at the scene, most of them were loyal fans of Liverpool. This Youth Training League has very little attention, and only local fans will choose to watch it in the afternoon when they have nothing to do. It was already Sunday, and the weather was surprisingly cool, so more and more spectators gathered on the sidelines. Most of them were Liverpool fans, cheering loudly for their young players. Gradually, Lin Chen, who was changing his shoes, attracted the attention of the fans. Is that Lin who came back from Castile? It seems to be him. It is said that he kicked the fan, but the fan deserved to be kicked. So he's a lively young man. I like him. The fans were chattering away as both teams entered the field. Lin Chen followed at the end of the team. Standing on the right is Phil Foden, who is known as a top talent. Lin Chen couldn't help but look him up and down. It looked small, thin and somewhat cute. The unknown referee waved his hand to confirm that both teams were ready, and then blew the whistle. Manchester City kicks off. Phil Foden got the ball and pushed forward without hesitation. There is no Liverpool fan who doesn't know Foden. The best dribbler last season, 100% success rate. He was recruited to the first team by Guardiola ahead of schedule and even got a few minutes of playing time. He will definitely be a genius in the future. I'm so envious. It would be great if he was a youth player from Liverpool. Liverpool fans were discussing when Foden dribbled the ball and broke through to Lin Chen. Facing Foden, Lin Chen was calm and unhurried. His eyes weren't on the ball, but only on Foden's feet. Foden drops his shoulder, first to his left. After taking a fake step, he immediately pulled the ball and changed direction. Connect the fried meatballs. This is his tried and tested move that never fails. After subconsciously using the fried meatballs, Foden even looked up to see if there were any teammates running in front of him. He thought he had made a breakthrough. However, when he looked up, Foden found that only a figure like an iron bull appeared in front of him. Then a surge of power surged in my chest. Boom. Lean back. Fall to the ground. Ojo's pupils widened and a few wisps of wind came out of his open mouth. Are you kidding me? Collide. Knocked over. Chapter 7. All the Liverpool fans who were watching seemed to be frozen in place for a moment. He stood still, his wide-open pupils focused on Lin Chen. Just now. Foden dribbled the ball and performed a beautiful fried meatball, even adding a fake move before that. Perfect breakthrough. Not to mention the youth training team, even some low-level players in the Premier League may not be able to defend against it. Foden's strong ball control ability almost made him control the ball to death, sticking it around his body like a magnet. However, it was such an extremely wonderful pass that was predicted correctly by Lin Chen. He took the lead to block the position, protected the ball with his back and exerted force hard, and actually knocked Foden behind him over. This is not over yet. Seeing that his teammates seemed to be stunned, Lin Chen turned around with the ball. Shouting. What are you looking at me doing? Move forward. This roar instantly woke up the teammates. Center forward Diouf quickly moved forward. As many as 3 forwards advanced at the same time. Manchester City's defense was very vigilant, and Doyle directed his teammates to deploy their defense. Palmer chased back all the way, constantly interfering from the side to prevent Lin Chen from passing the ball. Seeing that the opportunity for counterattack was about to disappear, Lin Chen felt that Palmer beside him was as noisy as a fly. Subconsciously raised his elbow. Pushed Palmer away with all his might. Then he turned sideways and stopped suddenly. Right foot spike. Another emergency stop. Turn around and call again. Second stage explosion. 2 consecutive emergency stops, followed by a sudden start. Palmer was able to keep up the first time, but the second time he obviously lost his center of gravity, and with Lin Chen's elbow hitting him, he lost his balance instantly. Palmer staggered and fell to the ground, looking miserable. Fear arose from the bottom of my heart. When Palmer looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes had obviously changed. Although it was only a momentary contact, he could clearly feel that the young man in front of him had enormous energy. Is this really the power a 17-year-old should have? Are you kidding me? Not to mention him, even Doyle felt a little timid. He watched his 2 teammates being knocked over, but Lin Chen continued to dribble the ball forward as if nothing had happened, his bulging muscles like the Hulk. Manchester City coach Lescott was completely confused and could only keep shouting on the sidelines. Get up. Go and guard him. Don't step back. The midfield has been breached. Seeing that Lin Chen was getting closer and closer to his own penalty area with the ball, Doyle had no choice but to rush forward to grab the ball. Once Lin Chen dribbles the ball into the penalty area, it will be too late to intercept him. Doyle left the penalty area and stood at the top of the penalty area. Spread your legs and intercept head-on. He is ready. Little did he know that in Lin Chen's eyes, Doyle's open legs seemed to be posing a heavy temptation to him. The space between the legs becomes so large that, although it appears that the left and right sides of the body can be defended, the middle is unobstructed. Lin Chen subconsciously touched his toes lightly, and then exploded. Raise one arm to maintain balance. With the help of inertia, he quickly passed through the left side of Doyle's body. A wonderful phantom, like a shooting star across the night sky. Before Doyle could even put his hands together and wish on a shooting star, he felt a gust of wind brushing across his face. When he turned his head again, Lin Chen had already completed the crotch pass. At this time, Manchester City's goal and goalkeeper were completely exposed. Manchester City's goalkeeper took small steps on the spot, ready to make a save at any time. He was confident that he could block Lin Chen's shot. Immediately after. Boom! The fans at the scene were even scared. Schwa! The Liverpool fans, who were frightened just now, immediately raised their hands and cheered. Lescott stood on the sidelines with his hands on his head, exactly the same action as Liverpool coach Randall. All the fans at the scene went crazy in an instant. Are you kidding me? This is the sound of a long-range shot. Are you sure it's not someone firing a cannon? WTF. How old is he? 17. I wouldn't doubt it if you said he was 27 years old. It's in already. How long has the game started? 1 minute. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep during my nap. I saw the Hulk dribbling the ball on the court, and he can shoot from long range. The Manchester City goalkeeper was still in preparation at this time, until the loud sound of Lin Chen's foot rang in his ears, and the ball rushed straight into the net at an exaggerated speed. Only then did he realize that he wanted to block the long shot from the young man in front of him. Are you dreaming? With Lin Chen's current strength and long-range shooting ability, a Premier League goalkeeper might still be able to save the shot, but if it were a youth training goalkeeper, let alone a save, he would be lucky if he could protect himself. Phil Foden and Palmer were still on the ground, slowly struggling to get up. The part that had just come into contact with Lin Chen even felt a burning pain. Almost everyone was in a state of extreme shock, except Lin Chen, who turned around gracefully, as if he knew that the ball would definitely go in. He just remained calm and composed as he let his teammates jump and celebrate wildly. In fact, I am calm on the surface, but I am laughing wildly inside. The reason he did this was simply because Lin Chen wanted to show off. The game resumed and Manchester City still kicked off. Still give it to Foden. Foden still dribbled the ball forward to organize the game. Lin Chen still intercepted head-on. He even blocked the passing lane and forced Foden into a one-on-one situation with him. Weren't you the one-on-one dribbling king last season? 100% success rate? Then I'll let you enjoy it. Facing Lin Chen, Foden recalled the collision just now, and his feet felt a little weak. He still lowered his shoulders and did not fake it. Foden tried to complete the breakthrough through a sudden burst. However, Lin Chen guessed the direction correctly. He stretched out his leg first, and his right leg, like a golden hoop, was stuck between Foden and the ball he had dribbled out. It was this distance that made Foden feel like he was thousands of miles away from the ball. Lin Chen then exerted force with his right leg and shoulder. Headbutt Foden away. Steal the ball, knock the ball and turn around. No sloppiness. Facing Palmer, who still wanted to steal the ball, he faked a bicycle kick with his left foot and then pushed his right foot outward. One step over. Manchester City's midfield is useless. Lin Chen has another chance to face the back line. It's Doyle again, stealing the ball again. This time Lin Chen did not choose to go it alone. A short pass to centre forward Diouf. The latter did not stop the ball, but shook his ankle and hit it horizontally. Wall collision cooperation. Diouf shortened the shooting distance for Lin Chen and set up a perfect turret. The Manchester City goalkeeper could almost foresee what was to come. Lin Chen pushed the ground left and right, and took 2 steps to the ball. Support with the right foot and stretch your body like an eagle. The swinging left leg hit the ball hard. Boom. Aha. Come in again. 2-0. Randall is stunned. Lescott is dumbfounded. Liverpool fans are going crazy. Are you sure this isn't the Premier League? Am I watching the Academy League? Are you sure Phil Foden was the dribbler last season? It doesn't look like that to me. Scoring 2 goals in 2 minutes, what is a dimensionality reduction attack? Chapter 8. Liverpool fans were prepared to be beaten up by Manchester City, and then consoled themselves by saying, it's just a youth training camp match, no big deal. However, within just a few minutes after the game started, the development of the situation was far beyond their imagination. The originally relatively quiet scene gradually became restless with Lin Chen's 2 goals. The fans were as excited as if they were watching a Premier League game. This young man is so talented. Does anyone have his youth training videos at Everton and Castilla? I want to see if he has always been this strong. TSK, what do you need a video for? Didn't you watch the friendly match a few days ago? That shot was quite similar to Gerrard's. Liverpool fans started discussing crazily. After all, Liverpool's youth training has not produced any talented young people for a long time. Although there have been some young people who have performed well in recent years, they were soon lost in the crowd. Otherwise, Liverpool would not have spent so much effort on youth training, just to cultivate a midfielder from their own youth training. However, they still spend money everywhere, but few of the players they buy are of great use. Neither Lucas nor Emre can meet expectations. Now the team is barely supported by Henderson, but Henderson is an engineering midfielder who lacks creativity in attack and has no long-range shooting ability. After the game resumed, Manchester City finally began to play cautiously. At one point Foden didn't even dare to break through the middle with the ball and could only look for opportunities from the wing. The tempo of the game therefore became steady, but Lin Chen had no intention of letting Manchester City go. After the game resumed, Lin Chen took the initiative to press forward and greeted his teammates. Push forward, everyone pushed together. Liverpool's formation pressed higher and higher. Manchester City's formation was suppressed for a while and even began to retreat. The more Randall watched from the sidelines, the more shocked he was. The young man in front of me is actually leading the high pressure. This is a tactic that only Liverpool's first team can use. High pressure, also known as high pressing, is a very popular tactical concept in modern football. It requires the team to put pressure on the opponent immediately after losing the ball in order to regain possession as quickly as possible. High pressing is usually carried out in the opponent's half, trying to limit the opponent's passing options as much as possible, forcing them to make mistakes, and quickly counterattack when the opponent's defense is shallow. When performing high pressing, once the ball is lost, the players need to quickly switch to a defensive state and start putting pressure on the person with the ball. Not only the front players are involved in the pressure, but the midfielders and defenders also need to work closely together to form a hole to limit the opponent's space. High pressure can regain the ball in the opponent's half and reduce the opponent's offensive organization space. The team creates chaos through pressure and creates opportunities for quick counterattacks. At the same time, opponents are more likely to make mistakes under high pressure, thus creating more scoring opportunities. This tactic is usually implemented by strong teams and requires personal ability as a basic guarantee. But isn't Manchester City the stronger side? At one point, Randall thought he was dazzled and had misjudged the team. Is this really the team you lead? Kick so strong. If this continues, when Klopp leaves, the position of the first-team head coach will be. Randall's mouth corners unconsciously raised. He has begun to fantasize about his bright future. On the field, Liverpool is still pressing. Manchester City's defense retreated again and again, and soon the sense of layering disappeared. This is the effect Lin Chen wants. In a football match, once the formation loses its sense of hierarchy, loopholes in the defense will appear. The 19th minute of the game. Manchester City, who had finally gained some peace, was once again put to the test in terms of defense. Lin Chen dribbled the ball forward, waving his left hand and directing the fullback to move closer. With their right hands behind their backs, they signaled that the two fullbacks moved forward simultaneously. Liverpool's tactics instantly changed from high pressure to flying on both wings. Perfect connection, as smooth as water, without any drag. The pace is getting faster and faster. Foden was dribbling past the defense, but after being intercepted, Ojo immediately passed the ball to his good brother. Lin Chen received the ball and turned around. His rhythm did not stop at all because of the ball stop. Because Lin Chen didn't stop the ball at all. While meeting the pass, his crotch was exposed. Missed the ball and turned around. Then he touched the ball and exerted force again, increasing his speed even faster and faster. Running straight towards Manchester City's penalty area. It was this clever dribbling and acceleration that tore through Manchester City's midfield. Lin Chen treated Manchester City's midfield as nothing. Lift your foot and assume the preparatory position for a long shot again. This preparation alone made Manchester City's defense nervous. The goalkeeper even subconsciously wanted to make a save. However, Lin Chen swung his left leg in the air, preparing for a long shot, but the moment it touched the ball, he changed it to passing the ball. Outer corner back. A beautiful through ball. Diouf succeeded in making an offside move instantly because he and Lin Chen exchanged a clever look. Bald Diouf understood the hint and rushed into the penalty area with the ball to create a one-on-one opportunity. A light shot in front of the goalkeeper changed the score to 3-0. At this time, the game had just entered the 20th minute. 3 goals in 20 minutes. Can you believe this is a football game? In fact, there are often big scores in youth training leagues, or cases where a talented player scores many goals. For example, Michael Owen surprised fans with his goal-scoring ability while in Liverpool's youth training. There were cases where 4, 5, or even 7 or 8 goals were scored in a single game. If only 1 or 2 goals are scored in a game, the fans will be confused. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, especially the Manchester City defenders looked at Lin Chen with anger in their eyes, Randall hurriedly made substitutions. That's right, he replaced Lin Chen in the 20th minute of the game. At this time, Lin Chen didn't even sweat. But for protection reasons and with a 3-goal lead, Liverpool really didn't feel any pressure. In the past, Michael Owen would often punch out after scoring a hat-trick and sit on the sidelines leisurely drinking water, just like Lin Chen today. The Liverpool fans on the sidelines spontaneously began to applaud Lin Chen. Someone saw the pinion of the jersey behind Lin Chen, and then the fans at the scene began to cheer for Lin Chen. Forest. 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 Lin Chen smiled and waved to the fans in response. These were Liverpool's most loyal fans. They lived in Liverpool and grew up watching Liverpool games. It is even possible that some of their sons or daughters may become your classmates. What Lin Chen hopes for is to gain the support of the most loyal fans. After being substituted, Randall hurriedly handed over a bottle of water. The coaches stood on the sidelines waiting to high-five Lin Chen to welcome the biggest contributor of the game. After Lin Chen left the field, Liverpool began to play defense and stabilize the situation on the field. In the second half of the game, Phil Foden scored a goal with difficulty, and the score finally became 3-1. A Liverpool fan at the scene used his mobile phone to film Lin Chen's 20-minute performance and uploaded it to the internet. The video went viral and spread quickly. Especially Lin Chen, who has the identity of a flying kick fan and then puts in such a wonderful performance, this contrast makes many fans unable to stop. The video is becoming more and more popular, with fans liking and commenting on it. Chapter 9. Super Youth Training Highlights. The number of views exceeded 1 million within an hour, and countless fans forwarded it. The young man who kicked Real Madrid fans, Liverpool's youth training team shined in their first match. 3 goals in 20 minutes, Lin Chen's youth training league strikes a dimensionality reduction blow. In Europe, the video has only spread widely in areas such as Liverpool and North London, but has not spread that deeply. When the video clip was leaked to China, the sensation it caused was obvious. The well-known Chinese football software, Dongqiudi, even featured this video and pinned it to the top. Chinese fans who watched the video said it was very exciting. Isn't this Lin Depeo's son? He kicked an extreme fan and was transferred to Liverpool. Lin Depeo's son. It seems that Lin Depeo's decision to take him abroad for youth training was a very correct one. If he stayed in China, Lin Chen would not have been able to develop such a talent. I heard that Lin Depeo found a very beautiful Spanish wife. Does Lin Chen have a chance to play for the Spanish national team? No matter what, don't return to China to play football. Today's Chinese football is a quagmire. Even if the god of football comes, he will be slapped twice and then gradually assimilated. The video went viral and attracted attention. As the head coach of Liverpool's first team, Klopp inevitably saw the news. Especially Randall, who immediately wrote a report on Lin Chen's youth training data and game statistics that night, and submitted and took charge of this video as soon as possible. Randall knew that what the first team lacked most was midfield. Even though he is just a young midfielder, if Lin Chen can be promoted to the first team at this time when many main midfielders such as Henders are absent due to injuries, he can at least increase the depth of the bench. If he successfully recommends Lin Chen, he will not only leave a deep impression in Lin Chen's heart, but also get rewards from the club. Maybe one day, he can even get tactical guidance from Klopp. It would be a win-win situation no matter how you think about it. Klopp has indeed been worried about the first team midfield for a long time, and Henderson will be out for at least 3 weeks. Milner is old and his looks are fading, so it is difficult for him to display his full strength on the field. Emre Can is amazing in one scene and weird in another. You never know when he will give you a big surprise or a big scare. Naby Keita, who the team spent a lot of money to buy, can only join the team in the next transfer window, that is, after the 2018 transfer window opens. Klopp wished he could change his jersey and play. He had really thought about this issue. If it weren't for the fact that my playing level and coaching level are indeed inversely proportional. On the evening of August 11th, Klopp was deciding the club's starting lineup for the first round of the Premier League in the new season. A new round of the Premier League is about to begin. Liverpool had been preparing intensively for a month, but the team's performance in the first few friendly matches was not good enough. They were even defeated 1-0 by Leicester City, which also had half of its main players, which caused dissatisfaction among fans. The main problem lies in the midfield. Klopp can detect the main problems in the team's midfield, including lack of creativity, insufficient running coverage, and lack of players to cover and intercept after Henderson was injured. At the same time, the team also has big problems in the transition between offense and defense. Without effective counterattacks, the advancement speed will always slow down, resulting in missed scoring opportunities. Questions like these trouble Klopp. The Premier League will start in 3 days, and Liverpool's opponent in the first round is Watford, a team that is very good at parking the bus in the Premier League. With the intention of avoiding relegation, they will definitely set up a solid defense and at least try to draw with Liverpool at home. Although they have a trident that is resounding throughout Europe, with the fiery King Kong Main on the left, the Egyptian pharaoh Sulla on the right, and the Brazilian genius Firmino in the middle. But if you want the trident to unleash its maximum power, you must have a good enough midfielder to provide them with firepower support. Klopp thought about it and became more and more annoyed, so he decided to watch a few short movies to ease his mood. Just as I was about to take action and pointed my mouse at the private folder, I suddenly received an email in my email box. The sender was the youth coach Randall. The hesitant mouse moved back and forth between the private folder and the flashing email. In the end, Klopp used all his life's energy and made up his mind to open Randall's email first. I hope your email is more interesting than what I was originally going to read, otherwise I will definitely make things difficult for you. As he spoke, Klopp opened the email. A handsome face came into view, and it was the detailed game data and analysis of Lin Chen during his youth training period. Further down is the carefully edited video. Klopp first studied the data analysis carefully, then called the office and asked his right-hand assistant Kravitz to come over. Kravitz, nicknamed the video analysis master. He has more than 20 years of experience in video analysis and has his own unique analysis philosophy. He can always judge a player's playing style and general ability based on the video performances of different players, by replaying them frame by frame and paying close attention to details. When he played with Klopp in Dortmund in his early years, Kravitz even created miracles. He analyzed the opponent's game videos and determined the kicking habits of the opponent's midfielder based on his tiny kicking movements. And formulated targeted defensive tactics to help Dortmund successfully advance to the Champions League final. Kravitz rushed to the office as soon as possible, and Klopp's tone was very urgent. While looking at the video play button, the mouse moved towards the private folder. Watch it later, watch this video first. Klopp hurriedly stopped him. Kravitz muttered. What video could be better than a video from a private folder? As he spoke, he clicked on it, and what came into view was the wonderful moment when Lin Chen fought against Foden Palmer and then pushed Doyle to score. This. Kravitz even suspected that the video was synthesized by AI. Really? Klopp nodded. The internet went crazy with all his game highlights. Kravitz immediately used his best skills, replaying and studying the video frame by frame. No problem. Half an hour later, Kravitz finally finished his analysis. The football IQ is very high and the football is very reasonable. What surprised me most was his incredible strength. Is he really only 17 years old? In the competition with Manchester City players of the same age, they were completely crushed and it looked very easy. Kravitz paused, then continued. There is one biggest advantage. Klopp asked hurriedly, what are the advantages? Kravitz replied with a smile, this kid is very good at pretending. It's so hard to find a young player with personality these days. Seeing Kravitz gave such a high evaluation, Klopp finally made up his mind. Make a call. A few seconds later. Randall. Let Lin come to the first team to see me tomorrow. Chapter 10. It's 8 o'clock in the morning on August 8, and there are still 3 days until Liverpool's first Premier League match. Randall is escorting Lin Chen. The youth training camp is not far from Liverpool's first team headquarters. What's up with your hairdo? I happen to have a bottle of gel water here, spray some more to set the style. When you see Klopp later, you must speak slowly and keep a low profile. You are still a young man. Randall kept giving instructions frantically along the way, fearing that Lin Chen would say something wrong when he met Klopp. We arrived at the headquarters after more than 10 minutes and the security guard at the door let us in. Randall took Lin Chen through many twists and turns, and after finding the staff building, he went straight to the 3rd floor. Turn left after exiting the elevator and go straight to the head coach's office. Randall wanted to give a few more instructions before knocking on the door, but he happened to meet Klopp, who opened the door and was about to go to the bathroom. The two sides bumped into each other and met each other like that. Klopp looked at Lin Chen and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, and said, "You must be Lin." Lin Chen nodded. "Hello." Translated into English it means hello. Randall's face turned green instantly. The little devil in my heart roared madly. What hello? What the hell am I doing to you? He's the head coach, you should at least say hello and bow your head. Lin Chen then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Klopp in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. He is neither arrogant nor conceited, but neither is he inferior. Instead, he acts more like a 17-year-old young man. Klopp was still wondering what kind of person Lin Chen would be, but after this brief meeting and greeting, he was very sure that Lin Chen, at least in terms of personality, was the kind of player he wanted. If Lin Chen bows his head or even behaves humbly when they meet, it will destroy the original image of Lin Chen in Klopp's mind. After a brief chat, Klopp sent away Randall, who wanted to stay for dinner. Coffee? Klopp shook the coffee in his hand. Lin Chen stood up and took over the brewing, and the two finally got down to business. Do you know why I want to see you? Lin Chen nodded and said, because of my video. Klopp smiled. The performance is really good and it's growing very fast. Many youth training staff praised you to me, saying that you are self-disciplined. You have a maturity that is different from young people. Lin Chen was about to be modest when Klopp continued. Since everyone praises you so much, why did you kick the fans in the first place? Just when he was about to say a few humble words, Lin Chen swallowed them back into his stomach the next second. I had to kick him because he deserved it. Some things are wrong for anyone to do. If you choose to do the wrong thing, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. After hearing this, Klopp admired Lin Chen even more. A football player has to have personality, otherwise he will be a wimp at best on the field. In short, I will give you the opportunity to train with the first team. If you perform well, maybe you can get some league playing time. Whether you can stay in the first team or return to the youth training with a youth training contract, the initiative is in your hands. Klopp is very good at mobilizing the desire of young players. Forest. The first team is in need of a midfielder. If you can become the person I want, I promise that your life will be extremely rich from now on. You will make more money in a week than the average person can make in 5 or even 10 years. You will drive a Rolls-Royce or a Ferrari, and countless beautiful women will line up and crowd around you just to sit in your passenger seat. You can enjoy steaks grilled with gold foil, drink milk tea that costs hundreds of pounds a cup, and wear clothes that cost tens of thousands of pounds apiece. No matter where you are, others must stand up to greet you, say hello to you, and extend their hands to you first. More importantly. Klopp said this and then changed his tone, staring straight at Lin Chen. You will be at Anfield, the best Devils home stadium in Europe, enjoying the cheers and applause of tens of thousands of fans. Holding the ball boy's hand, I walked through the player tunnel and stepped onto the court under the glaring lights above the court. Then show your unique football talent to fans all over the world. Everyone will shout your name and cheer for you crazily. That's the beauty of football. Lin Chen's inner desire was burning vigorously, and he couldn't wait to step onto the Premier League field. He stood up and spoke to Klopp. Just tell me where the training ground is. Just one simple sentence and Klopp smiled. Life in the first team is dreamy, with a more luxurious canteen and more attentive service. Here you don't have to think about anything else except playing football. Not to mention when I see Henderson, Sulla, Maine, Firmino and other top football stars today, watching these stars greet me in a friendly manner and then training with them, this feeling is wonderful. August 8, 13 a.m. Lin Chen arrived at the training ground at 8:30 and thought he would be the first to arrive, but Firmino was already doing shooting training. Seeing Lin Chen, he greeted him excitedly. After that, the players gradually arrived to prepare for the tactical training of the first round of the Premier League, with the main content being group confrontation. Klopp in front, Kravitz on the left. The first team training was very serious and fast-paced, with group competitions of 6 against 6. Soon Lin Chen was assigned to the same group as Firmino. The opposing team has Sulla, Wijnaldum, Gomez, and Mignolet. No matter how you look at it, they have more main players than our side. In addition to Firmino, Lin Chen also has Milner, and the rest are substitutes or players who hardly get playing time. Klopp deliberately arranged this in order to see whether Lin Chen really has the strong ability to withstand pressure as shown in the video. He personally monitored the group confrontation, holding a form in his hand to record the players' performance data at all times. Wijnaldum is full of confidence. As a senior player of the team, facing young players, it's not too much to ask him to pay some tuition, right? After the confrontation began, Wijnaldum took the initiative to confront and fought fiercely. As Firmino kicked off, Lin Chen passed the ball back to Ocho. Ojo was also allowed to train with the first team. But he was obviously very nervous, and when he received the message from Lin Chen, his eyes were even a little confused. Faced with high pressure, he subconsciously kicked the ball with a long kick, but the power was not enough and the ball only went a few meters away. Wijnaldum rushed forward to intercept the ball. As long as he could intercept it, his team could launch a counterattack. The more he thought about it, the faster Wijnaldum rushed forward. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it ran straight towards the first landing point. It looked like he was about to stop the ball with his chest. Suddenly, a dark shadow beside him was like a huge rock, forcing him away with force. It's Lin Chen. Wijnaldum was so embarrassed that he tried desperately to grab the ball from behind. But Lin Chen's strong body and powerful strength were like a stone that protected the ball tightly before it died. No matter how Wijnaldum fought, he didn't move at all. For a moment, all the players on the field were dumbfounded. Firmino was the closest and saw it clearly. Real or fake? To fight against Wijnaldum? Just resist. Chapter 11. In just a moment, the training ground was silent. Only Lin Chen continued to dribble the ball and launch a counterattack as if no one was around. Wijnaldum was dribbled past and Lin Chen faced the back line with only defender Gomez left in front of him. After continuous bicycle shaking, cut to the left. He raised his foot as if to attack, and Gomez rushed forward to grab the ball. But in the next second, Lin Chen turned around and dunked. Another tap and another knock. The perfect rhythm connection actually shook Gomez hard. Klopp stared at Lin Chen. What followed was the most critical moment to test a player. Klopp's team has always emphasized one point during the Dortmund period. I don't care how well you dribble the ball, or how beautifully you dribble past the defense, or how good your pass is. I only look at your finishing. If you don't have the ability to kill the game, you will never be a unique player. After Lin Chen passed Gomez, although his body staggered a little, he relied on his strong core ability to hold Gomez on his side and forced his way into the penalty area. Facing Mignolet, who had already left the goal and tried his best to block his shooting space, Lin Chen could hardly see any shooting opportunities. It was a small field with 6 players and a very small goal. In addition, Mignolet attacked in time and performed a standard blocking move, which not only blocked the ball on the ground, but also blocked the high shot with his hand. Although there seemed to be no space, Lin Chen focused his eyes and then lightly touched with his toes. It was this subtle, light touch that actually enabled him to pass through the opponent's crotch. Mignolet was hit in the crotch, his body instantly lost confidence and he fell backwards. Lin Chen accelerated from the side, flashed past Mignolet, took 2 steps and pushed the ball flat, scoring steadily into the empty goal. Group A leads by 1-0. Everything happened so fast that Group B hadn't even recovered until Lin Chen scored the goal. Wijnaldum looked at Mignolet, who looked at Gomez, and all 3 of them had a look on their faces like, what just happened? Assistant coach Kravitz was so excited that he danced with joy. Boss! Boss! Baby! Kravitz tried his best to lower his voice and seemed to have taken stimulants next to Klopp, but Klopp's face was calm at this time. What are you excited about? Don't you see many young people like this in Dortmund? Whether it is just a flash of inspiration or whether he really has this ability, we still need to observe. Klopp spoke calmly and his facial expression was calm, but Kravitz keenly noticed the hand holding the whistle. Boss, if you're not excited, why are your hands shaking? Do you have Parkinson's disease? Klopp coughed twice and whispered, if you keep talking nonsense, I will deduct 1 week's salary from you. The threat was effective and Kravitz immediately shut up. Wijnaldum walked towards his own half while staring at Lin Chen. After scoring the goal, the young man not only did not celebrate, but also did not feel any excitement. Instead, he joked with his teammates as if he had been in a first team for a long time. There's a sophistication about him that doesn't belong to a 17-year-old. After a while, the training continued, and Klopp seemed to have only Lin Chen in his eyes. He wanted to know whether the young man in front of him was really so good at confrontation and had a certain ability to advance. But as the pace of the game became faster and faster, Lin Chen not only did not fall behind, but still showed strong confrontation in the middle lane. Wijnaldum looked at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth in anger. As a first-line player, tall and strong, Wijnaldum has always been responsible for intercepting, stealing and sweeping in Liverpool's midfield. But now, facing a young man who had just been promoted, he was completely suppressed in the confrontation that he was best at. As more and more goals were scored, the atmosphere in the confrontational training began to become lively. It was originally an internal confrontation within the team. After Klopp recorded the data in the early stage, there was no need to confront each other anymore. Lin Chen became more and more relaxed as the game went on, and finally the 1-hour-long group training confrontation ended. Klopp was holding a record form containing the scores of midfielders, and Lin Chen was ranked first. But he did not announce it. Instead, he gave a few simple instructions and announced the end of the training. There will be the last physical test before the start of the season in the afternoon. All players must participate. The items include physical fitness test, strength test and basic physical health coefficient. It officially starts at 3 o'clock, everyone please don't be late. After Klopp's announcement, the players left quickly, with Ojo following closely behind Lin Chen. No buddy, you're too awesome. Are you a monster? How on earth did you manage to stand up to Wijnaldum? Can you teach me? On the way back to the hotel, Ojo kept pestering Lin Chen. But Lin Chen just smiled and evaded the question. Any normal person would not be able to explain such a thing to others. Since he was only temporarily transferred to the first team, the club did not arrange a hotel for Ocho. In order to facilitate the physical test in the afternoon, he stayed in Lin Chen's room. The two played a football game for a while and set off on time at 2 o'clock to go to the club for the physical test. When we arrived at the club headquarters, it was just 2:30 and few first-team players had arrived yet. Maine and Firmino were doing warm-up exercises and chatting about family matters. Seeing this, Lin Chen came over and started doing the warm-up exercises in the same way. Lin, you did very well in training today. Maine greeted Lin Chen first, and Lin Chen responded with a smile, and a few of them started chatting. This is what Lin Chen wants. Only by chatting more with the first team can he integrate into the big team as soon as possible. Only by integrating into the team can he get a chance to play as soon as possible. At 2:50 p.m., the first team players were basically all there, and Klopp's team counted the number of people and decided to start early. The first item is the physical fitness test of the shuttle run. Within the specified 20 minutes, the player who makes the most shuttle runs will get a higher score. Lin Chen's current physical attribute is 76, which is not high, but for a 17-year-old young man, it is very rare to have a physical attribute of 76. Lin Chen is focusing on improving his physical attributes. If he wants to play as an all-around midfielder, physical fitness is the foundation. After the first test, Lin Chen ranked 14th. Immediately following the second item, the strength test attribute officially began. Kravitz can figure out roughly how much a player can deadlift without having to measure. For the highest level players in Liverpool's first team, the deadlift is around twice their body weight. This weight is also the most applicable calculation formula in the fitness industry. Therefore, when the players took turns to go on the court, the weight they pulled was similar to what Kravitz estimated. Until it was Lin Chen's turn, almost everyone was concentrating on staring at the young man who slowly walked to the barbell. Since the morning training, people have been curious about Lin Chen's strength. Kravitz looked at Lin Chen's physical test data. If you multiply your weight by 2, you can lift about 76 kilograms. Kravitz also waved his hand and asked the staff to take out the 150 kilograms barbell, but Lin Chen spoke. 200. The staff member was stunned and asked, Mr. Duo? Lin Chen confirmed again. 200 kilograms. Kravitz was shocked. Don't be so stubborn, Lin. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. 200 kilograms. Since Lin Chen insisted, the staff had to arrange for 200 kilograms, and then wait behind Lin Chen, ready to protect him at any time. The huge weight made all the first team players hold their breath. Then. Chapter 12. A 200 kilograms barbell was placed in front of a 17-year-old kid. This contrast attracted countless people to watch. Not only the first team players, but also all the staff gathered around, and the atmosphere on the scene became very tense for a while. Lin Chen was very sure that if he really pulled it up at this moment, it would definitely cause the whole place to explode. But if I didn't pull it up, I would become the laughing stock of the whole audience. Lin Chen suddenly felt a little regretful. Grass. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Wouldn't it be nice to just pull twice your own body weight? But now that things have come to this, Lin Chen still chooses to believe in his own strength attribute of 90. It can't be watered down, right? Thinking of this, Lin Chen smeared magnesium powder on his hands and then gripped the barbell tightly. Rub repeatedly to make sure it doesn't scratch your hands, then open your legs parallel to your shoulders and bend over slightly to half squat. Apply force slowly. At first the barbell didn't move at all. But then, under the expectant eyes of everyone, the barbell began to leave the ground little by little and rise up little by little. Lin Chen gradually entered the red temperature state, but he still completed the deadlift and stayed for a full 3 seconds. Boom! Lin Chen threw the barbell to the ground fiercely, and the loud noise made everyone at the scene tremble. Kravitz spoke carefully. Lin Chen, 200 kilograms. Deadlift completed. Klopp held his head in his hands, and not just him, most of the players on the field did the same. Lin Chen just twisted his wrist. He even felt that he could pull a heavier weight. After all, when he pulled up 200 kilograms just now, he clearly felt that his body still had some strength left. Firmino looked at Maine looked at Sulla. At this moment, the Red Army trident was only filled with shock and nothing else. Villardum was even glad in his heart. He always felt that Lin Chen did not use his full strength in the confrontation during the morning training. All the first-team players looked at Lin Chen with a little more respect in their eyes. The third part was to check the health index, and Klopp felt very lucky. All first-team players are in high physical condition and are not at risk of injury. They can greet the start of the new Premier League season in the best condition, except for midfielder Henderson who will be absent due to injury. The first training session plus the physical test laid a solid foundation for Lin Chen to stay in the front line. The first round of the Premier League will kick off on August 8. The news of Lin Chen's transfer to Liverpool's youth training had already spread throughout the Chinese football world. Tai Luhai didn't believe that Lin Chen would get a chance in Liverpool. The Premier League is one of the most watched, most competitive and most powerful leagues in football today. But in terms of creating commercial value, the Premier League no longer needs to be added as one of the top 5 leagues. The Chinese football world is paying attention to whether this young player who was bought by Liverpool's first team can get a chance in Liverpool. After all, his father is Lin DePeo, who was once highly regarded by Chinese fans. The Premier League kicks off at 8 p.m. European time on August 14. Huaxia Live Room. The fans' favorite commentary duo are ready. Dear fans, I am very happy to meet you again. The annual football event has restarted and the opening match of the Premier League will officially start today. This game will be commented on by me and Coach Zhang, who is sitting next to me. Zhang Zhidao immediately started to support the actor. Hey, hello everyone. There are a large number of fans in the live broadcast room, and the number has exceeded 10 just after the broadcast started. It is impossible to see the specific number of people online, and the popularity is extremely hot. The fans' comments were flying, and everyone was extremely excited. The Premier League has finally restarted, and I can finally continue to watch my beloved Liverpool games. I came here for Lin Chen. I heard he is Lin DePeo's son. Will he have a chance to appear? Playing opportunities. Whether he can make the roster is another matter. He is just an ordinary young player. Lin Chen seems to have been in Europe for a long time, first to Everton, then to Castilla, and now to Liverpool. It is said that Lin DePeo and Tai Luhai had a falling out, and Tai Luhai threatened not to give Lin Chen any chance to play for the national team or the Olympic team. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. What's the point of playing there? It's all about the rich and powerful. It's not pure football at all. The fans were talking about it, and most of the discussion focused on Lin Chen. Coach Zhang continued to explain at this time. Both sides have submitted their starting lineups. First, let's look at the Watford side. Goalkeeper, Gomez. Defenders, Holivas, Cobble, Britos, Young Matt. Midfield, Chalobah, Cleverly, Ducour. Forwards, Pereira, Okaka, Nureddin. Studio. There are 2 talented midfielders, Chalobah and Ducour, who are said to be favored by many top teams. Watford is not weak. They will definitely want to get points as soon as possible in the Premier League opening game to lay the foundation for staying in the Premier League. I feel like this just hit Liverpool's soft spot. Liverpool's midfield is weak, but Watford's midfield is really strong now. At this time, the young assistant handed over Liverpool's starting lineup from the side. Coach James took it carelessly, but when he glanced around, his pupils suddenly dilated and focused on the name of a substitute player. The passionate voice filled the ears of the fans. It's on the list. Dear fans, Lin Chen has been included in the Liverpool first-team roster and is sitting on the bench on standby. Upon hearing this, the fans in the live broadcast room went wild. What? On the bench in the first game? Will he get playing time? Will Klopp give him time? Am I really going to witness history? After so many years, our players will finally play in the Premier League again. Coach James then went on to introduce Liverpool's starting lineup, his voice tinged with joy, and his mood instantly improved. For Liverpool, Klopp deployed a 433 formation. Goalkeeper, Mignolet. Defenders, Moreno, Lovren, Matip, Alad. Midfield, Wijnaldum, Henderson, Emre Can. Forward, Maine, Firmino, Salah. I have to say that if the midfield was stronger, Liverpool's current lineup would be very complete. Henderson returned from injury ahead of schedule and showed strong recovery ability, but it is still a bit risky to start. The starting lineups of both teams have entered the tunnel. Lin Chen, wearing a substitute uniform, entered the field first and sat on the bench. Some Liverpool fans greeted Milner, who was also a substitute, but few people waved to Lin Chen. Lin Chen could accept it. After all, he was still an unknown junior in front of the first-team stars. A moment later, the game begins. Watford kicks off first. I want to open the field with 6 players forward. Pass it back to Cleverley and hit it directly into the penalty area. The long pass is accurate, find Ducour. Header pass. It's dangerous. Chapter 13. Okaka is at the back post, heading the ball. Pretty. Watford scored a great opening goal. A dream start. A perfect goal. Leading Liverpool 1-0, can you believe it? This is football. Watford took the lead at home and Liverpool were caught off guard. It looked like they were not prepared for the early kill. Watford's 2 midfielders, Ducour and Chalobah, advanced at the same time with great force, and soon penetrated into Liverpool's penalty area like 2 sharp knives. Then a clever connection was formed, which eventually helped Ducour find an opportunity to head the ball, and Okaka at the back post did not waste the sure goal and scored successfully. Seeing the ball go in, Okaka was so excited that he rushed to the sidelines and hugged his coach passionately. The Watford coach tried his best to mobilize the team before the game. Everyone wanted to get off to a good start, lay the foundation for this season, boost morale and achieve better results. Klopp came to the sidelines and pressed his hands down, signaling the players to stay calm, even though Kravitz next to him looked worried. Boss, the problems of Ducour and Chalobah must be resolved as soon as possible. Klopp squatted on the sidelines and thought deeply. He was looking for a solution. The game continues. After conceding a goal first, Liverpool pressed forward and tried to attack, but Watford defended very well. Watford played in a zonal defence, which is the most common defensive style used by weaker teams. There is no need for players to defend one-on-one, so the opponent's players will not use their personal abilities to break through. The 19th minute of the game. Pressing forward with the ball, Henderson is trying to get forward but he is being hampered greatly. Cleverley was in a good defensive position and passed the ball to the left side where Villardum got the ball. Long pass to the left, find Maine. Breaking through along the wing, is there a chance? One-on-one, it's over. But Chalobah made up for the defense and cleared the ball in time. Watford's formation was very layered. This is what we just called zone defense. Even if a player is passed in one-on-one defense, through reasonable zone positioning, another player will immediately come forward to make up for it, thus preventing the opponent from creating opportunities. We all know that Liverpool's 2 flanks are very strong, but whether it is Maine or Salah, unless they are in great form, it is difficult for them to pass the third player in such a small space after passing 1 or 2 players in quick succession. As a Liverpool fan, Coach can certainly knows that Salah often performs wonderful 1-on-2 and 1-on-3 plays. Maine also has this ability, but not every game can see the 2 of them play so freely, not to mention that Watford has made targeted deployments to defend the two flanks. The flanks were blocked, so the only way to open up the situation was to look to the middle, but when Liverpool fans looked at their own midfield, they saw that there was no offensive talent at all. No one has the ability to push forward, which is the most fatal thing for the midfield. As time passed, the situation did not improve at all, and Liverpool was indeed in firm control of the ball. But the 30th minute of the game. Mignolet passes the ball short to Wijnaldum in the middle. He got the ball and turned around, trying to dribble forward, but Ducour was chasing him closely. Physical confrontation. Wijnaldum stumbled a few steps and almost lost the ball. Pass it back to Henderson, but the power is a little weak. Oh, luckily Emre can made up for the defense in time, otherwise Henderson would have been almost intercepted by Chalobah. The two Watford midfielders are young, energetic and physically fierce. If Henderson hadn't been keeping the tempo steady in the midfield, Liverpool's midfield would have been torn apart long ago. Coach James couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the current situation of the game. Although he had to remain neutral as a commentator, he believed that Liverpool fans would be more disappointed at this moment. From the real-time ball possession rate given at the top of the screen, we can see that Liverpool has controlled 69% of the ball possession rate, far ahead. But in terms of shots, the game has been going on for a full 30 minutes and there has only been one shot from Watford at the start. It's difficult for Liverpool to get the ball through the midfield line. Watford are very smart and they are willing to give you the ball in your own half. But once they pass the midfield line, Chalobah and Ducour will strangle us with their long, hard black legs. Coach Zhang also spoke up and said that although his commentary might not be as professional as Coach Zhang's, Coach Zhang is definitely the best in China in terms of tactical analysis. What surprised me a little bit was that the two Watford midfielders were in great form in this game. In the world of football, whoever controls the midfield always controls the world. Liverpool's midfield can't move forward, and Europe's best trident in the frontcourt can't get firepower support. I haven't even seen Firmino hold the ball for a long time. Time passed by minute, and finally the first half ended with Liverpool still trailing 0-1. The Liverpool fans at the scene were visibly restless, and the Liverpool fans in the live broadcast room were even more confused. Is it because they haven't entered the game state, or is this the current level of our midfield? If Liverpool can't show their characteristics against a slightly stronger midfielder, then they won't be able to win the championship this season. I really don't understand Liverpool's operation. They finally bought a midfielder Keita, but he can only join the team in the next transfer window. How do you expect Liverpool to survive these 6 months? To be honest, I miss Gerrard so much. There was silence after the players returned to the locker room, and Klopp was still thinking about countermeasures. But no matter how he and Kravitz deduced, they ultimately came to the same conclusion: if no one could withstand the impact of Chalobah and Ducour, Liverpool's midfield would not be able to move forward. Boss, judging from the current situation, Henderson is the one who is best at physical confrontation in our midfield. But he was standing at the defensive midfielder position, and we couldn't let a defensive midfielder leave his position to go for the ball, because that would easily lead to a counterattack by the opponent. If you ask me, you might as well be bolder. Kravitz looked at Klopp with a hint of adventurous spirit in his eyes. We did this a lot when we were at Dortmund, and we should keep our style when we come to Liverpool. Klopp is conflicted and hesitant. But seeing the team's midfield decline, they decided to make adjustments. Lin Chen was sitting in the corner at this time. He didn't think he would get a chance to play in his first game. Until Kravitz came to him and put his arm around his shoulders. Forrest. I'll give you a chance. Can you prove your strength to me? Lin Chen was stunned at first, then nodded. Let me go out there and give the Liverpool fans a little surprise. After a pause, Lin Chen spoke again. It's a surprise, I promise. Chapter 14. During the halftime break, Coach Zhang and Coach Zhang were chatting with fans in the live broadcast room. Boom. Loud noise. The young assistant rushed all the way with the replacement documents in hand, saluted Lin Chen with a flying kick, and broke directly into the studio. Boss. Boss. Coach Zhang was so scared that he dropped half of the coffee in his hand. He turned around and looked at the assistant with anger on his face. You better be able to make me feel better in 3 seconds, or you don't have to come to work tomorrow. The young assistant immediately raised the replacement document in his hand as if he was raising a golden medal of immunity from death. Boss. Liverpool substitution. Lin Chen is here. Director Zhang grabbed the document and it clearly stated. Lin Chen, wearing the youth training number 69, replaced Wijnaldum and came on as a substitute. After repeatedly confirming that the documents were correct, Coach James immediately brought the good news to the fans. Latest news. Liverpool made a substitution, young player Lin Chen came on as a substitute. Live broadcast room fans. Is this true? Is this true? Who asked Lin Chen to get in here? Are you waiting for him to be killed by Dukyur? Who taught Klopp to make such a substitution, letting a 17-year-old kid play against Dukyur? Are you kidding? It's crazy, Liverpool must be crazy. I was expecting a comeback in the second half, but now it's completely ruined. The first subconscious reaction of all the fans was that Lin Chen would definitely be killed by Dukyur or Chalobah. After all, Dukyur and Chalobah's strong bodies and bulging muscles are visible to the naked eye. In the fans' impression, Lin Chen is still a 17-year-old young man. Liverpool club has been training Lin Chen as a secret weapon. Although the highlights of the first youth training league were very popular, it was just a youth training league after all. After all, the opponents are all 16 or 17-year-old kids, but now we have to play in the Premier League. The most competitive league in Europe. Not only the Chinese live broadcast room, but the English live broadcast room also exploded instantly. In the Sky Sports commentary room, commentators Neville, Gerrard and Carragher were repeatedly confirming the list. Seeing that the substitution was indeed going to happen, Manchester United legend Neville laughed out loud and mocked Gerrard and Carragher crazily. It's over. It looks like you guys are desperate and are trying all kinds of methods. Neville crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. It seems that all I need to do in the second half is to enjoy the show. After a while, the second half of the game resumed. Wearing the number 69 jersey, Lin Chen indeed appeared on the field, and as soon as he came on the field, he was booed by the home Watford fans. Hey, you think you can stop our midfield? Dream on. It's okay to play with kids in the youth league, but you want to fight against Dukyur. I declare Watford to have won the game and we don't have to play the last 45 minutes. Lin Chen turned around and looked at the fans who were mocking him, and smiled confidently. It looks like Lin Chen is not afraid at all. This young man is very brave. Coach Jean secretly cheered for Lin Chen. Although Liverpool fans have doubts, they also hope that Lin Chen can perform well. Hold on. Firmino patted Lin Chen. We all believe in you. Lin Chen nodded and smiled back. After the game started, Lin Chen took the initiative to move in the midfield, following Henderson, first stabilizing Liverpool's midfield defense. But Dukyur obviously had a purpose, and he dribbled the ball many times in order to find Lin Chen's side. We can see that after the start of the second half, Dukyur kept deliberately dribbling the ball, trying to find space from Lin Chen's side, but Henderson was always able to make up for it. The 55th minute of the game. Dukyur dribbled the ball again, and this time when Henderson was making up for the defense, Dukyur suddenly passed the ball sideways to his teammate. He made a 1-2 combination with Slavelli and successfully shook off Henderson. Dukyur received the pass, turned around and sprinted, and now only Lin Chen was left in front of him. Dukyur's chance. One-on-one with Lin Chen, if he breaks through, Watford will be able to counterattack. Lin Chen was fully focused, with only his eyes on the ball being dribbled by Dukyur. Dukyur pedaled twice in a row, then changed direction to the left, and was about to wipe out Lin Chen by force. Available in the next second. Lin Chen made the correct judgment and moved his body accordingly. Then, like a mountain, he stuck into the gap between Dukyur and the ball. Dukyur was surprised and tried to exert force again, trying to push Lin Chen away. However, Dukyur only felt that the mountain in front of him did not move at all. Instead, a huge force came and pushed him away from the ball. Coach Jean was still worried and said, Lin Chen must be careful, Dukyur is very strong. Powerful. Oh, I'm going. Nice steal. Tough steal. A fierce steal. Lin Chen pushed Dukyur aside and stole the ball. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Neville subconsciously put his hands on his head. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. At this time, Lin Chen on the court stole the ball, turned around, made a perfect connection, and immediately launched a counterattack. There is no dragging of feet, but instead the pace is picked up as quickly as possible. Lin Chen, turn around. Liverpool switches from defense to offense. In just a moment, the offense and defense on the field changed. Lin Chen was very determined to dribble the ball, and Dukor tried his best to get back on defense, but speed is not his strong point. Lin Chen dribbled the ball and pressed forward without hesitation, as if he was in an empty space, with only the opponent's penalty area in front of him. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the central defender could only rush forward to grab the ball. Britos chose to go for the ball, which was a bit rash. There was some space in the Watford penalty area. Britos, as a central defender, chose to leave the penalty area and was ready to pass the ball. Lin Chen dribbled the ball while observing. Both flanks were tightly defended by the opponents. Firmino in front of him was preparing to make an offside run. Lin Chen hinted with his eyes at this time, and Firmino understood. He no longer tried to play offside, but instead suddenly retreated, shook off the defender and came to Lin Chen's right side. Snap! Lin Chen passed the ball horizontally. Snap! Firmino got the ball and passed it back horizontally. Bump into the wall and cooperate. 2 for 1. The ball is returned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen got the ball, and now there was only the naked goalkeeper in front of him. How can you miss such a great opportunity? Lin Chen drew his bow and shot an arrow without hesitation. Although the distance was close, the blow was powerful and strong. Lin Chen used the power to shatter thunder and put all his strength into shooting the ball. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Chen. Liverpool fans even raised their arms in advance to cheer. Boom! A loud noise broke the silence. Aha! Following closely was the crisp sound of the ball entering the net. Coach Jean stood up and shouted, "Shoot!" A powerful shot. Lin Chen scored on debut. Support the collapsing building and turn the tide. Lin Chen equalized the score for Liverpool. Chapter 15. Seeing the shot go in, Lin Chen was extremely excited. He rushed to the sidelines and threw his body straight out like a rocket. The agile body drew a perfect parabola in the air and then slammed heavily to the ground. But Lin Chen didn't feel any pain. Instead, he used the force to prop himself up. Then he clasped his fists and made the classic Chinese fist-clasping celebration gesture to all the Liverpool fans. Extremely explosive celebration. Who taught him to celebrate like this? Who taught him to act so pretentiously? So damn handsome. Coach Jean couldn't help but swear. Coach Jean, who was standing by, was also excited. He held back for a long time before saying, "Awesome." Studio. Lin's shot was like lightning piercing the night sky, as fast as the wind. Who is Chalobah? Where is Dukor? Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature that allowed Lin Chen to score such a goal? Isn't he 17 years old? He scored in just a few minutes of his Premier League debut at the age of 17. He could hold off Dukor and overpower Chalobah. Aren't all black people said to be black and hard? How come none of them are as hard as Lin Chen? All Liverpool teammates rushed towards Lin Chen, and the trident on the front line, one on the left, one in the middle and one on the right, hugged Lin Chen tightly and shook him madly. I fucking love you. Fuck. I fucking love it. Firmino was particularly excited. Ever since Lin Chen was promoted to the first team, he has liked Lin Chen the most and has also provided a lot of help to Lin Chen in the first team. After coming on the court this time, he was the first to encourage Lin Chen. Firmino always had a feeling in his heart that this young man would definitely contribute to the team. And at this moment, his premonition came true. Maine pinched Lin Chen's face, as if he wanted to confirm whether this guy was a real person. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized that the score had just been tied. For Liverpool, they must strive to get 3 points against an opponent like Watford, so Lin Chen began to call on his teammates to go to their own half. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the league debut mission, and you will be rewarded with 150 points. Lin Chen was overjoyed, as he was just one step away from getting 150 points. Half of the process of extracting the next skill was completed in an instant. One game could earn 10 points, which meant that as long as he won 10 games in a row, he could extract the next skill after 10 games. Thinking of this, Lin Chen nodded happily. At this moment, in his mind, winning 10 consecutive Premier League games seemed as easy as eating and drinking, but now Liverpool has just drawn with Watford. People are always like this. When I am fantasizing, I always feel that I can climb more mountains than anyone else. But when I really reach the foot of the mountain, I realize the gap between my ideal and reality. After the game resumed, Liverpool scored the equalizer and continued to press forward. Watford still maintained a solid zone defense and maintained the rhythm. After equalizing the score, Liverpool's morale was boosted and they ran more flexibly on the field. Chalobah and Doucouré wanted to use their physical advantage to suppress Liverpool's midfield and limit Liverpool's attack, just like in the first half. But they soon discovered that there was a ghost floating in the air, swaying with the wind, and always appearing in the right place at the most critical moment. The 61th minute of the game. Liverpool press with the ball and Emre Can wants to push forward. It was cut off by Doucouré. Is there any chance? Get up with the ball, Lin Chen grabs it again. Nice body collision. Pushing Doucouré away and stealing the ball. There's Chalobah behind him, he's holding the defense with his back and passing it to the right. 1 against 2. Lin Chen is like a giant Buddha standing in the midfield. Fuck, it's so hard. Coach John himself didn't realize that this was the first time he had sworn twice in a row in all the time he had been commentating on the game. This was because Lin Chen, who came on as a substitute, performed far beyond everyone's expectations. All the fans subconsciously thought that the 17-year-old young man would be squeezed into a pie when facing the strong Chalobah and Doucouré. However, Lin Chen was like a giant Buddha fighting in the midfield, guarding the ball tightly. The fierce physical confrontation instantly helped Liverpool's midfield to reverse the situation and firmly control the rhythm of the game. He who controls the midfield controls the world. From this moment on, I think the balance of victory has tilted towards Liverpool. If Watford wants to hold on to the draw, they must give their all and give 150%. Watford is doing this. The forwards also began to retreat, setting up a solid defense to try to hold on to a point. As the forwards retreated, Liverpool had more space to control the ball in the backcourt. With no one pressing, Lovren even dribbled the ball all the way to the midfield line to assist in the organization. The 74th minute of the game. It's Liverpool's attack again, comeback. Long pass to the right, there's Salah. Cut inside and pass one. I wanted to go through it again, but it's over again. Keep going to the middle. A round shot. Lack of luck. Salah's shot hit the post and went out of bounds, almost reversing the score. As Salah's shot missed the target, the balance of victory tilted towards Liverpool, but the goddess of luck seemed to have moved into Watford's home with her luggage. The 79th minute of the game. Doucouré tried to break through with the ball but was intercepted by Henderson. Henderson started to press forward with the ball. There's an opportunity on the left side, give it to Lin Chen, want to take a long shot? On the left, Main volleyed from a small angle. I was hugged by the goalkeeper again. I hit the ball too straight and failed to take advantage of this chance. Studio. Liverpool, score quickly, there's no time left, seize one chance, just one. What is Liverpool doing? Don't they know they may be punished for wasting chances too often? This is a football match, not a game. It's over. Why do I have a bad feeling? Will Liverpool be tied by Watford? In the Huaxia live broadcast room, Coach Jean's voice sounded a little sad. Watford's defense was really effective and completely restricted Liverpool's offensive space. They needed to score as soon as possible as there was not much time left in the game. But the more anxious they were, the more opportunities they missed. Until the 85th minute of the game, Liverpool still failed to find a good chance to score. At this time, Lin Chen, who was lying in ambush in the midfield, suddenly started moving and began to advance to the front. This was not the tactic Klopp arranged for him, but Lin Chen found Watford's gap. The 87th minute of the game. Liverpool continue to press forward and they are running out of time. Interlaced movement, beautiful. Assign it to the middle lane and hand it over to Lin Chen. Turning and dribbling the ball, any chance. Henderson and Emre can cross their positions to attract defense in the middle. At this time, Lin Chen cunningly reached out for the ball in the middle. When he received the ball and turned around, only Cleverly was left in front of him. He started with the ball without hesitation, lowered his shoulders to the left, and then used his body to hold Cleverly. It actually passed by Cleverly's left side. At this time, he came to the top of the penalty area, with 4 defenders in front of him. Lin Chen knew that if he continued to dribble the ball forward, his space would only be restricted. The best option at this moment is to fight directly. Gerard's heavy artillery skill instantly shone with golden light. Lin Chen half-knelt and exerted force, then threw his left leg straight at the ball like a sweeping kick, hitting it hard. Boom! Jean Jun subconsciously stared at the shot and watched it fly into the upper right corner of the goal. Then. Ouch! Lin Chen is coming in again. Oh my god! Is this a humanoid tank? Scored twice in his debut. Lin Chen. From now on. Don't worry about the road ahead without friends. Who in the world doesn't know you? Chapter 16. Lin Chen threw his entire body out and poured all his inertia into the ball. After the shot, Lin Chen maintained his balance, but his eyes were fixed on the trajectory of the ball. Seeing the shot successfully penetrate the blind corner of the goal, Lin Chen was extremely excited. He rushed to the sidelines and threw his entire body straight out again. He slammed hard to the ground, then bounced back with one hand, and suddenly stood up like a spring. Once again, facing all Liverpool fans, he celebrated with his hands clasped together. This time, some Liverpool fans already knew how Lin Chen would celebrate, and they actually imitated the fist-holding gesture. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Liverpool legends Gerrard and Carragher instantly turned into Super Saiyans. If Neville hadn't stopped them, the two even wanted to stand in the commentary room and do the grass skirt swing dance. Gerrard's excited roar echoed throughout the studio. Guguaolol. In. Liverpool takes the lead. A true god descended from heaven. Super Kaibinglin. He represents the unwilling head of Liverpool. He represents the indomitable soul of Liverpool. He represents the hopes of countless Liverpool fans. He carried a heavy burden but remained calm, and faced good opportunities with composure and scored. Although he is only 17 years old, Lin is surprisingly calm. He gives me hope. Gerrard was generous in his praise for Lin Chen. Carragher on the side was so excited that he danced with joy, but he only regretted that he did not have the same literary talent as Gerrard. All the Liverpool players rushed over one after another and jumped towards Lin Chen to congratulate him. Studio. He scored twice in his first Premier League substitute appearance, helping the team reverse the score. Lin is a natural talent. Thanks to Real Madrid, thanks to that extreme fan, for handing over such a treasure to Liverpool. Am I the only one who thinks his shooting style is very similar to Gerrard? Klopp and Kravitz watched on the sidelines as Lin Chen helped the team to overtake the opponent. Klopp was so excited that he punched 3 times in celebration. Kravitz was excited, but suddenly he became calm and spoke. The fist-raising celebration is pretty cool, but the self-deprecating pre-animation needs to be changed. If he celebrates every goal like this, sooner or later Lin's butt will be broken. In the Huaxia commentary room, Coach Jean was still watching the replay of the ball. Coach Jean on the side observed carefully and spoke. Dear football fans, some of you who have a deeper understanding of football should have discovered that Lin Chen plays as a standard all-around midfielder. This midfield role is becoming increasingly scarce in modern football, but it is also increasingly necessary in modern football. It is very difficult to play. You have to be able to attack and defend, be able to make transitions for the team, and be wherever the team needs you. You have to step up when the team needs to score, and you have to fight for your life when the team needs to defend. This kind of role really turns midfield play into an art. The most representative all-round midfielder among active players is Modric of Real Madrid. As a tactical commentator, Coach Zhang popularizes deeper knowledge for fans. At this time, Liverpool ended the celebration and the game continued. With little time left, Watford tried their best to equalize the score, they were eager to get a point. But Lin Chen was like a mountain in the midfield. No matter how Watford's midfield launched an attack, Lin Chen remained unmoved. This was the first time that Chalobah and Doucouré felt such strong flexibility. In the past, when facing any midfield opponent, the two of them were able to gain the upper hand through physical confrontation. But in this game facing a 17-year-old young man, the advantage he relied on most turned into a disadvantage. Time passed quickly, and Watford was extremely anxious, but every time he looked at Lin Chen, he felt helpless. Finally, under the expectant eyes of all Liverpool fans, the referee finally put the whistle into his mouth. Beep. 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 Coach James' excited voice echoed in the fans' ears. The game is over, the game is over. Congratulations to Liverpool for defeating Watford and getting off to a good start in the Premier League and taking all 3 points. The system prompt sounded immediately. Congratulations to the host for winning, and receiving 10 points as a reward. Due to your outstanding performance in this game, you will receive an additional 5 points. Lin Chen was filled with joy. Counting these 15 points and his brother's 150 points from his debut, his current points had reached 165 points, and he was getting closer and closer to drawing the next skill. Seeing the end of the game, Lin Chen roared in celebration. He came on as a substitute in his debut and scored twice, helping the team complete a comeback. The importance of this victory is self-evident. Lin Chen believes that he has left a deep impression on Klopp and Liverpool fans with his strength. Lin Chen, who was celebrating, saw from the corner of his eye that Chalobah was walking towards him aggressively, with the bulging muscles on his body becoming more and more obvious. Thinking of what he had just done to Chalobah, it was hard for Lin Chen not to suspect that this guy came here for a fight. Firmino also felt something was wrong at this time and stood next to Lin Chen. Lin. The deep voice matched Lin Chen's impression of Chalobah's appearance. Can we exchange jerseys? The strong voice suddenly became a little shy, mixed with a bit of shyness. The summer breeze blowing at this time seemed to have some pink, which did not quite match Lin Chen's impression of Chalobah. Of course. Lin Chen took off his jersey and exchanged it with Chalobah. Not only was Chalobah not angry, on the contrary he respected Lin Chen even more. As a player of the same type as Lin Chen, in the Premier League which emphasizes confrontation, he admired real men like Lin Chen. After returning to the locker room, Klopp hugged Lin Chen and spoke to all the players with a smile. A truly outstanding young person should seize the opportunity during the fleeting playing time. Today, all of you have to treat Lin Chen to dinner. Congratulations on his perfect debut. Thank you very much for helping you win when you haven't found your game form yet. All the teammates immediately rushed forward, hugged Lin Chen in the middle and laughed and celebrated. Lin Chen, who was surrounded by a group of big men, raised his head, tried to breathe and showed a satisfied smile. He could feel that he was integrating into this big family. Since the league had just started, Klopp could obviously feel that the team was not in the best condition and was somewhat helpless facing the iron bucket formation. Fortunately, Lin Chen appeared in time to save the team from danger. At this time, Sky Sports is rushing to produce Lin Chen's game highlights. As soon as the exquisite video was completed, Sky Sports immediately released it to the entire network and it instantly became a trending topic. As soon as the game highlights were released, they immediately attracted the attention of countless fans, who rushed to watch them. The number of views exceeded 1 in just 1 hour. Above the game highlights video, a huge title was shining. The Rising Star, Shining Brightly. Chapter 17. The bright new star is here, everyone applaud and welcome him. Welcome to the top trending search. At the tactical meeting on the morning of August 8, as soon as Lin Chen entered the meeting room, the Liverpool players immediately started to make a noise. Firmino was the first to lead the applause, and then there was warm applause from the audience. All the players looked at Lin Chen with smiles in their eyes, looking at this young man who was now being paid attention to by more and more fans. Klopp and Kravitz also smiled and applauded. They liked to see this united team atmosphere. Only when the team is more united can the players form good connections and play well together. Lin Chen also smiled and hurriedly sat down, but he could feel that he was being enveloped by the trust of his teammates. He was relying on his strength to integrate into the first team little by little. When he turned around, Ocho was no longer beside him. Ojo was only temporarily brought to the first team. Liverpool is not short of central defenders. The main central defender combination includes Lovren and Matic. At the same time, there are reports that Liverpool intends to spend transfer funds in the winter window to buy Van Dijk to strengthen the lineup. Firmino sat next to Lin Chen, and Maine followed him on the right. Most of the Liverpool players gathered in the first two rows, waiting for the tactical meeting to begin. Klopp has a habit of holding a formal meeting in the morning before every game. He does not emphasize tactics, but emphasizes implementation and the importance of the game. Seeing that everyone was present, Klopp turned on the projection behind him, and the next round's opponent appeared on the screen. In the Champions League playoffs, Hoffenheim from the Bundesliga. Liverpool barely qualified for the Champions League playoffs due to their poor performance last season. Only by defeating Hoffenheim can they advance to the Champions League finals. The importance of the game the day after tomorrow is self-evident. If you want to be a player that the entire football world pays attention to, then you must play in the Champions League. People vote for the Player of the Year and the Team of the Year only from players who have performed well in the Champions League, which is the top level of football club competition. After Klopp finished speaking, he handed the laser pen to Kravitz, and the next step was Hoffenheim's video analysis session. As the most recognized master of video analysis in the football world, Kravitz is able to dig out the potential content from a certain mistake in the video, magnify it infinitely, and transform it into a killer weapon that Liverpool can use to break the opponent's goal. As Kravitz explained, the Liverpool players were also immersed in it. Kravitz is not only highly professional, but also humorous, and can always increase the interest of the players through his words. As Lin Chen listened, he couldn't help but think that it would be great if his teacher would teach in the same style after school starts. With the start of the season, Lin Chen's last year of study is about to begin. Due to his identity as a football player, Lin Chen learned from Ocho that there don't seem to be many courses to take. Moreover, the classes in Liverpool's youth training school are relatively relaxed, and there is a sense of relaxation throughout the school. In addition to football players, most of the young players in the youth training program are children of local dignitaries. Just as he was thinking about it, Kravitz suddenly found that Firmino was a little distracted, and he pointed the laser pen at Firmino's forehead as if he was raising a sniper rifle to issue the final order. "Tell me, what was the last point I just made?" Firmino had no idea that Lin Chen was covering his mouth and whispering beside him. Kravitz said, "We can definitely beat Hoffenheim and we have to remain blindly confident." When Firmino heard this, he gave Lin Chen a grateful look, then stood up and answered loudly. "We can definitely beat Hoffenheim, we must remain blindly confident." Kravitz's saliva instantly flew. "Blind. Blind your mother. After the meeting, go to the training ground and do 5 extra laps as punishment." Lin Chen smiled. Firmino sat down in distress, and Lin Chen whispered again. "Actually, I didn't listen either, brother. Thank you for trusting me so much." While Liverpool is preparing for the match, Lin Chen is training hard. Only through training and competition can he improve his attribute values. Lin Chen focused his training on the 5 additional attributes of the heavy artillery midfield module. With the support of the module, these 5 attributes can be improved faster and more efficiently. However, Klopp has been troubled by a problem these days. Should Lin Chen be allowed to start? That's right, Klopp has already started thinking about letting Lin Chen start. After all, Henderson was injured, Emre Can was in very poor form, and Liverpool's midfield was extremely short of people. Lin Chen, who came on as a substitute, gave a performance that convinced Klopp in 45 minutes. The more he looked back at Lin Chen's performance against Watford, the more Klopp wanted him to start. But he was also worried that Lin Chen lacked experience and might make mistakes in crucial competitions, which made Klopp deeply conflicted. August 8, Hoffenheim home. The Huaxia live broadcast room opened early. Since Lin Chen came, Coach Jean would not miss any opportunity to commentate on his games. Even though it was just the first round of the Champions League playoffs, Coach James applied for copyright immediately, obtained the live broadcast rights, and started the live broadcast early. Dear fans, the first round of the Champions League playoffs is about to begin. Liverpool from the Premier League versus Hoffenheim from the Bundesliga. The winner of the 2-round aggregate score will advance to the Champions League finals. Participating in the Champions League means more income, greater fame, and it can also increase the exposure of the players and make the club more attractive to other players, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed and both sides must fight hard for the final result. The live broadcast room was packed with fans, most of whom came for Lin Chen. Since he performed so well in the last game, Klopp should let Lin Chen come on as a substitute in this game. Please, let Lin Chen kick me for once, I'm here just for him. I heard that Lin Chen's game highlights have gone viral on the internet, with a very high number of likes. Coach James was chatting with the fans. At this time, 1 hour before the game was to start, both sides submitted their starting lineups according to the rules. Coach Sean was humming a little tune and drinking coffee, and then... boom! The young assistant once again saluted Lin Chen with a flying kick, then glided gracefully and came directly behind Coach Sean, stood up like a ghost, and presented the starting lineup list with both hands. Coach Sean dropped half of the coffee in his hand out of shock. I'll give you 3 seconds. If there's no great news that can change my mind, I'll rip your mouth open. Before he could finish his words, Coach Sean was suddenly stunned. The 9-in white bone claw quickly snatched the document, and the pupils dilated instantly. 3 seconds later, a trembling voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Dear fans. First start. Lin Chen is the first player. Chapter 18. If I'm not mistaken. Coach Sean looked at the starting lineup again and again. Even though he just subconsciously called out that Lin Chen was the starter, he was still not sure. If I'm not mistaken. Coach Sean can finally be sure. Dear fans. After Lin Chen experienced a Premier League match, he was included in the starting lineup. Studio. What's so surprising? Klopp always likes to use new players boldly. I started in the Premier League at the age of 17. I was still installing immediately without paying attention to the risks when I was 17. Don't think Liverpool will win for sure, Hoffenheim's lineup is very strong. A fan mentioned this issue, and in the live broadcast room, Coach James was explaining the starting lineups of both sides to the fans. Dear fans, Hoffenheim is the most special team in the Bundesliga and is also called Hoffenheim by fans. The starting lineup for this game has been submitted. There are many young players worth paying attention to. First, let's take a look at the 34-21 formation that Hoffenheim has arranged. Goalkeeper, Baumann. Defenders, Hübner, Voigt, Bixaxic. Midfielders, Zuber, Demirbay, Rupp, Kadzabek. Forwards, Kramaric, Gnabry, Wagner. From the starting lineup, we can see that right winger Gnabry is Germany's current rising star, center forward Wagner has strong fulcrum ability, midfielder Demirbay has balanced ability, and left winger Kramaric also has strong breakthrough ability. Coach Sean then began to introduce Liverpool's starting lineup. Liverpool still has 433. Goalkeeper, Mignolet. Defenders, Moreno, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders, Wijnaldum, Henderson, Lin Chen. Forwards, Maine, Firmino, Sulla. It is worth mentioning that the young player Lin Chen started in the midfield. I hope he can perform well in this European game. At this time, the players from both sides in the player channel are ready and enter the field under the guidance of the referee. Hoffenheim's home stadium was packed with fans, and all the fans cheered loudly for their team. Of course, some extreme German fans once again sneaked into the stadium and held up tall banners to complain to the Hoffenheim chairman. Banners have been put up in the stadium again. I believe they will be removed by security personnel soon. Due to the ownership structure of German teams, most teams are not owned by a single chairman, but Hoffenheim's chairman has changed this tradition and the club is completely controlled by him alone, which has caused dissatisfaction among some fans of the team. The broadcast camera turned to the field, and both sides had already lined up in their respective half. Beep. With the referee's whistle, dear fans, the game officially begins. What Hoffenheim is good at is playing a pressing attack in the early stages of the game. Sure enough, he started the game by dribbling to the left, trying to find Kramaric. Head the ball past Arnold, there's a chance in the middle. Wagner heads the ball. Mignolet was very focused and saved the ball with both hands. After the opening, Hoffenheim pressed forward and attacked at a very fast pace, forcing Liverpool to be unable to move in their own half. The 15th minute of the game. The wing tried to launch a fast break, but the power was a bit too strong and was intercepted by Bale. A direct pass launched a counterattack and hit Moreno from behind. Grabely got the ball and cut inside, dribbling past the defender. Cut again. There's room. Raise your foot and shoot. Oops, that was a little off. Gnabry's shot hit the post and flew out of the bottom line. If his ankle was tighter, the ball should have gone in. Coach Sean looked at Hoffenheim, who were pressing hard, and said, "Hoffenheim always start excitedly, that's their quality. Liverpool need to get through the difficult opening phase. Gnabry is a very capable winger. His signature cut-in ability always gives him space to shoot or pass the ball. His ability to explode instantly is his strong point." Hoffenheim mainly attacked Gnabry's side. As long as the midfielder had the opportunity, he would immediately make a long pass to the side to provide Gnabry with a one-on-one opportunity. The highly watched Lin Chen seemed to have disappeared since the start of the game, or in layman's terms, he became invisible. Studio. Where is that extremely powerful Lin you mentioned? Why haven't we seen him in more than 10 minutes? This is a European game. How well can a 17-year-old perform? I don't understand why Klopp let him start. These trolls must not have watched the highlights of Lin Chen's last game. Do they know what confrontation is? Do they know what shooting is? Liverpool fans and Hoffenheim fans soon started to quarrel in the live broadcast room. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly started to move and expand his running range. He had completed his observation of Hoffenheim. Although Hoffenheim attacked fiercely, the higher they pressed, the larger the space in the backcourt became. Lin Chen kept looking for gaps in their backcourt. After careful observation, Lin Chen finally discovered that in order to pass the ball to Gnabry on the right, Demirbay would always press past the midfield line every time he dribbled the ball and then make a straight pass. As long as they can intercept Demirbay's ball, they can instantly break through Hoffenheim's midfield blockade and launch a counterattack. Lin Chen then immediately sent a signal to his teammates in the midfield, and Wijnaldum and Henderson understood. The three players took the initiative to retreat, which gave Hoffenheim's midfielder more space to pass the ball. In the 30th minute of the game, Demirbay looked at the empty space in front of him and couldn't help but dribble the ball forward. With an excited heart and trembling feet, he dribbled the ball forward quickly and soon broke through the midfield line. Just when he was about to pass the ball to Gnabry, he found that Moreno was pressing very closely, so he had to continue moving forward by himself. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly pressed forward, Henderson on the left, Wijnaldum on the right. The three of them narrowed the encirclement and formed the siege in an instant. Demirbay hurriedly stopped the ball and wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Lin Chen rushed forward fiercely and stole the ball. He pushed the ground with his left foot, shook off Demirbay and launched a counterattack. All Liverpool fans stood up to watch. Trap defense. Lin Chen steals the ball and strides forward. The trident is advancing, there is a chance to counterattack. Lin Chen dribbled the ball and observed at the same time. His eyes first looked to the left side, where Maine was double-teamed, but Firmino suddenly retreated. Snap! Lin Chen immediately made a short pass. Bang! Firmino passes the ball back. The two of them played a wall-hitting combination. After receiving the return pass, Lin Chen not only did not stop the ball, but instead kicked it in an arc with his left foot, perfectly bypassing Hoffenheim's right-back Hübner and finding Sulla, who successfully got offside. The Egyptian pharaoh stopped and passed, adjusted one step and then shot into the near corner. Aha! Chapter 19. We have the ball. Lin Chen assists, the Egyptian pharaoh shows his might. 1-0. Liverpool take the lead. After scoring the goal, Sulla waved at Lin Chen, who quickly followed, with Firmino on the left, and the three of them rushed to the sidelines shoulder to shoulder. At this time, Maine was hurrying as fast as he could, not wanting to miss this moment of celebration. Studio. He made an assist as a starter. The Egyptian pharaoh showed his power. Perfect assist. Perfect shot. As a midfielder, Lin Chen has a strong desire to attack. Liverpool's midfield forward passes are basically dominated by him. Don't take it lightly, Hoffenheim's attack should not be underestimated either. Lin Chen scored the first goal, but Liverpool fans could feel Hoffenheim's strong offensive power. Lin Chen relied on trap-style defense to resolve Hoffenheim's penetration through the middle, but Hoffenheim suddenly changed their style of play after the start of the game. No longer penetrating the middle, but flying from both wings, looking for attacking opportunities from the flanks. The 39th minute of the game. It seems that they still want to create opportunities through the wing. After all, they have Grabry and Kramaric. Control the ball in the middle and pass it directly to the right, or look for Gnabry. One-on-one facing Moreno, 2 consecutive bicycle kicks. Eat it raw. Go down to the bottom. It's over. This move was a beautiful one, it shook Moreno clean off. Still walking towards the penalty area, shoot directly from a small angle. Oops, it hit the side net. Gnabry did not cross the ball. Wagner was very angry and waved his hands in protest at Gnabry. If Gnabry had chosen to pass the ball horizontally, Vagla might have had a better chance. Klopp could still feel the danger from Hoffenheim, and he knew he had to make tactical adjustments to completely block Hoffenheim's threat. Soon, the remaining few minutes were over, the game entered half-time, and players from both sides returned to the locker room. Klopp and his coaching team conducted crazy research along the way. Kravitz has always emphasized the need to block the flanks, but Klopp has a completely different opinion from him. Although it seems that Hoffenheim's attack is from both wings, all of their attacks must be launched from the middle. If we can restrict Hoffenheim's midfield and force them to play high balls directly from both wings, then they won't be in danger if they play from both wings. Attacking without going through the midfield is mostly in vain. Kravitz was convinced by Klopp, and the two immediately started research and developed a new targeted tactic a few minutes later. After the second half of the game starts, use your physical strength, confrontation and intensity in the middle. I want to see you frequently cross positions, counterattack and speed when attacking, and attack their middle. Force them to attack directly from the wing. We can't leave the midfield to them no matter what. Klopp decided to force the battlefield to midfield. When Hoffenheim wanted to play on the wing, Liverpool used their midfield ability to control the ball in the middle, thus dividing Hoffenheim's tactics and ball possession. If they want to play on the wing but don't have the ball, they can only steal the ball in the middle, and then launch an attack from the wing. Hoffenheim has to spend more time in transition and Liverpool also has more time to retreat. If Hoffenheim cannot defeat Liverpool in the midfield, cannot regain possession of the ball, let alone attack, the tempo of the game will return to Liverpool. The second half of the game began immediately, and Lin Chen remained highly vigilant, running frequently to find space. Whenever Hoffenheim tried to operate from the middle, Lin Chen would always appear like a ghost, with vigorous steps and strong body, trying his best to press and prevent Hoffenheim from passing through the midfield blockade. Soon, the situation on the field changed and Liverpool began to gain more possession of the ball. The ball possession time increased, Hoffenheim was passively dispatched, physical energy consumption increased, and the rhythm of the game returned to Liverpool. The 61th minute of the game. Hoffenheim still insists on operating from the midfield and switching to the flanks to play on both wings. The goalkeeper makes a short pass to the retreating Demirbay. He got the ball, turned around, passed it to the wing, and it was intercepted. Lin Chen steals the ball first and pushes Demirbay aside. The referee didn't call a foul, Lin Chen stole the ball. The outside corner back split to the left side, the landing point was a little deep. May made a direct cross to the middle, and it landed well. Header goal. We have this ball. Firmino heads the ball in. Another goal for Liverpool. 2-0, 2 away goals, leading Hoffenheim. If the score ends like this, Liverpool will most likely advance to the Champions League finals in the second round at Anfield. The balance of victory is tilting towards them. Demirbay looked at Lin Chen. He could clearly feel Lin Chen's strong body and tough steals in the confrontation just now. He has rarely even felt this kind of intensity in the Bundesliga. But when he looked at Lin Chen again, the tough midfielder who had just been ferocious and like a madman was now as happy as a child. His face still had the childishness of a 17-year-old kid. He danced around Firmino, doing some inexplicable awkward dance. A few minutes later, the game resumed. Lin Chen, who was just dancing an awkward dance for no apparent reason, suddenly changed his expression. With a serious face, determined eyes, and bulging strong muscles, he stuck close to Demirbay. Demirbay even felt like he was suffocating. Lin Chen didn't even give him space to breathe. The 74th minute of the game. Firmino tried a long shot but failed. Hoffenheim kicked off and still made a short pass. The ball was passed to the fullback Kadzabek, who looked towards the midfield after receiving the ball. Lin Chen was standing next to Demirbay at this time. Looking at Kadzabek, Demirbay lost the desire to get the ball for the first time. He could only retreat actively, leaving space for passing the ball, hoping that Rupp behind him would receive the ball. Kadzabek immediately crossed horizontally and wanted to pass the ball to the middle. Before Rupp could catch the ball, a dark shadow suddenly came straight towards him. Rupp knew something was wrong and ran towards the ball quickly, trying to catch it before the black shadow. But the black shadow was still one step faster, and his strong body was like a sharp knife, inserted into the gap between Rupp and the pass. Steal the ball. It's Lin Chen. He knocked the ball and turned around, wanting to launch a counterattack. Rupp hurriedly reached out and pulled the foul. It was the only thing he could do. Yellow card. Rupp tried his best to grab Lin Chen with both hands to prevent him from launching a counterattack. The scene was very strange. The strong Lupu had to grab Lin Chen's right hand with both hands and perform a tug-of-war. He pulled back desperately to prevent Lin Chen from completing the counterattack with the ball. At this moment, Lin Chen exerted his strength carelessly, shook off Lupu's hands, and his heart was full of regret. He had seen a good counterattack route. There was not much time left in the game, and Klopp made a substitution, replacing Lin Chen with Lucas. After all, Lin Chen's body is still that of a 17-year-old. High-intensity competitions require rotation to reduce the chances of Lin Chen getting injured. Although looking at that strong body, Klopp didn't think Lin Chen was likely to be injured, but as a head coach he had to consider everything carefully. Lin Chen had no choice but to leave the field. As the visiting team arrived at the Hoffenheim Stadium, all Liverpool fans immediately stood up, shouting Lin Chen's name loudly and applauding him. In the Huaxia commentary room, Coach Jean looked at Lin Chen's stats for this game and couldn't help but sigh. In a single game, all 5 mid-lane confrontations were successful. 4 key interceptions. 3 key steals. 1 assist. Lin Chen relied on his own ability to build a high wall in the midfield and relied on mad dog-like pressing to resolve Hoffenheim's attack. What the hell is this, all-round midfielder? Chapter 20. After being substituted, Klopp and others on the sidelines gave Lin Chen a hug, and Kravitz handed him a towel. Lin Chen slowly walked back to the bench and continued to enjoy the rest of the game. At the end of the game, Liverpool defeated Hoffenheim 2-0 and completely grasped the advantage of advancing. A system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind, and he obtained 15 points again, 10 points for winning and an additional 5 points for outstanding performance. The total points have reached 180 points. The game is over. Coach Jean was very happy. He tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart and make his voice sound fair and just. In the first round of the Champions League playoffs, Liverpool beat Hoffenheim 2-0. It was a thrilling game, with Firmino and Sulla scoring goals for the team, but midfielder Lin Chen also performed well, providing an assist and showing strong interception ability. We can now be sure that Lin Chen is the template for an all-around midfielder. He is this kind of rare midfielder. I believe that if he is given enough time, Lin Chen will definitely grow into an all-around midfielder like Yaya Touré or Matthias. The broadcast camera was now given to Lin Chen. Although the MVP of this game was awarded to Sulla by the organizer, there is no doubt that Lin Chen's performance cannot be ignored. More importantly, this 17-year-old young player emerged like a dark horse. Many fans were surprised to find that since Lin Chen appeared, people seemed to have no longer paid attention to the other young players in England. All eyes were on the midfielder. On the one hand, it was because of the flying kick incident against an extreme fan before his transfer to Liverpool that attracted attention, and then there was the video of his rampage in the Youth Training League, and the 20-minute clocking out went viral on the entire internet. Then came his Premier League debut, fighting against Chalobah and Ducour, and now in the playoffs, Lin Chen showed a more versatile side. Everyone knows that what Liverpool lacks is midfield. After Gerrard left, people seemed to think that any Liverpool midfielder was lacking in quality. Because Gerrard really raised the level too high, the fans are full of expectations for Liverpool's midfield. And now this 17-year-old young man has truly met some of the expectations of Liverpool fans. Although he is still in his growth stage, fans can see his potential. At the end of the game, Liverpool successfully achieved the expected result. The players sang victory songs all the way and flew back to England. After getting off the plane, Firmino drove Lin Chen back to the hotel. Although it was not very convenient, Firmino was very willing to have a good relationship with Lin Chen. The two were driving and chatting on the road when suddenly a strange text message came into Lin Chen's phone. "Hello, dear Lin, this may be the first time we talk to each other. But I hope to leave a deep impression on you. I am Mino Raiola, a well-known agent in today's football world. I will rush to your hotel to talk to you tomorrow. I know that what you need most now is an excellent agent." Lin Chen showed the text message to Firmino, and Firmino was very surprised after reading it. "You don't have an agent yet?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "I still have the youth training contract now. My father signed the youth training contract for me as an agent." Firmino had an expression of disbelief. "You should find an agent as soon as possible and ask the first team for a real professional contract. If your performance is worthy of it, they will definitely be willing to give it to you. A good agent is more valuable than gold in the football world." He soon nodded and was about to reply to Raiola when suddenly a call came in, from another unfamiliar number. Lin Chen answered the call carefully, and a magnetic, deep voice came from the other end, which was obviously that of a typical old British man. Chapter 21. It is the kind of voice that only an old man with silver hair, an unlit cigar in his mouth, driving a green vintage car with one hand, and galloping across the fields can have. "Forrest?" Lin Chen nodded first, then remembered that he was on the phone, and immediately replied, "Yes, I am Lin." "You are?" The other party remained calm, speaking at a slow and steady pace, and replied in a low voice. "I am the top agent in English football." Hearing this, Firmino burst out laughing. Who would brag like that on the phone? Firmino subconsciously thought it was a liar. But the name that popped up on the other end of the phone made Firmino's smile freeze instantly. "I'm Barnett. I want to start in-depth cooperation with you. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will rush to your house with that old bastard Raiola, and then we can have a good chat." After Lin Chen gave a brief reply, the other party hung up the phone. Firmino's hands were shaking while driving. Lin Chen had never heard of Barnett, except for his youth training coach during Everton's youth training period. Firmino looked at Lin Chen, who was still calm and couldn't help but speak. "Barnett, agent of the famous player Gareth Bale. I used all sorts of tricks to make Gareth Bale the first player in football history to have a transfer fee of over 100 million. The agency under his name has set a Guinness World Record and was once the top agency with the highest annual profit in the entire European football world. There is no English player who is not eager to be signed by Barnett." Hearing Firmino's widespread popularity, Lin Chen felt incredible. Has he become so popular now? But then, there was another strange phone call. After Lin Chen answered the call, a sharp English voice with a slight Portuguese accent came from the other end. "Lin, I'm Mendes, nice to meet you. I won't say any more pleasantries. I will go to your house with those two old bastards Barnett and Raiola at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you will choose me. Do you know how many players I have? Pepe, Quaresma, Cristiano Ronaldo, and head coach Mourinho. I have helped them to reach the top level." Mendes spoke very quickly, and it was not until 3 minutes later that Lin Chen had a chance to say a word. "You want to sign me too?" The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned at first, and then Mendes responded very affirmatively. "Who the hell wouldn't want to sign you these days?" After a brief greeting, he hung up the phone again. Lin Chen felt dizzy and Firmino looked at him with shock. "Do you know what just happened?" Lin Chen shook his head and asked, "What?" Firmino spoke with a smile. "The three top agents in today's football world are fighting tooth and nail to sign you. Forrest. You are completely well again. As long as you are rich and noble, don't forget each other." After receiving 3 strange phone calls, Lin Chen felt hot all over. Of course he had heard of Jorge Mendes, who started out by selling videotapes and gradually grew into one of the top agents in football today. The money earned from Cristiano alone is enough for Mendes to enjoy his old age. Not to mention that he has a number of outstanding Portuguese players such as Pepe, Moutinho, Ruben Neves, etc. In Portugal, almost every player's dream is to be signed by Mendes. People can see his extremely excellent operational means and methods, doing his best to help his players earn more income. Lin Chen has also heard of Raiola. The most famous player under Raiola should be the young Pogba. You should understand how powerful Raiola's methods are, as he was able to make Pogba be sold at a high price and then bought back by Manchester United at a high price of 100 million. Chapter 22. Raiola is the kind of agent who is willing to go against the club in order to achieve his ultimate goal for the benefit of himself and his players. As much as the team presidents hate him, Raiola's players love him. As for the last Barnett, Lin Chen really didn't know enough about him. After returning home, he immediately searched on the internet. The more he searched, the more shocked Lin Chen was. In addition to representing Gareth Bale, Barnett also has the rights to represent France's top talent, Camavinga, and also owns many outstanding young players in England. For example, the agency rights of Mason Mount and Grealish. In England, Barnett's agency is the agency with the highest annual profit. To date, Barnett has endorsed more than 100 players, most of whom are from England. It can be said that all English players are trying their best to become a player under Barnett. If you want to play in the Premier League and English football, Barnett is the best choice. Lin Chen looked at the online fans' high evaluation of Barnett, not only in terms of economic operations, but also in terms of character. An outstanding philanthropist who maintains good relations with China, he has spoken publicly many times, declaring his willingness to help Chinese football. Although Lin Chen knew that no one could save Chinese football today, after searching and understanding, Lin Chen also realized that Barnett was a very outstanding and excellent agent. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Lin Chen had just finished washing up when someone knocked on his hotel room door. After Liverpool club promoted Lin Chen to the first team, since Lin Chen had no place to live, they found a 5-star hotel for him to temporarily live in. The three of them were obviously well prepared. They ran straight to Lin Chen's room, knocked on the door, and rushed in impatiently. The three top bosses were all wearing gold-plated suits, and Raiola also wore sunglasses in any occasion, which looked very oppressive. Those who knew thought they were three agents, while those who didn't thought they were three gangster bosses breaking in with machine guns, ready to shoot Lin Chen from head to toe. The three of them rushed in hurriedly, and Mendes saw the half cup of milk left on the table, so he picked it up and drank it all. Barnett picked up the poached egg that he had just peeled but had not had time to eat and started enjoying it. Only Raiola walked slowly to the table and sat down slowly. With his huge body, he was almost retching after sprinting desperately with the two guys when he went upstairs just now. Lin Chen was stunned, watching his breakfast being completely eaten up. "Oh, no, save my egg for me. You've already eaten one, leave one for me. Don't drink my milk. I'm young and growing." There were no strange greetings and the atmosphere was not awkward. The three of them sat down so skillfully and at ease, as if they had known Lin Chen for a long time. Then they got down to business, and Lin Chen sat at the easternmost of the 4 square tables. The three major agents were located in the south, north and southwest respectively, and Raiola was the first to put forward the conditions. "Become my player and I promise you will be treated the same as Pogba, and all my resources will be divided equally between the two of you." This simple sentence is full of value. Raiola is assuring Lin Chen that he will train him as his top player. Mendes on the side also spoke hurriedly. "Lin, do you know Cristiano? Did you see him win the Ballon d'Or? As long as your performance on the field is the same as Cristiano's, I promise you that I will train you like I trained Cristiano, and my resources will be divided equally between the two of you." Compared to Raiola, Mendes' voice became smaller and smaller, and it was obvious that he lacked confidence. Chapter 23. Barnett glanced at him unhappily, and then spoke. "Fraud." Mendes immediately pointed at Barnett's nose and cursed. "Who are you calling a liar? I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart." Barnett was the last to speak. Compared to the other two, he seemed more confident and spoke slowly and calmly. The mature British accent was exactly the same as what Lin Chen heard on the phone yesterday. "As you know, 3 years ago I announced that I would gradually withdraw from the brokerage industry and retreat behind the scenes. After helping Gareth Bale to Real Madrid in a record transfer, I knew there was only so much I could do for him. Gareth Bale is a non-competitive person. He even finds it troublesome to hold up a team flag when taking photos. Such a player cannot achieve higher personal achievements. There are many members who belong to my agency now, but there are only a few players who belong to me. I can see the talent in you. I have been following you since the youth league and now the first team. I promise you, Lin. Barnett suddenly stood up and stared at Lin Chen. The desire and longing in his eyes were exactly the same as those in Lin Chen's eyes. I, Barnett, have lived a life of poverty and self-made. I know hard times, and I also know the best of luxury. I have no desire for money now because I already have enough. The only thing I want is respect. I want to train a real top player. Sign me up, and I guarantee that no one in English football will dare to touch you. Sign me, and I guarantee that all the honors that belong to you in European football will belong to you. All you need to do is to have a good performance on the court and a good persona off the court, and I will take care of the rest. I will help you start dealing with Liverpool FC and negotiate a first-team contract immediately. I will immediately help you get endorsements suitable for you in Europe and China. I will make you earn money immediately. Immediately change our current insufficiently affluent life. I will let you smoke top-quality cigars, drive an expensive green car, and have beauties from all over the world line up just to take pictures with you. When you step into the stadium, tens of thousands of fans will focus their attention on you. All the applause. All the cheers. All the shouts. It's ringing only for you. Barnett had obviously made careful preparations and had even planned in advance how to help Lin Chen manage his professional contract and endorsements. After the three people sent out their invitations, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and then spoke firmly. Sky Sports front page headline, Barnett officially announces signing of Lin. BBC front page headline, after announcing his gradual withdrawal from the football business 3 years ago, Barnett is back in business. Bild, England's famous agent Barnett officially announced his cooperation with Lin Chen. The next day, the news that Barnett had signed Lin Chen swept across the internet like a virus and quickly became a hot topic. For English fans, Barnett holds a higher status in their hearts than any other agent. Back to last night, after the three people sent out their invitations, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and decided to choose the person he had already chosen in his heart. Barnett. Hearing this, Barnett couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Mendes was very unconvinced. He could hardly believe that he had lost in such a competition. You have to know that players who want to discuss cooperation and signing with him have to line up from the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France to the lakeside in Manchester. Why not choose me? Mendes couldn't help asking. Because you have Cristiano. Lin Chen said seriously. You two have known each other since Cristiano was a child and have grown up together. In your heart, Cristiano is definitely your lifelong friend. Do you dare to say that you will distribute the resources in your hands equally to me? This is impossible. Mendes, you know it well. Chapter 24. Besides, you have too many big-name Portuguese internationals at your disposal. You are not the right player for me. Mendes was speechless. Lin Chen was right. He had no intention of distributing the resources evenly. He just wanted to sign Lin Chen, the popular guy, and then make more money from him. Raiola on the other side didn't ask anything, but just got up and left calmly. For things that he couldn't control, Raiola would never lower his head to ask for them. For all players, Raiola will only send out an invitation once, and if rejected, there will never be a second request. Mendes followed Raiola closely and left, looking extremely regretful. He understood how huge the potential market for Lin Chen was. Barnett and Lin Chen were the only ones left in the room. Barnett held a cigar in his mouth but did not light it. Then he took out another one and handed it to Lin Chen. After Lin Chen took it, he asked. Why not light it? Barnett smiled, holding a cigar between his teeth, and spoke vaguely. Rich people never smoke cigars, but rich people must hold cigars in their mouths. Young man, believe me, you will soon understand what this means. Barnett took out the cooperation contract in black and white, which he had printed out in advance. I will be your agent in all negotiations, but you have the right to propose your own price. I will do my best to help you reach your price. I will not take any commission from your signing fee or salary. All my extra expenses will be borne by the other party in the negotiation. Your interests are your interests and have nothing to do with me. After a quick look, Lin Chen confirmed that everything was correct and signed his name. A 3-year agency contract was reached with the option to renew for another 3 years. Seeing Lin Chen signing, Barnett finally felt relieved. I will start to make preliminary contacts with Liverpool FC, but from what we can see so far, you have only played 2 games, and it is a bit difficult to get a first-team contract. But in the next game, when we face our absolute rival Manchester United, if you can still perform well, I promise you that I will definitely help you get a first-team contract. Barnett had done his research a long time ago and found that it was indeed difficult for a young man who had only played 2 games to get a first-team contract. But Lin Chen has received so much attention and his performance is indeed outstanding. In the second round of the Premier League, Liverpool will face their arch-rivals Manchester United. If Lin Chen can perform as well as he did in the first 2 games, he will definitely leave a deeper impression on Liverpool fans. If you have the hearts of the people, you have everything. Barnett will then be able to take this opportunity to help Lin Chen ask Liverpool for a real first-team contract. The weekly salary of the first-team contract, no matter how low it is more than 10 times Lin Chen's current weekly salary in the youth training contract. Lin Chen's income will achieve a substantial leap in growth. The two stayed in the room and continued their conversation. Barnett didn't say much, but every word he said was always to the point. And his tone is always so calm and low, with the accent of an authentic old British man. Barnett's idea was very clear. As long as Lin Chen could put on the same outstanding performance against Manchester United, he would be confident that he could help Lin Chen negotiate a first-team contract. Therefore, Lin Chen devoted himself to preparations. Klopp and Kravitz were in a dilemma at this time, because Klopp began to hesitate whether he should let Lin Chen start in the Red Derby. Kravitz, who originally did not support Lin Chen as the starting player, suddenly changed his mind and began to support Lin Chen to continue to start. We need his creativity and interception in the midfield. He can attack or defend. He performed perfectly in the last game. Klopp nodded, but then shook his head. But we are talking about the Reds Derby, one of the most popular derbies, and he is only 17 years old. I am worried. Chapter 25. Klopp was worried that Lin Chen would not be able to withstand the pressure, and was even more worried that the extremely intense game would cause Lin Chen to get injured. Although fans now call Lin Chen the monster in the midfield, the monster on the field, the Hulk on the green field, etc., such nicknames are all over the internet. Both sides are preparing intensively. On August 8, the second round of the Premier League Red Derby will start. On August 8, at the pre-match press conference, the madman Mourinho, as the head coach of Manchester United, once again made outrageous remarks. Liverpool have a new youngster this season. What's his name? Lin. I watched his matches, nothing special, just a little stronger. We have a lot of players like him in our team, Rashford, Lingard, Lukaku, these young players are better than him. I don't understand why fans in English football like to hype him so much now. The madman Mourinho made a lot of remarks before the game. Of course, this is his press conference style. You don't know whether what he said is true or false, but he always likes to use such remarks to disrupt the mentality of his opponents before the game. For both Liverpool and Manchester United, the Red Derby is a game that cannot be lost. The feud between the two teams dates back many years, from the trade and culture between the two cities to the economic and social development, with frictions and conflicts of varying sizes. In modern peacetime, wars are unlikely to happen, so fans of both sides bring their dissatisfaction to football. Over time, the atmosphere has become so intense that whenever the two teams meet, it will be a titanic battle. Players from both teams fought hard with the mentality that they would rather die on the field than lose the derby. Fans from both teams would even suddenly engage in fights, riots, and attacks while watching the game. Because of this Manchester Derby has attracted a lot of attention, and the number of fans who have made reservations to watch the live broadcast alone has exceeded 1 million. All players know that this is a game that cannot be lost. I promise you, I would rather eat 10 waffles with 10 spoonfuls of honey syrup than lose to Manchester United tomorrow. On August 8, the pre-match tactical meeting can be said to be Klopp's favorite mobilization session. He patted his chest and assured all the players that he did not want to lose the game. Klopp habitually announces the starting lineup for the next day at the pre-match tactical meeting. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the front row, was a little nervous. He was a little worried whether Klopp would let him continue to start. Based on his outstanding performance in the past 2 games, any coach should have given him a chance to start, but unfortunately he happened to be in the Red Devils derby and encountered Mourinho's big remarks before the game. Lin Chen was worried that Klopp would think that Mourinho's remarks had affected his mentality and thus put him on the bench, but Klopp and Lin Chen thought completely opposite things. After watching Mourinho's press conference, Klopp, who was still hesitating whether to let Lin Chen start, slammed the table and immediately decided that Lin Chen must start. He understands the character of young players, and he knows even better what kind of player Lin Chen is. From the first time the two met, Klopp knew that no words could defeat Lin Chen from Lin Chen's neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Mourinho's remarks only completely aroused the anger in his heart. That is why Klopp decided that Lin Chen would start the game. Turning around, the starting list was announced on the projector. The moment he saw his name, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Klopp was right. Lin Chen was holding back a lot of energy. There was an unknown fire that started burning in Lin Chen's heart from the moment he saw Mourinho's press conference and heard his provocative remarks, gradually turning from a flame into a flame. Chapter 26. Klopp spoke loudly while patting the starting lineup on the projector. I will continue to make adjustments based on your status in training and games. Everyone will have the opportunity to enter the starting lineup. I promise you. The starting 11 this time was decided by Kravitz and I after careful study. I trust you immensely. The only thing I need you to do is to go out on the field with the most courage, passion and imagination to implement our tactics. Win the game. We need to score. Score. Score more. Then defend. Defend. Defend again. August 8th, Huaxia Live Room. Old Trafford, home of Manchester United. Commentators Jean Jun and Jean Lu were well prepared. When the live broadcast camera was turned on, some fans even thought they had come to the wrong channel. Until I heard that familiar commentary voice. Dear fans, you are now watching the second round of the Premier League, the focus is on the Manchester Derby. Liverpool vs Manchester United. The stadium that appears on the screen and is shrouded in red smoke is Manchester United's home stadium. One of England's oldest and most prestigious stadiums, Old Trafford. Looking from above the live broadcast at this moment, red smoke was floating over Old Trafford, and even some flashes of fireworks could be seen mixed in it. The fans in the live broadcast room were confused, but the Liverpool fans at the scene could only feel angry. The game hadn't started yet, but Manchester United fans had already attacked them, mocking and swearing at them crazily. Fans of both teams continued to attack each other's fans with insulting slogans. Manchester United fans, toilet. You finally don't have to use portable toilets at home anymore. Liverpool fans, Manchester dogs. You are outsiders in Manchester. The sky of Manchester is always blue. Lin Chen was sitting in the locker room at this time. He could even feel the vibration coming from outside the stadium through the concrete stone wall. Liverpool players had already felt the strong sense of oppression even before the game began. Klopp said nothing, but there was only trust in his eyes when he looked at all the players. Kravitz was waiting at the door of the locker room, high-fiving and hugging each of the starting players as they walked into the player tunnel. Lin Chen was the last one to walk into the player tunnel and stood at the end of the team. On his right was Manchester United's Lukaku. The Belgian centre-forward looked extremely confident, and his eyes turned towards Lin Chen with disdain. Coach James then began to introduce the starting lineup to the fans. Dear fans, let's take a look at Manchester United's starting lineup. Mourinho arranged a 4,231 formation, his best defensive counterattack formation. Goalkeeper, David De Gea. Defenders, Darmian, Jones, Smalling, Valencia. Double defensive midfielder, Matic, Herrera. Marshall is the left midfielder, Ashley Young is the right midfielder, and Mkhitaryan is the attacking midfielder. Lukaku is at the forefront. Studio. We have the best young centre-forward in the world, Lukaku, who has a first-class ability to seize opportunities. Look at our luxurious bench, with the young and outstanding Lingard and the super winger Rashford. Who can break through our defense? Who can? For Liverpool, Klopp used a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Mignolet. Defenders, Moreno, Lovren, Matip, Arnold. Midfielders, Wijnaldum, Henderson, Lin Chen. Forwards, Maine, Firmino, Sulla. Studio. Who can break Manchester United's defense? It's easy, just look at our trident. In one word, do it. Kill Mangu. I am in seat 102 of the North Stand at Old Trafford and I am being besieged by 3 Manchester United fans. Please help. Please help. Riot police have entered the venue. A total of 50 riot police and 80 security personnel have entered Old Trafford and formed a human wall to separate Manchester United fans and Liverpool fans to prevent conflicts. Chapter 27. Referee Atkinson led the starting lineups of both teams into the court, and the battle was about to begin. Lin Chen could clearly feel that the Manchester United players were looking at their own team with anger in their eyes. Both sides stood in their respective half. Liverpool kicked off first. The fans at the scene instantly became quiet, holding their breath, waiting to watch the game. The referee Atkinson blew the whistle and the game officially began. Firmino passed the ball back, Henderson got the ball and was about to pass it to Lin Chen, but Lukaku had turned into a missile and rushed towards him. The shoulder hit Henderson's shoulder hard. Referee Atkinson immediately called a foul and gave a verbal warning. Lukaku, on the other hand, held his head with his hands, looking innocent, but this was just a small signal in this game. After the game resumed, fierce collisions and screams were heard frequently on the field. The game had only been going on for 8 minutes and Atkinson had already committed 4 fouls. The ball was passed to Lin Chen in the middle. He got the ball and tried to turn around, but he fouled again. Matic pushed Lin Chen from behind. Lin Chen was pushed from behind, staggered slightly, and almost lost the ball. The referee immediately called a foul. Lin Chen turned around and saw Sulla advancing on the right, so he quickly took a free kick. Sulla chested the ball on the wing, and without waiting for a breakthrough, Ashley Young retreated with a bull charge, knocking Sulla away. Now the Liverpool players are not happy about this. Lin Chen was the first to rush towards Ashley Young, grabbed his collar tightly, and opened his mouth as if he wanted to eat him. Lukaku, Mkhitaryan and others rushed over and tried to push Lin Chen away, but found it was a very difficult thing to do. Liverpool players then arrived at the battlefield, a large-scale conflict broke out between the two sides, and the scene was in chaos. The red smoke above Old Trafford became thicker and thicker, and even Klopp on the sidelines could smell the smoke. Coach Sean couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the chaotic situation at the scene. A bloody battle. This is a real bloody battle. Dear fans, don't blink. I'm sure you won't want to miss a minute of this game. A foul on the wing led to a large-scale conflict between the two sides, and Sulla fell to the ground in pain. After Lin Chen arrived at the scene, he protected Sulla behind him and held off all Manchester United players who tried to attack, without retreating an inch. Lin Chen is obviously only a 17-year-old young man, but he is not afraid at all when facing big-name stars like Manchester United. Some Manchester United fans were throwing beer, eggs and other debris into the field. The scene became very chaotic. Oops, the live camera was on the stands, there was a conflict between Liverpool fans and Manchester United fans. At this time in the stands, some Liverpool fans and Manchester United fans were entangled with each other and a conflict almost broke out. Whether on or off the court, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. The red smoke set off by Manchester United fans at the scene became more and more, not only making the sky above the stadium foggy, but also drifting into the stadium. Klopp even had to cover his mouth and nose. At this time, the staff also began to confiscate the red smoke in the hands of the fans to prevent the situation from getting further out of control. The fourth official and the linesman rushed to the scene of the conflict and tried to separate the players from both sides. Matic grabbed Lin Chen's collar tightly, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the young man in front of him even half a step. Lin Chen stared at Matic and Herrera, grabbing them with his left and right hands like chickens. His face was full of provocation, even with a hint of a smile, and there was no sign of panic. The referee showed Ashley Young a yellow card to calm the commotion and, holding the yellow card in his hand, began to warn the players around him who were still trying to start a conflict. If anyone wants to continue to receive yellow cards, then do something provocative and I promise I will not show mercy. After hearing these words, Lin Chen let go of the hands of Matic and others, and then, with an innocent look and a smile befitting a 17-year-old boy, he complained to the referee. Chapter 28. Referee, they attacked me. They bully me because I'm a 17-year-old kid. I'm scared. Matic was confused. Why was he the first to complain? He rushed over and originally wanted to protect Ashley Young, but when he wasn't paying attention, Lin Chen grabbed him by the collar and couldn't push him away. 17 years old. Referee, does this look like 17 years old? Matic pointed at Lin Chen with a wry smile. Atkinson also smiled, and the conflict between the two sides was finally resolved. After the game resumed, Manchester United continued to make various provocations on the field, harassing Liverpool players with endless small moves, and making the rhythm on the field intermittent. That's very typical of a Mourinho team. Whether at Inter Milan, Chelsea or Real Madrid, Mourinho's teams are always characterized by their love of confrontation and conflict on the field. Especially when facing a team that is stronger than us, this way of playing can effectively limit the opponent's attack. Liverpool didn't get into shape in the first game after the start of this season, but they performed well in the second game and showed strong offensive firepower. Mourinho certainly wants to limit Liverpool's attack in this way. The 17th minute of the game. De Gea made a long pass from the backcourt, trying to find Lukaku, and Lovren headed the ball accurately to the midfield. Henderson quickly stepped forward, protected the ball with his back and passed it to Wijnaldum. At this time, Lin Chen took a big step forward and ran diagonally. After receiving the pass from Villardum, he twisted the ball and turned around to quickly pass it to Main on the left. Main stopped and passed. He shook off Valencia. It was like a sharp knife piercing the penalty area. What a great opportunity. Main breaks into the penalty area. Shoot. De Gea did a great job. A lotus-sitting Guanin blocked the ball out of the baseline. Lin Chen's pass was extremely penetrating, instantly breaking through the ribs of Manchester United's defense and finding Main, who was running forward. It's a pity that the angle of the last shot was too small. If it was Aguero, the chance of scoring might be greater. Although Main failed to score, Manchester United felt the danger of Lin Chen in the midfield. Mourinho's eyes moved, and Matic immediately understood without even a gesture. He is Mourinho's right-hand confidant. Corner kick opportunity, Main took the penalty and shot towards the middle. Firmino was about to head the ball when De Gea rushed out and controlled the ball. A powerful hand-thrown ball found Ashley Young, who was making a forward run. Although Ashley Young did not have the ability to break through, his passes were very accurate, especially his signature long-range arc ball. Sure enough, after stopping the ball steadily, it made a long arc to the left and found Martial, who was making a forward run. Martial stopped the ball with his chest, pushed the ball forward, took a big step forward without looking around, and made a powerful pass to the middle. Low pass. Lukaku rushed to the ball and kicked it. Unexpectedly, the judgment of the landing point was not accurate enough. The swinging left foot passed in front of the ball, then hit his right foot, bounced and landed in the penalty area. Mignolet dived and hugged the ball. The Manchester United fans at the scene exclaimed in disbelief, while Liverpool fans pointed at Lukaku and laughed wildly. Is this the legendary Belgian centre-forward with great control ability? How much did Manchester United spend on him? 8,000 million. I've had enough. I'm fed up with Lukaku playing badly every day and pretending to be awesome. Mourinho next to him had a grim face, probably thinking of how to stab Lukaku to death with a reasonable excuse. The ball returned to Liverpool and Mignolet slowly threw the ball to the right. Arnold received the ball, controlled the rhythm, and moved forward little by little. Lin Chen turned his head and saw Firmino retreating to support. A clear attack route had already formed in his mind. As long as he passes the ball to Firmino, who passes it back, and he follows up with a sweeping pass to the left, he can break through Manchester United's defense again. Chapter 29. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately started moving towards the wing and asking Arnold for the ball. Arnold didn't hesitate and made a low pass. Lin Chen got the ball and was about to turn around, but Matic behind him charged like a bull. If not at the ball, then at the person, hitting Lin Chen's but hard. The unsuspecting Lin Chen was finally knocked down by Matic. A sharp pain came from the buttocks, and the referee immediately rushed over and showed the yellow card, but how could the Liverpool players watch their little brother being bullied? Firmino rushed forward and hit Matic hard on the head with his forehead. A large-scale conflict breaks out again. Lin Chen suffered a loss and was fouled by Matic, who pushed him from behind. Lin Chen fell to the ground holding his butt. Fortunately, it was just a blunt injury. After rubbing it repeatedly for a few times, the pain gradually disappeared. Struggling to get up, the referee showed yellow cards to Firmino and Lukaku, the players who played a provocative role in the conflict. Before the first half was over, 3 players from both teams had received yellow cards. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes when he looked at Matic had obviously changed. He would never take this loss for nothing. The 31th minute of the game. De Gea, another long pass down the middle. Matic wants to head the ball. As soon as Matic jumped, a dark shadow rose up behind him. Lin Chen first headed the ball past Matic. Then he pretended to lose his balance and pressed forward, using his enormous force to squeeze Matic into the air. Then the two of them went up and down in the air, and fell down like a folded body. Lin Chen stuck behind Matic, whispering like a devil. "Enjoy the next moment." Boom! The huge noise attracted the attention of all the fans. Old Trafford was silent in an instant. Lin Chen was seen rolling on the ground, holding his stomach and wailing in pain. "Team doctor. I want a team doctor referee. My stomach hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Hurry up and get the team doctor on the field." At this time, Matic was also lying on the ground motionless, also holding his stomach, staring at Lin Chen, who was rolling over and over with resentful eyes. Although he didn't say a word, the signals sent by his eyes seemed to be complaining to the referee. "All he said were my words, these are all my words." The referee immediately waved to the team doctors of both teams to come on the field. The Liverpool team doctor was about to rush onto the field with a medical box in hand, but Klopp suddenly stopped him and whispered, "Where's the water? Bring 2 bottles of water up. Do you really think that guy is injured? People who really have stomach pains can't roll back and forth like him and still speak. Bring 2 bottles of water so that they can replenish their energy. The situation doesn't look optimistic. Lin Chen looks very painful, holding his stomach and wailing on the ground." But judging from the replay of the live broadcast, when the two of them landed just now, Lin Chen was clearly on top of Matic, almost pressing Matic down. Instead, it was Matic's belly that made direct contact with the grass. Mourinho on the sidelines is a battle-hardened and experienced person. Lin Chen's little tricks were used by Ramos more than once when he was in Real Madrid. So how could Mourinho not know what Lin Chen was doing? He angrily rushed to the sidelines and complained loudly to the referee. "This guy is just acting, you should give him a red card, that was an extremely bad foul just now." "What? A reasonable collision? Who can't control their own body in the air? I think that guy can be controlled. Look at what he looks like. Even 100-year-old wild boars on the mountain are not as strong as him." Mourinho was very angry. It was always the case that his own team should make the other team suffer a loss. He never thought that Lin Chen would let his players suffer a loss this time. He was sending a signal to Matic, asking him to discipline the 17-year-old boy. As a young man who has just started playing in the Premier League, it is only right for him to pay some protection money. Chapter 30. But Mourinho didn't expect that the young man in front of him not only refused to pay the tuition, but also slapped the gangster who came to collect protection fees twice, showing his arrogance and domineering to the extreme. After the Liverpool team doctor came on the field, he symbolically sprayed Lin Chen's stomach a few times with dry ice. Although this thing can't treat the stomach at all, the team doctor immediately took out several bottles of water and handed them to the Liverpool players. The session was interrupted due to injury and turned into a time for Liverpool to replenish water. On the other side, the Manchester United team doctor treated Matic for a full 5 minutes before Matic slowly recovered from the pain. He was helped to the sidelines by the team doctor, waiting to return to the field. The game continued, and Liverpool took advantage of Manchester United being 1 man down and immediately launched a fierce attack. Matic was as anxious on the sidelines as if he was a strong man facing a beauty lying on the bed and wanted to skip the bathing step. He waved his hands frantically to signal to the referee, but players whose game rhythm was interrupted due to injuries needed to wait on the sidelines and could only return to the court after the referee gave a signal that they could return to the court. Liverpool has already marched forward in full force at this point, with the entire formation pressing across half the court. Henderson, in the defensive midfielder position, also dribbled the ball across the midfield line, intent on taking advantage of your weakness to kill you. Manchester United quickly retreated, but had nowhere to go. After being forced into the penalty area, their sense of hierarchy completely disappeared. Manchester United's formation has lost its layers, which is the most taboo mistake. Once the formation loses its layers, the opponent will be able to find space to attack. As expected, at this time Lin Chin quickly moved forward and ran back to attract Herrera, but Herrera was indeed led away from his position by Lin Chin. Manchester United's position at the top of the penalty area was completely unguarded. Henderson's pupils contracted as he saw a perfect through-pass route. He immediately pushed forward with his left foot, and a knife-like pass penetrated Manchester United's ribs. Jones tried to fall to the ground and make an interception, but he could only watch the pass pass by his toes. What a good pass, it broke through the defense. Maine got the ball on the left and broke into the penalty area. Single blade. It was a small goal in front of the goalkeeper. Pretty. Finally broke through De Gea's defense. Maine didn't miss his chance this time. The burning King Kong. The smoking Tai Sui. Liverpool take the lead, Manchester United are 1 goal behind. The camera first showed Maine running to the sidelines, sprinting with a diving leap, and gliding to celebrate. Behind him, Jesus, Firmino and others rode their horses to catch up, jumping on his back one after another and celebrating. Then, the live camera turned to Mourinho on the sidelines. At this time, the magic bird was so angry that he wanted to eat people. Why not let Matic return to the pitch immediately? Why do we have one less player? This goal is unfair. Your mother. Mourinho was so angry that he exploded the national quintessence. The referee rushed over immediately after hearing the news, not to comfort Mourinho, but to show him a yellow card. If this happens again, I will kick you out. Mourinho's face was livid, but facing the referee, who was the god of the game, he could only stop exporting the national quintessence. The Liverpool fans at the scene were in a frenzy. Liverpool completely took the lead and celebrated passionately at Old Trafford. After the game resumed, Manchester United pressed forward like crazy. Manchester United will definitely want to equalize the score before the end of the game. If they can go into the second half with the same score, they still have a chance to overtake. Kick the ball high from the middle and head it towards the penalty area. I wanted to use Lukaku's heading ability, but he actually got the first spot. Point to the left, follow up and attack. Hit the side net. Old Trafford must have thought the ball had gone in, some fans had already raised their hands to celebrate. Just after completing the shot, before Manchester United could catch their breath, Mignolet asked the ball boy for the ball, immediately kicked the ball quickly and ran to the left. Found Maine, stopped the ball with his chest and passed it. Chapter 31. Continue down the left path and eat them alive. Inverted triangle. Hit the door. Blocked. There's still a chance. Come on and fight again. Firmino's 2 consecutive shots were bravely saved by De Gea. The scene became completely open and closed. Every breath took an offense and defense to complete a transition. I didn't even dare to blink. Coach Jean's tone also revealed nervousness. The most critical moment. Whoever can withstand the attack and ensure that the ball is not lost will regain the rhythm of the game. The first half of the game ended and players from both sides returned to the locker room. What Klopp and Mourinho said in the locker room was surprisingly consistent. When the second half starts, we will fight them head-on. No one is allowed to retreat. They want to play hard. They want to play hard. Then let's fight them for real. 15 minutes later, the second half of the game began. The second half of the game begins, fellow fans. I guarantee it will be an extremely exciting 45 minutes, and neither side will hold back. Coach James guessed correctly. Klopp and Mourinho were standing on the sidelines, and it seemed as if 2 invisible chakras were colliding on their bodies. The pace on the field was pushed to the extreme. Lin Chen didn't even dare to blink quickly. He wiped the sweat that was sliding down his forehead with his hand while running hard, his nerves tense at all times. Boom. Snapped. Boom. Pass it to the back. I'll pick you up on the left. The only sounds on the field could be heard, the crisp sounds of passing and catching the ball, and the voices of players communicating with each other. The referee didn't even blow the whistle once 10 minutes into the second half. There were no fouls. Instead, the game became smoother. Both sides just wanted to attack and score goals. The game was very beautiful, so smooth and dangerous. Any stoppage of the ball for even half a second could put you in danger of being intercepted. Pass the ball with one foot and cooperate quickly, this is what you should do now. The 59th minute of the game. Opportunities in the middle, moving the ball forward, the tempo was always high. Firmino is in the middle and Main is at the back post. Will Lin Chen pass the ball? Still passing, force your way inside. Tried to shoot from a flank, but the angle was too small and De Gea caught it. Klopp was angry on the sidelines. He was very dissatisfied with Sully's handling of the ball. I have to say that Sully does play very idiosyncratic sometimes, but even if the star player in the team plays a little idiosyncratic, no one will be dissatisfied. After all, the personal abilities of the team stars can always save the team from danger at critical moments. As the offensive battle gradually reached a critical moment, Liverpool relied on its strong resilience to gradually resist Manchester United's offensive. Not only did Liverpool not have their formation broken up, but they were able to stabilize their tempo and begin to regain possession of the ball. As Manchester United was forced to retreat little by little, Mourinho's team had no choice but to shrink and once again play their best defensive counterattack. Manchester United fans were very dissatisfied. At this time, Liverpool fans were arrogant and turned into kings at Old Trafford. Some Liverpool fans even pointed their fingers at the Manchester United fans around them to provoke them. The atmosphere off the field was heated to the extreme, with a strong smell of gunpowder filling the air. Even the explosion-proof police holding explosion-proof shields felt nervous. Manchester United fans became extremely crazy, as if they had taken stimulants. Whenever Liverpool players come to the sidelines and prepare to give up a free ball, the Manchester United fans behind them will boo wildly, raise their middle fingers and curse endlessly, trying to break down the Liverpool players mentally. The 65th minute of the game. Lin Chen dribbled the ball down the middle, pushing forward all the way. His two long legs were like a golden hoop, pushing the ball forward little by little. He quickly broke through to the right, but was unfortunately double-teamed by Matic and Herrera. Helplessly, Lin Chen could only continue to push forward along the sideline. When he came to the corner flag area, he kicked the ball to Matic with his experience and it bounced out of the bottom line, winning a corner kick opportunity for the team. Chapter 32. Klopp on the sidelines immediately applauded him crazily, but the Manchester United fans were not happy at this time. First, a glass of beer almost hit Lin Chen's head, but Lin Chen dodged it nimbly and smiled at the Manchester United fans in front of him who were giving him the middle finger. It was just an ordinary smile, but in the eyes of Manchester United fans it was full of provocation. Don't let me see you on the streets of Manchester or I'll kill you. Fick you. Fuck you. Lin Chen didn't even know what he had done, and then the whole Old Trafford Stadium was filled with verbal abuse and criticism against him in a very rhythmic manner. Lin. Fuck you. Lin. Fuck you. Lin. Fuck you. Not only was Lin Chen not afraid, he waved his hands to signal the Manchester United fans to shout louder, which further ignited the anger at Old Trafford. Manchester United players couldn't wait to score the equalizer and support their fans. The game has completely entered the strangulation stage. Especially in the midfield, whoever controls the midfield controls the world, everyone understands this truth. Manchester United finally launched a melee against Lin Chen in the midfield, but they overlooked one point. Hand-to-hand combat is Lin Chen's favorite part. The 70th minute of the game. Still dribbling the ball, pressing forward a little bit. Lin Chen is observing the right side. There's a chance. Do you want to pass? Matic made a head-on interception. Lin Chen spikes the ball and cuts in with his shoulders lowered. Shake off Matic and keep dribbling the ball forward. I wiped it away, but you still want to pass it again. Herrera tried to foul and pulled Lin Chen. Herrera wanted to hold Lin Chen to stop him from moving forward, but Lin Chen knocked Herrera's right hand away with his backhand and held his shoulder to keep Herrera at a reasonable distance from him. Then he continued to dribble the ball, advancing down the left side like a tank. Just as he was about to raise his foot to take a long shot, Mkhitaryan behind him returned to defense, and three people surrounded and finally intercepted the ball from Lin Chen. But Lin Chen did not intend to give up at this time. After Mkhitaryan intercepted the ball, he turned around and tried to advance. Lin Chen behind him took a big step forward and forced his position from the side and rear. He pushed Mkhitaryan away and knocked him to the ground. An unreasonable steal. The referee immediately called a foul and gave Lin Chen a verbal warning. Was this ball called a foul? Actually, I think it's somewhere between being able to blow and not being able to blow. Lin Chen also found it incredible. He had clearly gained the advantage through physical positioning, but the referee still awarded the ball to Manchester United. A one-goal lead is not safe. You never know when Manchester United will launch a sharp counterattack. As Coach John was speaking, Mourinho made another substitution on the sidelines. Mourinho wants to make a substitution. Young players Rashford and Lingard will come on. This is to increase the breakthroughs on the wing. Can Liverpool withstand Manchester United's attack? Two young wingers came on the field and their breakthroughs were indeed sharp. Full of energy, they made crazy vertical sprints on the wing. The two Liverpool fullbacks were visibly tired, and Manchester United finally regained the rhythm of the game with this substitution, and even suppressed Liverpool's attack when the game was about to end. Manchester United's formation was pressing higher and higher. With little time left in the match, the key was to score a goal as soon as possible. At this time, Lin Chen was observing Manchester United's formation. The closer he pressed, the more opportunities he could see for counterattack. It seems that Liverpool is suppressed, but Lin Chen knows that as long as he is given space to counterattack, he will definitely be able to help Liverpool score another goal. The 84th minute of the game. Manchester United got a corner kick and kicked the ball high towards the middle. Mignolet attacks and punches the ball towards midfield. Lin Chen quickly pushed off the ground and saw an opportunity. Touch the ball with your toes, and it will be firmly attracted to your feet like a magnet. Chapter 33. Start the burst and sprint. Both of Manchester United's central defenders stayed in Liverpool's penalty area because they were involved in this corner attack. Lin Chen looked up and saw an empty space in front of him. He dribbled the ball quickly and after only 3 or 4 seconds he passed the midfield line and arrived at Manchester United's half. Matic and Herrera were chasing back frantically, but gradually Matic was left behind, leaving Herrera alone. At this time, Lin Chen forced himself to take 2 steps forward again. When he reached the top of the penalty area, Herrera just happened to arrive beside him. Just as he was about to kick to intercept, Lin Chen raised his left foot and pretended to hit the ball, but it was actually a fake shot and a real dunk. The agile body becomes more and more graceful. After shaking off Herrera, he adjusted the ball to the right. Twist your hips and bend your knees. Bend down and exert force. The body is like a spring, first moving backward with the hips as the center, and then swinging the right leg out, hitting the ball with the inertia of the whole body. Boom! The ball stuck to the grass and went straight to the lower right corner of the goal. There were bursts of breaking sounds. And there is not even the slightest rotation. Under normal circumstances, most shots taken by professional players are accompanied by spin. At the moment of hitting the ball, it is difficult to get the most fixed position exactly. The so-called fixed position means that after hitting the ball can be fully subjected to the force and all the force is converted into inertia. But unless the ball is hit in the most reasonable position, it will have a little spin. However, Lin Chen's shot hit the grass and made a sound of breaking through the air, without the slightest rotation. Hit the ball straight into the blind corner of the goal. Rush in fiercely. Boom! All the fans at the scene were shocked, especially the fans at Old Trafford. Manchester United fans were disheartened. Goal! Gerrard shouted. Guguo! Forest! Forest! Gerrard was so excited that he could hardly control himself and stood up and ran wildly in the Sky Sports live broadcast room. Can you believe it? A young man who is only 17 years old scored a goal in his first Manchester derby. This extremely crucial goal completely killed Manchester United's desire to counterattack. Klopp was right to start him. It's correct. It's important. Gerrard was excited. Since I retired, I haven't seen such a talented young midfielder for a long time. He showed me the meaning of an all-around midfielder. This rare midfield role has not disappeared yet. Manchester United wanted to fight back, and in fact they took the initiative on the field at one point. But this goal will completely kill all their hopes. After Lin Chen scored the goal, he rushed to the sidelines and took off his shirt. Firmino rushed over from behind him, carried Lin Chen on his shoulders and lifted him high. Lin Chen proudly showed his jersey to Old Trafford. Lin Chen. Reign at Old Trafford. Coach James said excitedly. Classic bright jersey celebration. This moment will definitely become one of the most classic moments in Lin Chen's career. I think those fans who just mocked and even tried to attack him need to shut up. Their ridicule not only did not scare Lin Chen, but instead aroused the fighting spirit of this young man. Manchester United fans were boiling with anger. Old Trafford was silent at first, and then there was a barrage of boos. But this sounds more like a roar of incompetence. The football field should be about the ball doing the talking, but Mourinho asked Matic to do some tricks, but he failed to gain any advantage over Lin Chen. As a result, the score was tied at 2 goals behind, and Manchester United fell into the abyss. Mourinho's face turned pale. After witnessing Lin Chen score the goal, he picked up the water cup beside him and poured it onto the ground. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and the Liverpool fans in the live broadcast room were extremely arrogant. Manchester United. Open the mic. I just want to ask, who else? Who the hell else? Winning the Reds in this way is so fantastic. Am I dreaming? This 17-year-old is incredibly strong, his strengths are physicality and long-range shooting. Chapter 34. Although his passing success rate and free kicks need to be improved, and his overall strength needs to grow, for a 17-year-old young man, his current ability is a bit too much. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lin Chen's current abilities are indeed not comprehensive enough. Especially his passing success rate under high-intensity confrontations needs to be improved, but at critical moments, he can always gain the upper hand through physical confrontation and long shots. Carragher said. Lin's greatest strength is not his long-range shooting or confrontation, but his ability to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Know when you can play to your strengths and then start using your strengths to contribute more to the team. In other words, this guy has a very high basketball IQ. Both Gerrard and Carragher were once legends of Liverpool. In this game they were completely conquered by Lin Chen's performance. There was little time left in the game, and every minute seemed like a death countdown for Manchester United. Manchester United fans were disheartened, and some even started to leave early. Klopp was frantically putting pressure on the referee on the sidelines, hoping that the referee would stop the game as soon as possible. The 90th minute of the game. The game has entered the extra time stage, and this game will be added 3 minutes. Manchester United had no chance. It was extremely difficult to equalize the score in the last 3 minutes. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the referee, hoping that the referee would put the whistle into that damn mouth as soon as possible. Finally, in the desperate eyes of countless Manchester United fans and the expectant eyes of countless Liverpool fans. Beep. 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 The game is over, fellow fans. The second round of the Premier League, the battle between the two Reds, ends here. Congratulations to Liverpool for defeating Manchester United and winning 2 consecutive Premier League games. They are now second in the Premier League with 6 points. Manchester City is first due to their goal difference advantage. It was a thrilling offensive battle, and Liverpool had the last laugh. As a Liverpool fan, Coach James is of course very happy, but he cannot show it. As a neutral commentator, he must be neutral. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Gerrard and others had already gone crazy. Neville was sandwiched between Carragher and Gerrard on both sides and was madly mocked. He felt hopeless. What else do I need to say? My fellow fans. You are now looking at Liverpool's future midfielder, Liverpool's future star. Lin's talent is obvious to the naked eye. I'm putting my words here. He will definitely grow into an excellent player as long as he doesn't get distracted by too many temptations. The live camera was given to Lin Chen, and at this time countless Liverpool legends began to post online. Paisley, if I was still coaching Liverpool, I would start Lin in every game. Carragher, is there anything else to say? Premier League, get ready to tremble. Dalglish, you all praise his confrontation and long shots, am I the only one who sees his extreme football intelligence and proud imagination? Barnes, better long-range shots than Lampard, better ball control than Gerrard, but not as good as me. Gerrard, Barnes, everyone knows you have no shame, there is no need to emphasize it yourself. Liverpool legends posted one after another to praise the team, and many old legends had not posted for a long time. All of a sudden, Lin Chen became the most watched person in Liverpool's lineup, and then fans also began to question him online. Can anyone tell me why Liverpool haven't offered Lin a first-team contract yet? Are they waiting for him to be poached? There is news that Barnett had a secret meeting with Mike, the official head of Liverpool club. Okay, before we start the negotiation, I have 2 more questions for you. First, what kind of person is Barnett? Mike immediately replied, he is a cunning guy who tells lies all the time and can't believe a single word he says. Chapter 35. Fenway nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask questions. Second, how should we negotiate with Barnett? Mike answered again, stick to the bottom line, don't leave any room for error, hold on to the highest price and don't let go. Fenway nodded with satisfaction. Very good, you can go out now. You must remember that this is a war for our group. If you help us save more money, your salary will increase accordingly. Do you understand what I mean? In order to save as much as possible, Fenway even suggested to help Mike get a raise. After hearing this, Mike's eyes lit up with excitement. With this reward, Mike held his head high, put on a neat suit, and rushed to the negotiation site, a hidden cafe in Liverpool, with a serious expression. Mike was extremely confident until he arrived at the negotiation table and pushed the door open. He had deliberately arrived 5 minutes late just to whet Barnett's appetite, but the box was empty and Mike's heart was instantly in suspense. This is... What do you mean? At this time, Barnett was driving his luxury version of Rolls-Royce with Lin Chen in the car. Let's do as we planned last night. I'm the bad guy and you're the good guy. In order to ensure that there would be no mistakes, Barnett confirmed with Lin Chen again. It's better to put your hand on my shoulder. If you feel that the final offer meets your psychological expectations, put your hand on my shoulder. Before that, no matter how much he pesters me, I will not agree. Lin Chen nodded. The negotiation process that Barnett had rehearsed with him last night was still unforgettable to him. The design of every little detail made Lin Chen exclaim that Barnett was simply not a human being. Barnett had predicted that Mike would be late on purpose, so Barnett drove out of his home a full 10 minutes after the negotiation time they had agreed on. If the two parties were not familiar with each other, Barnett would definitely arrive on time, but he and Mike had been friends for more than 10 years, so he certainly knew what kind of preparation Mike would bring to the negotiations. Barnett and Lin Chen arrived exactly 50 minutes after the agreed time. Pretending to push the door open in a hurry, Barnett rushed in and gave Mike a big and warm hug without waiting for Mike to react. My dear old friend. How long has it been since we last saw each other? 5 years? 10 years? Mike pushed Barnett away unhappily and retorted while giving Lin a friendly wave. We just met the night before yesterday, and you shamelessly ran to my house to eat my wife's Chinese dumplings, ate 25 of them in one go, and even took my bottle of red wine. Barnett immediately touched his nose and sat down feeling guilty. How can I call it shun? That's the fruit of our friendship. Mike smiled. The fruit of friendship? Why the hell do I always have to get married? Barnett laughed even louder, and Lin Chen sat down close beside him. Okay, Mike, let's get down to business. Everyone is calling on you to offer Lin a professional contract. I think you should come here ready. Mike handed over the first contract in black and white. Considering that he is about to turn 18, we are willing to offer him a real first-team professional contract with a weekly salary of £2. Mike felt that offering a weekly salary of £17 to a 2-year-old was very sincere. But Barnett didn't even look at him, he just kept a gloomy face and said nothing. The atmosphere at the negotiation table suddenly turned cold, and Barnett's strong negotiation skills were fully revealed at this moment. When it comes to negotiation, Barnett is second to none in the entire English football world. The most powerful point is that Barnett is good at using his body movements and facial expressions to make the atmosphere of the entire negotiation table change with his expressions. Chapter 36. Barnett didn't say anything, but just sitting there made his negotiating opponents feel oppressed and frightened. There is a saying in English football circles, "I would rather fight the devil for 3 rounds than negotiate for 1 round with Barnett." Mike had practiced very well before coming here, but when facing Barnett, his momentum suddenly weakened. Then he began to stutter, and had to try to get Barnett to lower the price by claiming to be an old friend. "We have been friends for more than 10 years. Considering that you took my bottle of 82 Lafite the night before last, don't ask for too much." Barnett remained silent for a long time, then spoke slowly. "How about this, I'll give you 2 more chances to quote. The 2 offers didn't meet my expectations, so I helped Lynn contact Manchester City, Chelsea and Manchester United." Barnett suddenly laughed when he talked about Manchester United. "You said that if I could bring Lin Yun to Manchester, the effect would be explosive, and from then on, no other agent in the entire football world would be able to compare with me." Mike became even more panicked when he heard this. He only had 2 chances. He had wanted to lower the price and increase it little by little, but now he had lost such hope. "I tried my best, but I could only get 30,000 for Lin. £3 a week is really high. For a 17-year-old young man, Foden next door only earns £2 a week after being promoted to the first team." Barnett waved his hand. "Foden? Foden has only played a few minutes in the first team. Is he as good as Lin?" Seeing that even £30,000 could not satisfy Barnett, McMichael was completely panicked. He only had one last chance. "That's enough, Barnett, stop torturing me with your little eyes and expressions." Mike had had enough. "Give me a quick last bid." After saying that, Mike looked at Lin Chen again, wanting him to have pity on him. "Lin, my dear Lin, my wife is a loyal fan of yours. Please leave me some room for retreat. I also need to report to my superiors." Lin Chen shrugged and pointed at Barnett. "I listened to him. I didn't understand anything." Mike was completely desperate. Barnett finally took the initiative to speak at this time. "A weekly salary of £40,000, plus an additional championship bonus for all competitions that Liverpool may win. Plus a goal bonus. Plus assist bonus. Plus an additional option, after meeting 15 Premier League games, the weekly salary will automatically increase to £10. Lin Chen put his hand on Barnett's shoulder at this time. He was very satisfied with such terms. The 4 extras made Mike's eyes go dark, but he knew that once Barnett made the final offer, it would be difficult to change it. Although it was much higher than the initial offer, it was still within Mike's authority. Mike simply gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. He wished that the person sitting in front of him was a devil instead of Barnett. He really couldn't stand this suffocating negotiation feeling. "Okay." Mike was still hesitant. Barnett groaned, Mike finally stopped hesitating. "Make a deal." "Deal." He said these 2 words almost through gritting his teeth. Mike's heart was broken. He knew that there was no hope for a pay raise. The salary that was supposed to belong to him was taken away by the vampire Barnett. Seeing that the contract was reached, Barnett was overjoyed, but his expression remained unchanged. He signaled Lin Chen to sign the contract with Mike first. Once a contract is signed in black and white, neither party can make any changes. Mike signed his name with trembling hands and the contract agreement was reached. Seeing that the contract was finalized, Barnett finally laughed and put his arm around Mike's shoulders and rubbed them repeatedly. "Come on, I'll treat you tonight. Come to my house and I'll treat you to 82 Lafite." When Mike heard about the 820 Lafite, his mood improved a little, but he suddenly seemed to remember something while walking on the road. Lafite in 82. Chapter 37. "Isn't it what you took from my house last night?" "Fuck you." The story of Mike and Barnett begins exactly 18 years ago. At that time, Mike was still a waiter in a restaurant, while Barnett had just started his own agency and was facing a situation of capital shortage and impending bankruptcy. Extremely depressed, he came to the restaurant and wanted to buy something to eat with the only £10 he had left. But after looking around, he found that the price of what he wanted was not enough, so Bennett had no choice but to leave. It was late at night, and Mike saw that Barnett was lonely, so he spent his own £2 to buy Barnett a £12 cake. Then he stole a bottle of red wine from the kitchen and took some snacks that were about to expire. The two drank together for a long time that night and talked a lot, only to find out that both of them were unsatisfactory in their respective fields. Mike was not originally a waiter, but the owner of this restaurant with an excellent business acumen. Unfortunately, the economic market was in turmoil at that time. Mike wanted to close the store to get through the difficult period, but he finally chose to give it a try, betting his entire fortune, and ultimately lost everything. The situation is basically the same as Barnett's, both of them are characters who dare to take big risks in the commercial market. Just 1 month later, Barnett's funding chain was not broken and it was quickly replenished and revived. Barnett also found Mike as soon as possible to help him start participating in related matters in the football world. He started as a scout and then became a small agent, specializing in negotiating professional contracts at the championship level for youth players. Later, the Finway Group settled in Anfield and was in urgent need of a local expert on England with rich football knowledge and excellent business acumen. Finway approached Barnett and sought his advice immediately. Barnett immediately recommended Mike. Since then, Mike has secured the position of Liverpool Club's England manager. Responsible for all matters of the club from top to bottom, including negotiations with players, contracts, selection of youth players, transfer of physiotherapists, masseurs, chefs, etc. Finway thought that the pre-negotiation training had made Mike wake up, but he never thought that the friendship between him and Mike for a few years could not compare to the 18 years of friendship between him and Barnett. The relationship between the two is more important than anything else, which is why Mike agreed to Barnett's contract request. He would never be satisfied with any other young man, no matter how outstanding he was. After 15 appearances, his weekly salary increased to 10, which is even a contract for a 17-year-old player. After 2 or 3 years, when Liverpool signs the next contract with Lin Chen, the base will have to be increased from £10, which is not a small amount. Many top teams offer players contracts with weekly salaries of 700,000 or 800,000 yuan because they were paid too much when they were young, and the salary was increased little by little until it eventually exceeded the ceiling. After signing the contract, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching a milestone and signing the first professional contract in your life. 150 points of reward. The accumulated points have reached 345 points. You can draw the next skill. Lin Chen started drawing without hesitation. Drawing for the host, please wait. The golden rolling skill pool continued to surge, and then black and gold light bloomed from the skill pool. He is the epitome of elegance, he is a top midfield maestro. His high basketball IQ and broad vision allow him to pass the ball to any area on the court. The exquisite technique, the ability to turn around in a small space, and the excellent ability to control the rhythm of the game have made him a historical midfield star. Congratulations to the host for winning Pirlo's black gold skill, extraordinary pass. Chapter 38. When Lin Chen heard about the superb basketball IQ and extraordinary passing ability, he subconsciously thought of Pirlo, and the final result was exactly as he expected. The skills shining with black and gold light slowly appeared below the attributes, and Lin Chen clicked to check. Black gold special skill extraordinary pass, increases the host's long pass accuracy by 25% when in the midfield area, ground pass accuracy by 15%, and through pass success rate by 5%. Lin Chen was overjoyed as all 3 passing abilities were improved. From this moment on, he is no longer the engineering midfielder who can only charge around on the field relying on brute force. As long as I further improve my passing attributes through serious training and game accumulation in the future, I will become a midfielder who has the ability to confront, organize and control the rhythm of the game. Lin Chen is looking forward to extracting 2 major skills, both of which are skills that meet his needs. After extracting the 3rd skill and unlocking the next growth module, his own abilities will surely grow more comprehensively. After signing the contract, although Finway's face was livid, he also knew Lin Chen's current status in the hearts of Liverpool fans. Liverpool must keep him no matter what. Soon the news was announced across the internet, with Liverpool fans expressing their congratulations and legends from all walks of life coming to give thumbs up. Gerrard, this is the first good news I received today. Congratulations to Liverpool for keeping Lynn. Lampard, players like Lynn must stay in the Premier League, he will give the Premier League greater exposure. Liverpool fans, how much weekly salary did Fenway offer Lynn? Is this really the bargaining chip that Fenway can offer? Did I see it wrong, or did you drink too much on the day of the Fenway negotiations? I didn't expect that Fenway would finally wake up one day and be willing to give its players more and better treatment. I am so moved. Looking at the comments and reviews about herself on the internet, Fenway smiled with satisfaction because the contract suddenly started to get better. He suddenly felt that giving Lin Chen this valuable contract might really be the right thing to do. After defeating Manchester United, Liverpool had an 8-day rest period. Klopp generously gave all the players 3 days off and held an open training session on August 8, inviting loyal Liverpool fans to enter the Liverpool training base to watch. This kind of open training was the first rule established by Mike after he joined the Liverpool club. He required the first team to hold at least 2 open training sessions every season and invite fans to watch for free. This is also the reason why Liverpool fans are so loyal. August 8, Training Ground A of Liverpool Training Base. Liverpool fans poured in one after another, and soon the training ground was packed with people. In this kind of public training, Klopp will definitely not reveal his tactics, it is more for interacting with the fans. Therefore, the training rhythm and atmosphere on the field were also very good. The players were divided into 8 versus 8 and 6 versus 6, and they trained against each other. Fans also frantically used their mobile phones to take pictures of their favorite stars. Not only did the sidelines burst into cheers, but from the current perspective, the most popular ones are naturally Captain Henderson and the Red Arrows trident in the front court. But there were also many fans who greeted Lin Chen and asked for his autograph and took photos with him. A white-haired old man, who looked very stylish and gave Lin Chen the feeling of a thinner version of Barnett, had been standing next to the half of the court where Lin Chen was training, repeating himself. Forrest. Give me an autograph, my daughter is your fan. After Lin Chen stepped forward and gave him his autograph, the old man then spoke again. Lin, please give me another autograph. My second daughter is also your fan. Lin, give me another autograph. My wife is also your fan. Forrest. All these aunts and uncles jumped out, and when Lin Chen signed in, he found that he had already signed 7 or 8 autographs for them. Chapter 39. This made him wonder if this guy was a local scalper in England, who stole his signature and then sold it. Not only that, Lin Chen could also feel the burning gazes of several people. Beside the white-haired old man, there were several tall, blonde and blue-eyed beauties wearing tight professional suits, all staring at him intently. That scorching gaze seemed to be spewing flames, making Lin Chen feel creepy. The open training lasted for a full hour, and the players basically met the fans' desires and needs. After Lin Chen signed autographs for those blonde beauties, he left with the main group. Liverpool continued to prepare for the 3rd round of the Premier League. Lin Chen is about to welcome another big event, his youth training high school is finally opening. August 8 was the time to report to school. When Lin Chen and Ojo arrived at the school gate, they found that compared to the students around them who were holding books and carrying various documents, the 2 men with empty hands looked more like criminals trying to rush into the school and snatch the beautiful teacher's stockings. You've been studying here for 2 years, and you don't even know what to bring to school. Lin Chen looked at Ocho helplessly. Ojo gave him a don't worry smile. Don't worry, we are football players with a special status. Special status will naturally receive special treatment. Lin Chen was skeptical, but he still did not rule out the possibility that they would be kicked out of the school gate. We are both in class 3 of senior, and I heard that our teacher is very beautiful. After I entered senior year, my former homeroom teacher got pregnant, so I wasn't very familiar with this new beautiful teacher. But I heard she's very strict. Although she's pretty, few students are willing to study under her. After hearing Ocho's introduction, Lin Chen's heart was finally broken. He originally wanted to find an unreliable teacher who would go back to the youth training base to play games after 2 classes every day. He wanted to enjoy a happy time, compete when it was time to compete, and use this as an excuse not to do his homework. The 2 were chatting when they came to the 3rd floor. Turning a corner was class 3 of senior. Ojo was about to turn the corner with confidence when a sound like thunder rang out. It was an extremely shrill female voice, but if you listened carefully to the voice, you could tell it was a pretty woman. You come here on your first day to report, but you don't bring any books or documents with you. You come here empty-handed, right? I actually have a student like you. Give me your parents' phone number and ask them to send all the stuff to me immediately. Lin Chen stood there in a daze, reaching out and poking Ojo's kidney. Brother, I think we still have time to run now. However, Ojo still walked into the classroom. Don't worry, brother. I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen. Ojo was unsure, but thinking that he couldn't lose face in front of Lin Chen, he went in anyway. After entering the classroom, the beautiful blonde head teacher stared at Ocho, then looked at his empty hands, and immediately understood what was going on. Ocho. Don't think you can get special treatment just because you are a member of Liverpool's youth training team. Call immediately and ask the youth training staff to send all your things over. At this time, Lin Chen, who was following Ocho, just wanted to turn around and run away. The blonde and blue-eyed head teacher looked up at Lin Chen and his expression immediately changed. Forrest. You didn't bring anything either. Lin Chen nodded. The head teacher immediately came forward and asked Lin Chen to enter the classroom and sit down. It's okay, you can just bring your stuff over next class. Don't learn from Ojo anymore in the future. He will teach you bad things. The extremely gentle voice, coupled with the affectionate eyes, made Lin Chen even think that he was hallucinating. Is this really the same person as the strong woman whose voice just resounded throughout the classroom corridor? Ocho felt even more innocent. What does it mean to learn from me? Chapter 40. If we really compare shameless hooligans, I am not even 1,000th as good as Lin Chen. Ocho's seat was close to Lin Chen. After sitting down, Ocho whispered softly. Most of the students in this class are children of dignitaries, and many of them have loved watching Liverpool games since they were young. Many of the teachers and staff here are also Liverpool fans. Lin Chen looked up suddenly, and then he remembered that the blonde beauty in front of him was the one who had been standing beside him and watching his game during the public training a few days ago, and even asked for his autograph in the end. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the head teacher turned on the projector, which showed the principal's portrait. This is our principal. When you see him in school, you must greet him and be polite. When you do something bad, remember to avoid his face. Lin Chen was petrified. What the hell? Isn't this the old man who tricked me into signing with all kinds of excuses? The first day was just a simple familiarization with the teaching environment. The students introduced themselves. When it was Lin Chen's turn, countless pairs of hot eyes in the audience immediately focused on Lin Chen. Especially the little princesses of the rich and powerful, they stared at Lin Chen as if they wanted to skin him alive and eat him. After finishing the school activities, Ojo smiled and patted Lin Chen on the way back to the base. We don't have many classes, most of which focus on getting familiar with communicating in the local English language. I think you will soon become the biggest star in this school. Ojo winked at Lin Chen with a look that carried deep meaning. Lin Chen smiled and said, the biggest star in this school. I still want to be the biggest star in the entire football world. After saying this, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Lin Chen's photo was posted online, and there was news that he forgot to bring his books when he reported to school on the first day. Liverpool are in excellent form recently, winning 3 games in a row. Can fans expect more? Who can stop Liverpool's offensive football, or stop the young man who suddenly came out? Liverpool is in excellent form and has attracted much attention, among which Lin Chen, whose performance is particularly outstanding, has attracted much attention. Liverpool will face Crystal Palace in the 3rd round of the Premier League. Since the start of this season, Crystal Palace has not performed well enough, suffering defeat in the first 2 rounds of the league and ranking 18th in the Premier League. The scores in both games were 0-1, which was actually just bad luck, Gerrard said when introducing Crystal Palace. And I think they've deliberately put physicality first, even though the Premier League does encourage physicality, but they need goals. Crystal Palace, a fantastic team. It's so magical that as long as fans think of these 3 words, they can think of their playing style and their purchasing strategy. Crystal Palace particularly likes players who are dark, hard, strong and good at confrontation. They are their favorites. Crystal Palace also has a distinctive playing style on the field, which is the iconic traditional British style. It's the kind of game where you don't know what they are doing, and then they start playing long passes and crazy crosses. After that, it's just a matter of luck, pushing the ball into the penalty area as hard as possible to see if you can find a chance to score. What made the fans laugh and cry the most was that during a league match, the live camera captured the chairman of Crystal Palace sleeping soundly in the fan stands. The game on the field was Crystal Palace's home game, and Crystal Palace was tied 0-0 in that game. From now on, fans need to prepare pillows in advance when watching Crystal Palace games. Of course, this is just a joke from local English fans. As Crystal Palace was in poor form, Klopp made a comprehensive rotation. In order to prepare for the upcoming fourth-round focus battle against Arsenal, Klopp wanted to let the main players get some rest in the third round. Chapter 41. Sturridge, Milner and other players got the chance to play, while Sulla, Firmino, Lin Chen and others sat on the bench on standby. When seeing the starting lineup, Coach Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen's position in Liverpool is obviously becoming more and more important. He is sitting on the bench with the starting main players on standby. The game started soon at Crystal Palace's home ground. Crystal Palace frequently engaged in physical confrontations, trying to tear through Liverpool's defense. But Crystal Palace soon discovered that their own collision not only did not have any effect, but instead increased their own physical consumption. Liverpool was not in a hurry to attack, but instead arranged their formation, allowing Crystal Palace to attack and trying their best to prevent Crystal Palace from entering their most dangerous area. In the 30th minute of the game, Crystal Palace's midfield toughness had obviously declined. Liverpool immediately switched from defense to offense and began to press forward, trying to gain offensive opportunities through high-pressure defense and rushing through the middle. The 35th minute of the game. From the impact in the middle, Crystal Palace was suppressed very uncomfortably. Wijnaldum is pressing Jurgen Klopp, it's intercepted. Leave it to Milner to push the counterattack, Solanke is on the wing. Solanke gets the ball with a long pass. He doesn't have Sulla's breakthrough ability, but Solanke's ability to pass over a long distance is very strong. As Coach Zhang was speaking, Solanke cut inside and made a long arc to the left. Sure enough, a long pass with a big foot. Liverpool are good at using this kind of wide area tearing to open up space. Maine gets the ball, cuts inside and keeps moving towards the middle. Pass Tompkins, no chance, keep passing. Again. Kick the door. Too hesitant. Maine could have shot the ball 2 steps earlier, but he seemed to want to pass the ball first. Just 5 minutes later, Liverpool had another chance. Milner took the ball and launched a counterattack. A surgical pass penetrated the defense and found Sturridge, who was running forward. Pretty. Sturridge has a one-on-one chance. Coach James was very excited. One passes first, and the goalkeeper chooses to attack. The gate is empty. I want to go through again. Sturridge shoots. Oops. The ball didn't go in. Coach James' excitement instantly turned into anger. Fuck Sturridge. Wouldn't it be better if we just pushed the empty door early? They had to pass the ball cleanly before shooting. What happened to Liverpool's forwards today? Does it have to be fed into your mouth? After the first half of the game, Klopp returned to the locker room and emphasized angrily. Shoot at the goal when you have the chance, don't hesitate, don't keep dribbling, don't think about passing the opponent cleanly. This is a football match, not a video game. I don't need any fancy breakthroughs. I just need to score, we need to score. However, Klopp's roar did not change anything. As substitute players, Sturridge and Solanke's abilities are indeed limited. After the start of the second half, Liverpool were unable to score any points, and it was thunder without rain. Crystal Palace has gradually recovered from its fatigue. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that if this continues, the situation will soon turn in Crystal Palace's favor. We should score first instead of doing all these fancy things, which are useless. Gerrard looked at Liverpool on the field, his worries growing. There's a saying in the football world that if you miss chances too often, you'll be punished. What worries me is that Liverpool still hasn't scored a goal and there are only about 30 minutes left including the extra time. Look at the smiles on the faces of the Crystal Palace fans. They will be happy with the draw with Liverpool and at least get a point this season. The Crystal Palace fans in the live broadcast room were indeed satisfied with the team's performance. At least from the pace of the game so far, we have not been suppressed by Liverpool, and that's enough. If we can get 1 point from Liverpool, that's acceptable, at least Liverpool is much stronger than us. Chapter 42. Klopp, I hope you can afford it. If you have the guts, don't make substitutions. As the fans were talking, Klopp waved his hand on the sidelines. It's finally time to change players. Coach Jean's tone was like a monkey that had been suppressed for 500 years and sighed to the sky the moment he learned that he could get out of the cave. 3 substitutions on the sidelines, Salah, Firmino and Lin Chen are all going to play. The live camera swept across the faces of the home fans, and the smiles were gradually disappearing. I can feel the suppressed anger in Liverpool. The real explosion moment is about to come. Lin Chen came on as a substitute for Wijnaldum in midfield, Salah replaced Solanke, and Firmino replaced Sturridge. These 3 players did not perform well enough in this game and their performance was below standard. If you want to hear it, I can give you countless examples of times when we failed to score after a long attack. Coach James looked at Sturridge who was substituted and became furious again. Last season, Manchester City played against Leicester City. They had 70% of the ball possession in the whole game, 8 of their shots were on target, but they still lost to Leicester City, in the end. Never waste an opportunity. There are about 30 minutes left in the first half. If Liverpool wants to continue their winning streak in the league and remain competitive for the championship, they need to beat opponents like Crystal Palace. Manchester City hired the famous champion coach Guardiola just to win the league title. The secret of Guardiola's ability to hold on to the league title is that he never loses to teams in the middle or lower levels of the league and he will always get the points he deserves. Liverpool fans are very anxious, after all, there is not much time left in the game. After Lin Chen came on the court, he first stabilized the rhythm in the midfield. The Crystal Palace midfielders are all black and tough. Peng Cheong and Luka are very good at collisions, but they have heard of Lin Chen's name a long time ago. When it comes to collisions in the current Premier League, no one dares to say that they can defeat Lin Chen. But the Crystal Palace coach had already formulated a targeted defensive strategy. He did not collide with Lin Chen, but instead deliberately left space for passing the ball. After studying the results of Lin Chen's previous games, the Crystal Palace coach found that although Lin Chen was good at collisions, his passing success rate was not high. Passing the ball forward also lacks a certain threat, so Crystal Palace would rather let Lin Chen pass the ball than let Lin Chen rush forward with the ball in the middle. The Crystal Palace coach was right to do so, provided that Lin Chen did not receive Pirlo's extraordinary pass. Now with the blessing of the black gold skill extraordinary passing, Crystal Palace's seemingly effective defensive strategy has become a big gift for Lin Chen. After coming on the court, Lin Chen tried hard to observe and find a reasonable space to pass the ball. But as he watched, he realized that he had so many passing options. The Crystal Palace midfielder in front of him just tried his best to stop himself from dribbling the ball, but did not try his best to block his passing route. Clear passing routes appeared before his eyes, and Lin Chen smiled as he watched. The weird smile made Peng Cheong feel creepy, and he suddenly felt uneasy. He didn't know what the young man in front of him would do in the next second. The 73th minute of the game. Crystal Palace tried a long pass, but it was of poor quality and was directly caught by Mignolet. After Mignolet received the ball, he observed it for a moment and then threw the ball to the middle with great force and passed it to Lin Chen. Peng Cheong immediately pressed forward, moving his long legs and frantically chasing behind Lin Chen to prevent him from advancing with the ball. But Lin Chen had no intention of advancing. He slightly turned sideways and observed Salah on the right with his peripheral vision. He raised his right hand and waved it gently, as if an immortal was pointing the way. Salah understood what he meant and started to explode. Very fast, he shook off Van Aanholt and went straight behind Tompkins. At this time, Lin Chen forced his way sideways and pushed the ball straight in. The pass was as sharp as a scalpel, just like a cold sword being unsheathed. Chapter 43. With the sharp light of the blade flashing, it pierced straight into the ribs of the Crystal Palace. While penetrating Van Aanholt, he also penetrated Tompkins. He ran straight to the right side of the penalty area and accurately found Sulla, who was making an offside run. What a good pass. It breaks through the two-man defense line and Sulla breaks into the penalty area alone. Cut inside. Hit the door. Beautiful. Coach Sean was delighted. It still has to be Lin Chen, it still has to be Sulla. The connection between the two was extremely beautiful. The Egyptian pharaoh finally broke the deadlock and Liverpool led 1-0. Coach Sean was very excited. That's how football should be played. Football is like life. You have to be smart, courageous and calm on the field. That's the only way you can beat all the odds and put that damn ball in the net. Studio. When will Lin make a through ball like this? Does he have any passing ability that he hasn't shown us yet? The difference between a starter and a substitute is that the starter can immediately use his or her abilities to contribute to the team after entering the game. Perfect through ball. Perfect shot. After scoring the goal, Sulla came to the sidelines and knelt on one knee. Lin Chen rushed over and put his right foot on him. Sulla immediately performed the classic shoe-shining celebration. All the fans at the scene were in a frenzy. After breaking the deadlock in such a difficult game, Liverpool finally saw the dawn of victory again. The game continues. Crystal Palace did not expect Lin Chen to play such an unexpected performance again, and the midfield also began to increase the siege on Lin Chen and block his frontal passing space. But the score of 1-0 was not safe. Klopp stood on the sidelines with no expression of joy on his face. On the contrary, he remained very serious and kept adjusting the subtle positions of the players on the field. Main, move back a little. Milner, when Lin pushes the ball forward, you should stay at the same level as him. The central defenders should keep their positions forward and backward, don't just stand in front, and pay attention to the space behind them. Time passed by minute, and in the 80th minute, Crystal Palace began to press forward significantly. They were unwilling to accept the result of 3 consecutive defeats at the start of the league. The pace on the court is getting faster and faster, and the pressure on the players is increasing. The 84th minute of the game. Lin Chen had been looking for an opportunity, and finally, he saw space again. First, Mignolet kicked the ball out of the goal, Firmino retreated to receive the ball and headed it back to Sulla. The Egyptian pharaoh continued to dribble inside, but could not find a good breakthrough opportunity. He had no choice but to pass the ball back to Lin Chen. After getting the ball, Lin Chen did not stop, but knocked the ball back to Sulla. Sulla was stunned at first, then he understood immediately. Push the ball in diagonally. A beautiful 1-2 pass instantly broke through the Crystal Palace defense. Lin Chen ran in a circle and took big steps down the right side. After receiving the ball, he didn't observe anything, but turned sideways and kicked a high ball towards the middle of the penalty area. It was just a cross, but it had a slight drop, went over the centre-back's head, and hit Firmino accurately. That's right, smash it. It's as accurate as if it were equipped with infrared GPS navigation. Firmino didn't even need to jump when looking at the pass. He just stood there, his eyes fixed on the pass. Then he twisted his waist, causing his body to sway, and accurately hit the ball above his forehead. Boom! Aha! Goal! 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 Gerrard shouted. Firmino scores with a header. Lin assisted and scored twice. Coming off the bench, he scored 2 goals. He is still the Lin we can trust. He made 2 assists after coming on as a substitute, 1 through ball and 1 cross, both were very accurate. It seems that Lin Chen is showing off his new abilities. Although there are some forward passes that go awry overall, no one is perfect, and Lin Chen's passing ability has clearly improved compared to the previous games. Although there is the bonus of Pirlo template, the overall attributes are still in the growth stage, so the effect of the skill blessing is not that amazing. After Lin Chen completed the through pass assist, he tried several more through passes, but the results were mediocre. Chapter 44. Fortunately, Sousa assisted Firmino to score again with a cross, achieving the first double assist in his league career. The fans at the scene applauded and celebrated Liverpool's victory over Crystal Palace. Neither side made any progress in the remaining few minutes, and finally the referee blew the whistle to end the game. Look at all the Liverpool fans standing up. The game is over. Liverpool got the result they wanted, winning 3 games in a row at the start of the Premier League. They don't seem to know how to write the word lose. With 9 points in 3 games, and with the advantage of goal difference, we are at the top of the Premier League ahead of Manchester City. I believe that since the Premier League title was miraculously taken away by Leicester City last season, and the championships in the previous seasons were won by strong teams such as Chelsea, Manchester City, and Manchester United, Liverpool must miss the extremely strong team they had, despite Gerrard's regretful slip, which saw them lose the league title that was so close. But they have reached the top of Europe, won the Champions League and domestic cups. But since the golden generation left, Liverpool has been further and further away from the championship trophy. When Klopp joined the team, he made a bold statement that he would help the team win the league championship within 3 years. I think this year will be the best opportunity for him and for Liverpool, because they have a magical kid in the midfield. The live camera immediately found Lin Chen on the field. At this time, Crystal Palace player Peng Cheong came to Lin Chen. "Lin, can we exchange jerseys?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "Of course." The two quickly exchanged jerseys. The other Crystal Palace player was just a few seconds slower and watched with regret as Lin Chen's jersey was replaced. Lin Chen's jersey was exchanged, and Peng Cheong made a lot of money. The younger the player's jersey, the more valuable it is. For example, the most valuable jerseys on the market today are those worn by top stars in their first season. They can often be sold at high prices, even sky-high prices, in the jersey market. If he continues to perform like this, the price of Lin Chen's jersey will soon rise. Lin Chen accompanied Klopp to the post-match press conference, and the reporters' questions were obviously focused on Lin Chen. "Lin, after coming on as a substitute in this game, you once again put in a performance that convinced the fans. You are so young but you play so maturely on the field. What is your secret?" Lin Chen replied with a smile. "There is a secret. Eat well, sleep well. That's the way to success." The reporters at the scene burst into laughter. Lin Chen answered most of the subsequent questions in a tactful and humorous manner, and the atmosphere was also very good. But after the reporters finished asking questions, they looked at Lin Chen's answers and felt that they were a little strange. It's the kind of feeling where you feel like he said a lot, was very passionate and humorous, but in the end you seem to have gained nothing. The art of language is fully reflected at this moment. Another wonderful performance, Lin Chen's commercial value is being seen by more and more people. Soon Barnett received his first endorsement invitation, and it came from China. Early in the morning of August 8, Lin Chen was enjoying a good rest in bed. The shrill ringing of the bell instantly broke the tranquility of the early morning. In a daze, Lin Chen barely opened his eyes and fumbled for his phone. I didn't see who was on the other end of the line. After answering the phone, Lin Chen spoke weakly. "Hello, who is it?" Barnett's powerful voice was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Chen's ears. "What time is it and you're still sleeping? I don't have the regular schedule of an old man like me." Lin Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, I just finished such an intense game 2 days ago. It's time for me to rest. Besides, I'm still young and growing. I need time to sleep." Barnett hung up the phone at this time. Lin Chen didn't understand why and was just about to go back to sleep when there was a knock on the door the next second. Chapter 45. When I opened it, it was Barnett, holding a thick document in his hand. "I didn't expect that I would help you get your first endorsement contract so soon." When Lin Chen heard that it was an endorsement contract, he was overjoyed. Having an endorsement means income, and it is exactly what Lin Chen needs most right now, or it can be said that it is something that everyone needs at every moment in their life. It's an endorsement from Huaxia, for a shampoo. They say it's called something like Qingyang, but I'm not sure. Speaking of Qingyang, Lin Chen smiled. This should be a very common shampoo in China and is very popular among men. The price they offered is very good. They are willing to provide you with a first-year endorsement contract worth 750 million Chinese yuan. All you need to do is shoot an endorsement advertisement for them and be the cover character. And I only signed a 1-year contract with them. If your value goes up and your fame increases, and they still want to work with you, they will have to raise the price a lot. As an agent, Barnett naturally knew what kind of contract was best for Lin Chen at this time. A short contract with relatively high remuneration is urgently needed by Lin Chen, who is still in the initial stage of growth. Lin Chen also quickly agreed to the contract requirements and the two parties reached an agreement. Clear Shampoo immediately sent a professional filming team to Liverpool to avoid affecting Lin Chen's gaming condition. The entrepreneurial team arrived that evening and started shooting non-stop. The beautiful photographer was wearing a black hip skirt, and her stockings tightly wrapped a pair of slender legs, outlining perfect lines. During the shooting process, every move of the beautiful photographer would cause waves in the hearts of the other staff members present. Lin Chen's work outfit was to wear a pair of shorts, with his upper body showing only his muscular body, and hold a bottle of clear shampoo in his hand. With a shiny slicked back hair, he gave the camera a professional fake smile, held up a bottle of clear shampoo and said the following line. "Shampoo for men, I only trust Clear." The beautiful photographer almost put the camera close to Lin Chen, carefully photographing his muscles. "Well, should we shoot more shots of shampoo?" the assistant at the side said cautiously. The photographer immediately rolled his eyes at his assistant. "Shut up. No one knows how many muscle photos the beautiful photographer took that night. We only know that when Qingyang's official website released the announcement, it only released one photo. It was the first photo taken when the beautiful photographer just started shooting. In the photo, Lin Chen was holding a bottle of clear shampoo in his hand, with a standard professional fake smile and strong muscles, which made countless beautiful fans exclaim with excitement. They all went to Qingyang's official website to like the picture. Qingyang officials were surprised to find that after the news was released, the number of online shampoo sales did increase, but most of the buyers were female. Qingyang originally wanted to use Lin Chen's sexual tension and masculine charm to make more men start to like his shampoo, but Qingyang gradually discovered that he seemed to have opened up another sales channel. Soon, Lin Chen's endorsement photos began to circulate widely on the internet in England. The photos spread like a virus, and countless beautiful fans stared at Lin Chen on the screen and drooled. Sky Sports and many other football media newspapers reposted this photo, which was hotly discussed across the internet, and attached text. "Do you know what true masculine charm is? Please see the picture." Soon his teammates were also attracted by the hot search. On August 8, as soon as Lin Chen stepped into the team's training ground, Maine immediately opened his arms to welcome him. "Teach me how to have masculine charm like you, Lin, and I will pay you tuition." Sulla on the side held Lin Chen's hand tightly, and Firmino controlled Lin Chen with a chokehold from behind. Chapter 46. Tell me how to win the hearts of girls. I have my eyes on two models recently. Lin Chen was stunned, turned his head and stared at Firmino and said. "Two." Firmino suddenly shook his head. No, not two." Lin Chen was relieved, but Firmino said immediately. "Yes, 3. The heart that had just been relieved rose to his throat again, and Lin Chen's mouth corners kept twitching. "I just shot an endorsement commercial, not a romantic action movie. I don't know how to pick up girls." Lin Chen really didn't know, but Lin Chen had gradually realized that the girl next to him seemed to be attracted by magnetism and was moving closer to him. Klopp quickly rushed to the training ground to carry out tactical training. After finishing the warm-up session before training, the players returned to their seriousness and began to prepare for the game intensively. In the fourth round of the Premier League, Liverpool will face another strong rival from the traditional Big Six of the Premier League, Arsenal. Fans nicknamed him Arsenal. In order to renovate the stadium and meet the team's financial balance, Arsenal has to fire key players all year round to maintain the normal operation of the team. It is for this reason that Arsenal's competitiveness cannot be maintained. But with the full support of Professor Wenger, Arsenal has been ranked fourth in the league for many years and barely retained its qualification for the Champions League. Qualifying for the Champions League means being able to play in the Champions League, and being able to play in the Champions League means having more extra income. Therefore, Arsenal is not actually a derogatory term. On the contrary, it is a compliment to Professor Wenger who helped Arsenal through the difficult times. After all, it is extremely difficult to maintain the fourth place in a league of the Premier League level for many years with very little investment. Arsenal has performed very well this season, winning 3 consecutive games in the first 3 league rounds. However, they are ranked third in the Premier League due to their goal difference disadvantage. Facing Liverpool, which is also at the top of the list, many fans joked. Hopefully Liverpool can beat Arsenal and put him back where he belongs. Klopp will never underestimate Arsenal, he knows it is a strong team. Therefore, during the pre-match training, Klopp held a notebook and proposed his new tactics. This book records all the offensive tactics I have developed since I became a coach. I am very confident in it. Today we will practice a new set of offensive tactics. In addition to combining the super high pressure that we are best at, we will also break through the flanks when facing Arsenal. The flank breakthrough is one of the most iconic offensive tactics in football. The two wingers need to have strong ball control and breakthrough abilities, while the team's fullbacks need to have strong ability to attack from behind. Liverpool has both of these points perfectly matched. Robertson is the left back and Arnold is the right back. In the entire Premier League, which two fullbacks can compare with these two in assist ability and offensive ability? With Maine as the left winger and Sulla as the right winger, Klopp can confidently ask all other teams in the Premier League, which team's winger can be sharper than these two wingers in their peak form. Therefore, after careful study, Klopp and Kravitz believed that flank breakthrough was the most suitable tactic for this Liverpool team, and a new tactic was thus formed. If Klopp wants to implement the new tactics and make a breakthrough on the flanks, he needs a strong midfielder who can control the ball in the midfield, accurately send the ball to the wing and help the team's formation move forward as a whole. The candidate Klopp finally chose was naturally Lin Chen. When the two wingers break through the flanks to gain space, they can pass the ball high to Firmino, or they can make a triangle pass to Lin Chen who is running in from behind to create space for him to shoot. Chapter 47. We always have two directions of attack. Don't just keep your eyes on the penalty area. That will limit your vision. High balls, half-curve crosses and ground balls are all tactics we can use to break the opponent's goal. After determining the conceptual direction of the new tactics, Liverpool began training non-stop. On the other side, Arsenal is also preparing for the game with all their strength. On September 9, live broadcast rooms from Sky Sports, China Sports and other countries around the world were opened simultaneously. All major live broadcast rooms were already packed with online fans, just to watch this focus battle, the fourth round of the Premier League. When we talk about Arsenal, we will definitely think of beautiful football. Coach Zhang was looking at Arsenal's starting lineup in the China Live studio. Arsenal have submitted their starting lineups, with Lacazette, Ramsey, Sanchez, Xhaka, Welbeck and many other main players all starting. They are best at passing and controlling the ball, through sharp forward passes and quick counterattacks. They can accurately break through the opponent's defense and score beautiful goals. When playing against Arsenal, you can never let your guard down. They can kill you completely in an extremely small space and a very short time, with one blow. On the other side, Liverpool also fielded all their main players. A super strong front trident, with Henderson, Emre Can and Lin Chen. With two fullbacks who are very strong in attacking attributes, their strength should not be underestimated either. Who will win this focus battle and continue to stay at the top of the list? Let's wait and see. Studio. Let Lacazette play as attacking midfielder. What kind of new tactic is this? You can always trust Professor Wenger, he will definitely lead us to defeat Liverpool. Let's win the Premier League title again. The finances are gradually becoming balanced and it's time to win the title. We Arsenal are invincible. The Arsenal fans in the live broadcast room looked very confident. The 3 consecutive victories at the start of this season demonstrated the team's strong offensive firepower and wonderful teamwork. Arsenal will certainly want to take advantage of the right time, place and people in this game as they face Liverpool at home. At this time, Lin Chen was waiting in the player tunnel, following behind the starting players. Standing next to him was Sanchez, Arsenal's current pillar. Sanchez took the initiative to extend his hand and greet Lin Chen. Behave yourself. Lin Chen gave him a thumbs up in return, smiling on the surface, but secretly said in his heart, "Brother Bao, watch how I fuck you." Although Sanchez is a winger, he often plays in the attacking midfielder position and is very good at helping the team control the rhythm and open up the offensive situation. Henderson fell back as a single defensive midfielder and naturally could not take care of Sanchez at the same time, so Lin Chen also needed to return to defense at the critical moment. Players from both teams entered the field, and Lin Chen walked out of the Arsenal player tunnel step by step, feeling the hard flat ground suddenly turn into soft grass. The dazzling lights above the stadium hit, the Emirates Stadium was filled with noise, and Arsenal fans wearing home jerseys were waving flags and cheering wildly, cheering for their home team. Coach Jean's familiar voice echoed throughout the live broadcast room. The match will be played at the Emirates Stadium, which replaced Arsenal's previous Highbury ground. Henry was once known as the Great of Highbury, that's what he was called. In 2006, Arsenal opened the Emirates Stadium, which can accommodate more than 6 spectators and is one of the top stadiums in England. Here, Arsenal fans can create a passionate atmosphere for the home team. Lin Chen could indeed feel the strong psychological pressure. The shouts from 60,000 fans struck the hearts of all Liverpool fans again and again. In such an atmosphere, it would be good enough if you can give 75% of your strength. Referee Oliver waved to confirm that both teams were ready, then blew the whistle to start the game. Chapter 48. Beep. Game start. Arsenal kick off first. Pass it back to Xhaka and organize in midfield. Xhaka is a bad boy, he is experienced on the field, good at using small moves to anger his opponents, and he is not afraid of physical confrontation. Liverpool's high pressure was very fierce, and Emre Can pressed in front of Xhaka. Beat it sideways, then pass it to Ramsey, who controls the ball on the spot and passes it back to Koscielny slowly when facing pressure. Coach Sean nodded. That's Arsenal's style. They have the ability to improve the end of the game in an instant and quickly break through the defense with a single pass. When they decide to attack, all the passes are forward, never slowing down the tempo. Liverpool certainly knew Arsenal's style. They played very carefully and kept their formation very tight. Even when executing high-position pressure, the front, middle and back must be integrated into one, with 3 clear blockade chains pressing forward little by little. There is an extremely reasonable distance and area between each chain. What Liverpool are using now is catenaccio, the most common and most used defensive tactic in football. This defensive tactic requires the front, middle and back of the team to maintain an appropriate distance, leaving no chance for the opponent to counterattack with the ball. Arsenal was waiting for their chance to control the ball and keep the tempo steady. Sanchez was in the front court, disrupting Liverpool's defense with crazy off-ball running. The 13th minute of the game. A straight pass down the middle, Henderson failed to intercept it and passed it to Sanchez. He received the ball and broke through from the wing, then continued to cut inside. Sanchez's dribbling action is very standard. Lin Chen is trying to steal the ball. Lin Chen quickly returned to defense and prevented Sanchez from advancing with the ball. Although he was strong enough, Lin Chen also felt the defensive pressure when facing Sanchez, who was extremely flexible and changed his center of gravity very quickly. They can only keep reaching out and pulling with small movements to slightly disrupt Sanchez's balance. This method will not be called a foul in the Premier League. Although he failed to successfully intercept the ball, Lin Chen kept his body across Sanchez, not giving him space to shoot or pass the ball. After moving around, Sanchez had no choice but to pass the ball back. At this time, all Liverpool players returned to their positions and formed a complete defensive chain again. A beautiful defensive performance. Lin Chen performed well. Arsenal's passing is very offensive. All Liverpool players must be ready to make more runs to cover the defense at any time. Arsenal began to increase the frequency of straight passes, trying to tear through Liverpool's horizontal defense through vertical transmission. 2 completely different tactics clashed with each other on the court, and the tempo on the court gradually quickened, with more confrontations. The 30th minute of the game. Arsenal wanted to attack directly from the midfield again, and Ramsey moved forward with the ball. Facing Henderson's siege, he chose to pass the ball horizontally to Xhaka, who immediately made a through pass. Sanchez successfully made an offside move and broke through the penalty area. Just as he was about to knock the ball and turn around, Lovren arrived in time and blocked it with a flying tackle. But the ball was still in Arsenal's hands, and all the fans at the scene focused their attention on Sanchez. After being blocked, Sanchez took 2 quick steps to regain the ball and then passed it back to Xhaka. Xhaka got the ball and wanted to shoot. At this time, Lin Chen kicked the ball from the side. Xhaka quickly counterattacked, but Lin Chen used his strong body to block the ball. Even though Xhaka behind him kept bumping into him, he remained motionless. The referee called a foul at this time. Infuriated and humiliated, Xhaka reached out and pushed Lin Chen hard after being called for a foul. Lin Chen was angry, and a nameless fire surged from his dantian. He turned his head and said nothing, without any expression, just stared at Zaka calmly. But it was this calm reaction that made Zaka feel extremely insulted. Chapter 49. He instantly entered the red temperature state and rushed towards Lin Chen with a roar. The Arsenal players immediately stepped forward to stop him. Lin Chen's expression changed again at this time, and he smiled. A contemptuous laugh. Staring at Zaka, who was roaring madly and entering the red temperature state but could do nothing, Lin Chen laughed wildly. After the game resumed, Lin Chen wanted to target Zaka. This man, known as the bad boy, soon learned what a 17-year-old bully was. Zaka is dribbling the ball, he seems to be angry with Lin Chen. He tried to rush forward, but was pushed back to the right by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, a 17-year-old young man, is not afraid at all when facing the bad boys in the Premier League. Coach Sean smiled. He was like, "You're called Zaka." There was little time left in the first half. Although neither side scored a goal, both sides obviously picked up the pace in the last 10 minutes of the first half, and the game became more and more exciting, especially the matchup between Lin Chen and Zaka. Studio. I love watching these so-called bad boys break through their defenses. Well done, Lin Chen. Isn't Zaka usually a very good football player? Where did all that awesome energy go? Although it was the Emirates Stadium, Liverpool's momentum was not weak at all, and the players performed very well on the field. Fans could see that Liverpool performed very stably and did not get nervous because they were playing away. The defense in particular was very good. Although they did not have as much ball possession as Arsenal, they did not allow Arsenal to get any good shooting opportunities. Finally, the first half ended and the game entered halftime. Coach Zhang holds the match data of both sides in the first 45 minutes of the half. Data analysis during halftime has always been Coach Zhang's main job. Compared to commentary, he is better at tactical analysis. When it comes to tactical analysis in China, there are few people who are more professional than Coach Zhang. From the performance data in the first half, Arsenal's ball possession rate reached 61%, which was higher than Liverpool. But in terms of shots, Arsenal only had one more shot than Liverpool and did not create any great scoring chances. Having possession of the ball but not threatening the offense can also be considered invalid possession. From the rhythm and progress of the game in the first half, I think the tactics Klopp formulated for Liverpool were to suppress first and then boost. To put it simply, we need to adapt to Arsenal's rhythm in the first half, stabilize our formation, and avoid being beaten at Arsenal's home ground. When the 45 minutes are over, Liverpool will definitely launch a counterattack in the second half. Coach Zhang's guess was absolutely correct. At that moment in the Liverpool locker room, Klopp was pointing at the tactical board and making the final emphasis. Again, everything went according to our plan after the second half started. Break through the flanks and let the entire Premier League see our new offensive tactics. Klopp was very confident that the score of 0-0 ending in the first half meant that his pre-match tactical deployment was correct. On the other side, Professor Wenger was still emphasizing passing. He was very dissatisfied with the team's performance in the first half. I didn't see any threatening one-kick passes. Where did your small-scale passes go? And pass the damn ball forward. Stop doing useless lateral conduction. We don't need to maneuver the space because the flanks are Liverpool's strength. We need to play deep passing. Pass forward. I want to see more small-range cooperation and one-touch passes. Wenger knows what kind of coach Klopp is. During his time at Dortmund, he demonstrated strong tactical abilities, especially in coaching offense. Therefore, Arsenal had the upper hand in the first half but failed to score. Wenger instantly realized that he had fallen into Klopp's trap. The 45 minutes in the second half were crucial. The second half of the game was about to begin. Lin Chen stood up and cut a few more holes in his socks to facilitate breathing, and then called a staff member to apply some essential oil on his arms. Chapter 50. Firmino stared at Lin Chen, who was applying essential oil on his arm, and couldn't help but speak. What is this for? The game isn't over yet, but you can't wait to get an essential oil massage. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at Firmino. Vulgar, you will soon know the effect of my essential oils. A moment later, the second half of the game began. The game has just begun and Arsenal is still taking the initiative. Under Professor Wenger's reminder, the number of one-touch passes and forward passes on the field began to increase, and the beautiful football style that the fans were very familiar with gradually emerged. The 51th minute of the game. Firmino tried a long shot, but it was too straight and was caught in the goalkeeper's arms. Counterattack immediately and throw the ball to the wing with great force. Let Ramsey organize the cross pass. One kick out, there's Sanchez. Still a pass to Lacazette. Long pass. Does Welbeck have a chance? Break into the penalty area. The angle is a bit small. I still choose to fight directly. Hit the side net. The Arsenal fans at home even thought the ball had gone in. Coach Zhang finally became excited. From the attack just now, Ramsey received the ball and then passed it to Sanchez, Lacazette and Welbeck, all of them kicked the ball out with one foot. Arsenal's beautiful football style has finally begun to show. This is their advantage. Only by playing to their strengths and avoiding their weaknesses can they win the game. Although the distance between Liverpool's three defensive chains was well maintained, the Arsenal players had a very high level of tacit understanding. Coupled with the very accurate pass, Liverpool's formation gradually began to come under stronger pressure. The 59th minute of the game. Still insisting on building the attack from the back, Arsenal are moving forward little by little. Sanchez received the ball on the wing and made a large pass to the right. Lacazette stops the ball on the edge and passes it directly. Welbeck heads the ball in front of the goal. It hit the post and went out of bounds. Welbeck, heading is not his strong point. At this time, Professor Wenger made a substitution challenge. We just said that Welbeck's headers are not his strong point, now here comes someone who is strong in headers. The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth, only I am de Giroud. Giroud, the substitute, is going to come on. Arsenal needs to continue to strengthen their attack in the frontcourt. At this pace, it's only a matter of time before Liverpool concedes a goal. Arsenal are gradually getting back to form. Seeing that Arsenal was on the rise, the Arsenal fans in the live broadcast room also began to feel proud and could finally stand up straight and continue watching the game. But Liverpool's formation also began to press forward little by little, as if they had received some signal. After resisting Arsenal's opening attack, Liverpool finally decided to use a new tactic, breaking through the flank. Lin Chen was in the midfield, actively dribbling the ball forward, looking for cooperation on the same wing. The 63th minute of the game. Ramsey tried to head the ball from midfield, but the power was too great and the goalkeeper caught it directly. Lin Chen immediately came to the midfield and waved at the goalkeeper. Pass it to me. He threw the ball with great force and it was accurately delivered to Lin Chen's feet. Looking at the pass, Lin Chen felt Xhaka behind him. He used his back to hold Xhaka, and his feet took the ball off steadily like a magnet. Then he lowered his shoulders and took a fake step to the right to deceive Xhaka's center of gravity, and then changed direction to the left with the ball. Lin Chen completed a beautiful back-to-back move. The fans at the scene even exclaimed. At this time, Lin Chen had not stopped moving forward. He took 2 steps forward with the ball and passed it to the right with the outside of his foot. Arnold, who came in from behind, received the ball as if he was in an empty space, with a clear space in front of him. He continued to dribble the ball to the baseline and looked up, and saw that Firmino was being watched closely. His peripheral vision drifted slightly backwards, and Lin Chen, who had just passed the ball to him, was now in an open position. Hungry eyes are looking at me. Without hesitation, Arnold kicked. A standard low ball, an inverted triangle pass to Lin Chen.